the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from a hobby maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
Here at Hobby Maker, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
And welcome to Hobby Maker. I'm Sherilyn Lavery. I hope you're having an absolutely fantastic day so far. We have got an absolutely brilliant show lined up for you here today, right until 8 o'clock. So I will give you a quick rundown of the day. And then, of course, we've got Carla with us, who's going to be kicking off the show. Now, we are about to do a brand new and an exclusive launch here at Hobby Maker with Carnation Crafts. We've got Sunsets and Skylines. Super exciting for me as well, because it's my first Carnation Crafts show. Obviously, Carnation Crafts actually came and joined Hobby Maker when I was off on maternity. So when I saw today, I was like, yay, finally. So that's going to be super exciting. We've then at 2 o'clock got our majestic flowers and so much more as well. Lots of brand new bits with Debbi Moore. 3 o'clock, lovely Julie's going to be joining us, and we are going to be bringing you a world of colour with Copic. And I will let you know that we are bringing prices that we have never ever done before as well. So really great deals on that hour. Then Carla will be back with us at 4 o'clock with this brand new collection, Sunsets and Skylines. So you can get another look at that. Debbi Moore's back at 5 o'clock and also 7, and then 6 o'clock you'll get a final look at the Sunsets and Skylines collection again. So super lovely show, and it does mean that you're going to get real good insight into this new collection and to everything else as well by getting to see them a few times during the day, which I always like as well, because we can really talk about it. Now, I will let you know that this collection is completely brand new today. It's totally exclusive at the moment to us here at Hobby Maker. Now, what we therefore did is we made it live this morning on our website, because we want, well, we know, don't we? Whenever there is a Carnation Crafts launch, you're all there, you're waiting for it, you're ready for it. So we put it live on our website. Now, it does mean that over 10% of our stock has already been allocated on the web. So it has already gone, okay? Now, we will, of course, get it there, get it ready for you as well. You know what we do with prices here. We always give you the best deal. So even if you've already bought it on the website, doesn't mean you're going to be paying that price. Everybody will pay the same low price that we've got. Now, it is the most stunning new collection, I have to say. You can see some of the amazing samples. We'll be giving you looks at more of these shortly as well, but it's the fact that these dies are going to create the most incredible backgrounds. You can really build these phenomenal scenes with these as well. And I'm so excited for you to actually see how this all works and to be able to really fall in love with it like we have as well. It feels very positive, I have to say, this collection. That's kind of how I feel, and that it's really perfect for so many occasions. Now, let me get the price down. £140.49, that is the price it should be if you were thinking about buying all of this individually. Now, I'll show you the deal price. The deal price that we should be sitting at is £119.99, so an epic saving that you have already got there. But you know, of course, with Carnation Crafts that they do this amazing 10% off. We like to match that here at Hobby Maker. So you will not even be paying £119.99. There are 52 dies within this new collection. So you are getting so much for under £110. And best thing for me always, I love split pay. pay. You've got this on a 4-way split pay as well, so £27.49. You can buy all of this today. Now let me welcome Carla. Lovely to see you.
Lovely, are you all right?
Yes, I'm very, very well, and I'm very excited.
I know, I can't believe this is your first show.
I know. I've watched some, as I say. I watched the first show with you and Andy. I've seen you and Dave doing it.
Yeah.
And for me, what I love about Carnation, I know obviously you love so much about it, but it's so pioneering. It feels so different to anything else.
Carnation literally take the helm. They run with engineering, with artwork, with everything, and bring it together so we get these phenomenal cards every single time. Those of you at home that have crafted with Carnation, you know the difference. You already know it. So please do write in, because it's always nice to hear your opinions on it. This collection is extraordinarily powerful, and it's going to be very important in your crafting arsenal, because what it does is allows us to build backgrounds like we've never done before. It's very pretty, but it's got really important elements to take us through, such as perspective pieces, which means whenever we're making cards in the future, be it with this collection or another one, it will absolutely match those needs. It's full of love and passion and hope, and it's all about future prospects. So you are going to have the best time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you're saying about hope and positivity, we're at the beginning of a year. I mean, we all want that, don't we, going through this year? And it is the most stunning collection that I have seen. It is something that is so different. I mean, we've been looking at the Kingfisher. We've been looking, of course, at the fabulous kind of gates, everything like that is going to come together with this. And at that brilliant price, totally exclusive for you today. Now, did you want to have a look at the boards?
Yeah, we'll have a look at the boards, and then we'll go through a ton of finished samples, so your inspiration is set in place. We'll talk to you about where you get your free artwork from, because Carnation don't just you're going to send you the dies and push you on your way. You're also going to get free artwork, free backing papers, free inserts for all of the cards that you make. So I'll show you where to get all of that. We'll show you what a vignette is, how to cut one, and we'll get to demo. But let's have a look at this incredible collection. I am smitten with this whole thing. So your first board that you're seeing here is the open road card shape, and it's absolutely awesome. And it's a build. You build. So I'm going to turn it round just to this side so you can see the artwork here. This is a card shape on its own. It's got score lines going down here, which will sit backwards or forwards, and that will hold its own card shape. And actually you can make a card just from there. But you can see the circular panel here. That will allow you to, if you've got nested dies, to pop a circle behind to make these extraordinary shapes that we can do. You've got your open road. You've got hedges, you've got gateways, you've got little sides, little buildings going off into the future. You've got these perspective pieces, the cutest cows, sheep and lambs you've ever seen. Then we've got all your build pieces. So where you've got your background sets, such as here and here, we can build in, we can layer up, we can get dimension, and we can create these scenes going back. And you'll see these through the finished samples. They're absolutely exquisite. The amount of metal on that board is absolutely awesome. It's really, truly beautiful. So once you get your teeth into this, it's a never-ending world of joy. From there, we've got all of your florals. These are your tuck-ins. This is, all of the stuff that we need to build our bases. So we've now got our corner piece. That's always important when we're creating cards. We need that focal visual. You've got your signpost. Again, super important. Remember perspective. Pop that on a piece of foam tape, have your rolling hills in the background. You're creating this beautiful story, this narrative in your cards. These are all for you as a whole, or to snip into. If I want a lesser piece, that everything is snippable with Carnation. Remember that. You can snip into all of these florals for you. You've got your long grasses as well. And I can't wait till you start seeing some of the finished samples. I'm in love with this whole kit. This is a joy. Absolute joy. You've got your big cart, your little cart. Again, we're working with perspective. You've got your big motorbike and your little motorbike. You've got your parcels for the top of the car. But what I love is the tin cans. Just married. So you've got all of your elements there. You've got your L and your P plates for those that have just passed and have just, or just learning. And you've also got these ones that look like they're flying off the car as well. So you've got that sense of motion as well. New job, new driver, new home, just married. And then your blank sentiments in case you want to do something else, because this whole collection is about hope and future. And I love that. So, is somebody getting married? Is somebody starting a new job? It's all about good luck, prospects ahead. So then you get your sentiments that line up with that. Good luck, well done, Bon voyage, everything working for you. Just gorgeous, isn't it? And I love the font that we've got, the cursive font. It's sort of good fun. It's lovely. And each one has got its own matte layer as well, so we can get build and dimension behind it. This is a super awesome wee little gatepost. It's got its own mat, which is really important, but it's got you can see it. Can you see on here? I don't know if you can see it or not. There's a line going down and there's two little gaps. Those allow you to cut straight through so you can open those gates open. And so we can build. Now you can use the half gates, obviously, the full gate. It doesn't matter which, we can separate them out, and then you'll get the long line that we saw on the main card shape, that long hedge line, which will work out on the sides as well. Beautifully put together. And here, we always look for the characters with Carnation. You have got your beautiful, beautiful wild watchers. You've got the wee kingfisher and the stoat just sitting there. They're watching everything that's going on. So the story that you're telling, when we put something like this on, what we're doing is telling the recipient to look inwards at the card automatically. So you've already got that visual cue that we're looking for each time in composition. And it just works. And a word as well. If you get two of these, because remember we've got mirrored vignettes, and you touch their noses, it forms a love heart, which is super, super cute. From there, you have got an extra die. Now, this is not part of the main collection, just to let you know. The main collection is separate. But love is in the air. And ain't it just? This is exquisite. So you have got your arbor here. Okay, and then from there you've got all of the prospects to make a swing. So you've got the ropes hanging down, and you can use your wooden pieces to either make a swing, a bench, swinging bench, which is just lovely, isn't it? Roses to decorate. We've got gorgeous curtains as well. You've got your wooden elements here, and you've got your signs which can say Mr. and Mrs. or whatever you stamp onto them, along with a swag for the top of those curtains. And that is a separate die to the main collection, but it is its best friend because it works so beautifully when we set that countryside scene and you can see it through that swing. It looks incredible. So grab that as well while you can.
Absolutely phenomenal to see, of course, that is available. I'll just show you really quickly with that die that we've just got on your screen at the moment, how this will work in the samples, because as soon as I walked in and saw the samples for the whole main collection, but also for this additional die, they are absolutely stunning. It is the way that you're getting that dimension, you're getting the quality, but then, of course, like Carla said, pair it with some of the other dies, create that scene, get that countryside look, and just look how beautiful that works. So that is your new home one there. Just married. You might just want to do something without even a sentiment on it. Could cross over for absolutely anything. Really, really beautiful looks that you can see with that. And all of that, and it is a huge amount that, of course, you are getting with the Love is in the Air die. And you can get all of that today for an incredible £29.99. And I think the wonderful thing as well is we know the quality, of course, that we get from Carnation Crafts. And it's the fact that these are not just for now, these are for forever. So you are going to be making so many of these bits consistently as well from what you are getting. Now, let me just show you a few of the other samples, which are from, of course, the full collection, which you are getting today at that discounted price of just under £110. And remember, of course, that with Carnation Crafts, yes, we are getting 52 dies within this, where you can absolutely build the most incredible, romantic, positive scenes, but you also are getting that artwork, and we'll be speaking through that in a moment of how you can, of course, get that from the website. And the artwork just works with the dies work with the artwork, and look at these samples. I mean, they are absolutely incredible. I think for me, it's the layering, and it's the way that they just work together, every single one of these dies.
Absolutely, it's the dimension, isn't it? And also, because it's all drawn in-house, so we have a creative director called Nick, and he has a team of artists that work with him. Because everything is drawn in-house and nothing is outsourced, it means that everything has the same feel. And that makes it really powerful when we craft. Because it's always going to look beautiful. And that's such an important thing for us as crafters, to know that we're going to have gorgeous finished products. And each one does tell a story. Each one is snippable. We can do so much with these dies. The building of those backgrounds is, look at that.
I know.
That's a story, isn't it?
Isn't
you
it?
Open those gates and suddenly we're seeing the story coming through. Really focus on these finished samples, because all of that detail coming through is telling you exactly how each person has changed how it looks. So from the countryside roads to now the wee kingfisher on the gatepost. Beautiful cards. So much scope for everything that you make. You know, it just, look at that. It's gorgeous. And I love the clever, can you remember fuzzy felt when we were kids? And you would add bits of fuzzy felt to make farmyard scenes, etc. The little road, it's your choice. Do you want the road or not? That's how it works. You know, you choose how to build these cards. And I love it so much. That car is delicious. And you get the big car and the little one. So we can do perspective with these. So you can have stuff off in the distance, or you can make bigger cards or smaller cards. The choice is absolutely yours.
Because it feels like it's really, they're going on that journey. You can see that sort of perspective in the
and
distance,
the idea of the journeys that we go on. So that's what it's celebrating, isn't it? It's a celebration of future, of hope. And it's just gorgeous.
And I think as well, with having the sentiments, the well done, the bon voyage, you know, the happy birthday, there's sentiments that go with this, but you'd also work in, individually with different collections
Absolutely,
as well.
And you can obviously mix and match collections that you've got. So this works so well with some other previous Carnations collections as well. It's absolutely gorgeous. But to me, it's more about, as a crafter, the prospects I've got with it. I love the fact that there's so much I can do with it in the future, you know, and I can keep crafting with it. They're beautiful. And I love the fact that I can change the car from new driver to just married just by adding the cans. It's brilliant. It's a stroke of genius, isn't it?
I think they're just so expensive as well. Are you okay with Carnation Crafts to sell on? Are you able to do that?
Absolutely. So Carnation Crafts have got an open policy for their angel policy, meaning that you can sell anything that you make, or you can give it to charity, or you can sell for charities. The only rule with Carnation is you've got to cut it first. So you can't sell the artwork, you can't sell the files. Once you've used your die and you've cut it out, you can absolutely sell it. So you don't need to sell a card. You could sell, you know, classes. If you were selling, you could do a workshop with Carnation vignettes. That's fine, but you've got to cut it first.
Should we talk about the artwork?
Yeah,
because
for sure.
Obviously, you do get to access this artwork online, and you can have as much of this as you want, can't you? So it can just print and print and print, really.
For the rest. So what happens with Carnation, for every collection, we obviously have the dies, and each die has been hand sketched, painted, and done to become a die. And excuse me, that artwork is free to you. It's on the Carnation Crafts website, which is www.carnationcrafts.co.uk. There's a banner menu, and one of the options is downloads, free downloads. You click the free downloads and a list of PDFs will appear. Normally speaking, the most recent collection will be the first to appear. However, on the right-hand side, there is a box that says collections, and you can click that and scroll through or type the collection that you want. This is obviously Sunsets and Skylines, which is the one that we're looking for. And you'll see there on your screen, you've got your backing papers and your inserts. And then one of the options there will be the Carnation Crafts original colorway download, which is at the bottom there. That's the last one. Put that to your basket. You can see it's free. Pop it into your basket and check out. My advice is to check out as make an account rather than just check out as a guest. Because if you check out with an account, it's always going to remember what you've previously downloaded. Then you just print it out. My advice, print it on Pro Print paper. It makes an extraordinary difference to the things that we're looking at as we print them. Really, really beautiful. And then once you've got that, it looks like this. So what I've got in my paw here, it looks like this. So there's the dies, that's the metal, and that's the artwork. I've printed it out. So the same process that you'll be going through at home, and you can see how they match. Now, Carnations have got a line going down the center, and that is so that we can create what's called a mirrored vignette. And I will very quickly show you what that means and how to cut it. Just so you've got a way forward. Now, once you've folded on the black line, don't fold it in the center, make sure you do fold it on the black line because sometimes it's slightly off center purposefully. I'm going to use a bit of spray adhesive, just pop that there for a second. You can use a glue stick, you could use a Pritt stick. But my advice, don't use PVA, don't use a wet glue because paper and water, not a good mix. So I've got the little car here, I believe, so we're just going to remove this from its packaging. The packaging is done very, very well with Carnation. Not only do you get your own storage wallet, you're also getting this sitted here. It's got like red liner tape underneath it. You've got to be careful, don't bend your dies. Remember, it's better to bend the paper away from the die than it is to bend the die itself. So I'm just going to skirt that back here so that I've got it. And I'm going to seat that just on top of that vignette. That's all I'm doing. So it's doubled up. So my 120 GSM Pro print paper has now essentially become a 240. So once I've got that, I can pop it onto my plates, make sure it stays in shape. Just keep your, get some low tack adhesive if you need it, and that'll hold it all together, hold it where it needs to go. And then we're simply going to pop that through our machine. And then we create a little bit of magic. Let me just get this and chuck it through here. Hold on. There we go. And it is magic because it's a mirrored vignette. And a mirrored vignette means that we're getting double for money, which we like. We like stem apples. Yeah. We like it when we're getting double the amount. It doesn't matter so much with the car, but when it comes to something like the Kingfisher or the Stoat, it will make a difference, because when I buy dies, I'm very much governed by the person who made it. So if my die is facing off to the right-hand side, that's the way my die faces, right? There's not much I can do about that. With Carnation, I can have it facing either.
Okay.
I get to choose. Yeah. I'm in control. I'm in control of what I'm crafting, and that is really, really important. So I've got my beauty, look, just sitting there, very, very happy. When we release this, the cut line detail is wrecking the joint is absolutely incredible. Yes. Now, if I do that to the front-facing camera, so you can get really close detail of it, so you can see those lines, because it matters. Yeah. Our finished products matter, and we care, don't we, as crafters? We want it to look finished and detailed. But the joy of that is, of course, it's both sides. Yeah. And that's so important. It's such an easy process, but the difference between having that on the back of a card, where we've got, it's the back sometimes that matters. Because for a lot of us, when we've done a card, and it'll look beautiful from the front, but from the back, a little bit unsightly. So if you have it on an angle in your house, you can see the back. This way, it doesn't matter. It looks beautiful from the back as well. Really important key pieces from Carnation. It's what makes them different. It's what sets them aside. They are, as far as I'm concerned, the best die company in the world. And I think they are literally a world away from everybody else. They have just flown. And that's what makes Carnation unique and important.
But I think as well, I think so often, you know, we look at other dies and we'd be saying, oh, you might want to get this one individually. You might want to, you can. Why would you want to? Because they work so perfectly all together. And I think it's this journey that you actually have with Carnation Crafts, where you're going to start to build these scenes, and then you'll add something else, and then you'll go to your other collections and think, well, actually, I can work this one with this. And it's all kind of together because of all of that artwork coming, of course, from in-house as well. And you can see just there the full collection that you're going to get today, with that discount as well at £109.99. So you've got your Stoat, you've got your Kingfisher, you've got your Good Look, you've got your Well Done, you've got your Bon Voyage, all of those beautiful vehicles with all of those different sentiments that can go with this. The gate I just adore because of the way that this just can open and you can get that dimension. The fact you're getting all of those florals as well that can go with this. 52 dies. I mean, we are looking at just over £2 a die, and today you can take this home for just over £27. Now, there are so many samples, honestly, and I think that for me just shows what you can do. It gives you that inspiration, but also it really makes you realise how well that all of these actually work together to build those scenes that you are getting with these. And you can do something that is quite simple, or you can do something that isn't at all, where you've got that amazing kind of depth and that beauty that we're getting to experience with this.
Look at his little face.
I know, how cute is that?
He's just beyond sweet, isn't he?
Yeah.
What I love is that we can go from the very simple to the very complex. So regardless of your ability as a card maker, it doesn't matter whether you're starting out or whether you've been doing card making for years, your ability is covered. You are literally able to make the absolute showstoppers with this collection, but it's about its longevity. How long are you going to be using this collection for? Well, I would say until you're not making cards anymore, because all of those elements are so important, aren't they? And they're just absolutely gorgeous. They keep saying cow in my ear.
Yeah, there is.
Laura's in love with cows, and every time she sees one. But we can go to the traditional. So where you see that's sort of sitting there, that's a very traditional card making. We can go to the very modern, so it works right across the board as well. So regardless of who the recipient is, we can craft for them. Because that's something as well, isn't it? Often we think about ourselves as crafters and how we craft, but sometimes it's about the recipient as well. And so being able to go with something we love, but also something we know that they will love, that's where it really gains its power.
And I think I love as well with this collection that, yes, it looks fabulous on these cards, but I'm thinking wall art, you know, I'm thinking put this into box frames. I'm thinking home decor as well. I mean, with the double-sided, to make kind of little drops that could come down in bedrooms, maybe children's bedrooms with the cars as well.
Absolutely.
It works across so many different media.
Well, think of like the little children's storybooks that you could make with this stuff, you know, where you could have little stories going through about cars and about cows and about countryside. I mean, I love this because it reminds me a little bit of Yorkshire, I'll be totally honest. It's got that feel to it, so it reminds me of home, very much with the cows as well, because Beverley is a place of cows. It's lovely, but you've got all of your tradition. Look at that.
It's stunning, isn't
with
it?
those curtains coming through from the Love is in the Air die, which is just beautiful. And you see how they mix and merge, because we're walking into that card, aren't we?
Yeah.
At the moment, we're at this side of the curtains, but as you're looking in, you could be following that car and you could be walking into that car. That's the story coming
And I'm in
out.
paradise, you know, when I look at
Exactly.
that. I'm not here in the cold in England. I'm in like Thailand or something like that.
Absolutely. And can we just say as well that the card that Sherilyn's holding there, where you've got the background that's pink, they're free. I'll show you the backgrounds in a second.
That's so good.
They're incredible. So you get all of these backing papers that go with this collection.
Wow.
You build the hills, and Carnation have given you the skies.
Oh, it's just phenomenal. And I mean, so often, obviously, when you're talking about backing papers, inserts, you know, the artwork that you're getting free just by buying these dies, you don't normally expect that you're going to be able to just keep doing that. You think, well, I've got to buy more or I've run out.
Limited. No. And the other thing that Carnation do, I mean, I can't vouch specifically for collections, but Carnation will give us little expansion packs, and they will also change colourways for us. So we might see this resurface in about 6 months with a brand new colourway as well. So we get to craft differently with the same collections because they give us absolute value for money. And I will say on that note, this is nothing to do really with Carnation, but more from my point of view, is when you buy the bundle, that's where you get the value. So apologies to Carnation, but it's the bundle is where your value is, because that's obviously you get the most discount. And show week, launch week is when you get the discount.
Yes. It always seems to be, you know, what we always say, buy on launch day, because we can't obviously say when you will next get this. Big stock available. It is completely brand new today. It's totally exclusive. Over 20% has now gone. You know, you can't even get this from Carnation's website yet, but we have included that additional 10% that Carnation does, obviously for its regular customers, and we like to make sure that Hobby Maker here gets that same deal. But I love that this will be arriving to you straight away, just by paying that interest-free first payment of $27.99. Now, for me, and I bet it's the same for you, Carla, I want to be the first to get a collection. I want to be the first that's sharing my images and sharing what I've done. And yes, you get the prices on launch, but you also want to be the first working with it.
I know, and there's a really nice sense of that, isn't it? When we're sort of sitting and we're playing with something, we're like, I've already got this. And what's really exciting is you can order this today. Carnation will receive the order. They'll get it at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, because Hobby Maker don't finish until midnight as far as pricing is concerned. So 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, Mark will walk into the offices tomorrow and he will start packing and posting straight away. And that will be dispatched to you immediately. There is no messing about with Carnation. They are on it, like, literally. But what's really lovely, and I do like this because I don't know how to phrase it. As somebody who's buying something, it's nice when we've got a little bit immediately. You can go and load your artwork now.
Yes,
So you've purchased it, but you can go and get your artwork, and you can start printing it out, and you can start working out what it is you're going to be doing with it, because, you know, the first 5 cards are a mystery, aren't we? After that, our imagination is just going nuts, and we're going to keep crafting forever with it. But the first 5, that's my passion. I love the first 5 cards of any collection, because that's where I'm literally like, I could. And you're going to have that feel, that build, and that's a really lovely place to be. So I hope you love it as much as I do.
Amazing. Now we are going to look at how to put this together as well, because if you are new to Carnation Crafts, I know loads of you probably get every collection that you can, but if you are new, and there is a lot of new people who join us every single day, you might be looking at these dimensions and thinking, how do I do it? You know, is it easy for me if I'm new? And it really is. So we'll see Carla do that in 1 second. But just before that, I just want to mention the perfect papers as well. Now you're going to get 48 of your A4 sheets, 300 GSM. There's 6 colour variations in these. And these are just perfect to print off, obviously, with your artwork.
Yeah, so basically what it is, if you've got Nick, imagine Nick sitting on his computer, he has literally painted everything, done anything. He uses what's called a colour picker. So the vignettes that you're seeing, the artwork that you're seeing, Nick will take those pieces of art and he will pick colours from them, and that's what becomes the perfect papers. That's important because none of us want to clash. No. If you've got something wrong with a card you made, generally speaking, it's because there's a clash of colours. And so artwork, the Carnation say, well, let's not worry about that. Let's take that bit of the headache away from you. Let's give you your mats and layers in perfect coordination to the collection you're buying. So this is where the tagline, you can't make a bad card with Carnation, comes in, because it's true, everything matches and works. It's a 300 GSM, so it's not actually a paper, it's a cardstock. It's white on the back and it's got like a coated gloss front to it as well. Some are patterned, some are block colours. You're going to get 6 colours and you'll have variants of those colours, and you're going to get 48 sheets in total. So that's loads.
With our lights, I mean, they are beautiful pastel tones, but I do feel like they're actually kind of stronger colours than we're actually seeing across the camera, just to let you know when you get it home. And what you've got in terms of the detailing with the patterns is you've got a polka dot one that you can kind of see just here, which is absolutely beautiful. If we can get right in, you'll probably get to see that. Can you see that just there? Just wanted you to see the patterns. And then over here, we've got the lines that you can see there as well, diagonal on this pink one that we've got just there. If we get right in to that one as well. So fabulous opportunity. Sorry to anybody about the web issues we've had. If you have been waiting for the web to get back up, it is working. So if you've been waiting for the web, you're somebody who doesn't call our call centre, it's back up and working. Apologies about that. So that's $14.99. I know you're all going to want that because it works perfectly with this. Don't forget, of course, we have got the main collection. It is brand new today, okay? It is a completely exclusive launch here at the moment on Hobby Maker, and you are getting 52 dies within this. Just look at how much you are actually getting. It's phenomenal. From your florals to the incredible gate that has that dimension, to your stout, to your kingfisher, to your sentiments that you've got there, to all of those additional sentiments, to the cars, to the bikes, they're just married. It is jam-packed to create the most gorgeous scenes and backgrounds. It's magical, it's passionate, it feels very, very positive as well, and something that I just think you are going to love, love, love crafting with. Should we look at putting something together?
Should we do a bit of a demo?
Yes.
Should we do some demos? So that main card shape that we're getting here, which is the open road card shape, I keep forgetting the name of it, I do apologise. So one of the pieces that you get, which is your main card shape, is this. So you've got this lovely piece. Can you see it on my mat? Let me just move that so you've got a better colour of it.
Lovely.
Now, this has got 2 score lines going down there and 2 score lines going down there. So I'm just going to show you that first. That means that I can bend and fold, create my little gate, just like so. And that creates, I can have that front facing or I can have it back facing, whichever way, and that's going to hold itself just where it wants to be, and it's beautiful. If you are wanting to make that, shall we say, just a little bit thicker, or you want to add things into the insert, score one at 1/2 inch and add them together so that it becomes a normal card base, what we're used to as card bases. But what I will say to you is you want to go steady, because if you're going to do that and you want your insert pieces to go, shall we say, on the inside, you're going to need to work that first, just to make sure you don't do anything too far in advance. Okay, so that is just something to think about. It sort of strengthens it out. You don't need it. It will stand on its own. But I'll work with this way so that you can see both prospects, because the other one is more self-explanatory. So I will work with this one as well, but I'm going to just put it to the side for a moment because I don't want to get confused with the 2 pieces. So working on this one as it is, I'm going to move it because that pastel colour is not bright enough for you guys at home. There you go. Sorry, guys. I'll just do it this way and then you've got a better view. Where I've got my long line down at the bottom, I can choose to use some red liner tape if I want to, or I can use wet glue. What I got to work is, how am I going to build my background? And this is where the fun starts. I've already got those gorgeous rolling hills, look. They're already sitting there in that beautiful toning. But what I can do is start adding these hills. Now see how I've got cut lines going all the way around, all over here. Nick's done those so I can shape and mould my backgrounds, and I can get myself a little bit of dimension going in.
Brilliant.
To start building those hills, building those backgrounds, and I can really start going to town. And I've got mirrored vignettes, so I can take that way, or I can add it in the alternative way, which is obviously the opposite direction, by doing exactly the same thing but folding it backwards, and it'll come into the middle here. That's going to lift everything even higher. So now I'm really, really building up those hills. If I want to, I can also just place them behind and build the card shape outwards as well, so it becomes higher. So we'll just have a look at doing that for a second, just so you can see your options, okay? So I've now got bigger hills going into that background. I can change them, I can build them however I choose. I love it. I love choice when I'm crafting, and I love to be in charge of the craft that I'm doing, and this really, really pleases me. How do you want your rolling hills to be? What do you want it to look like? And the fact that that's your choice is important to me. So that being said, let's start putting some of this together. Now I've got to work fairly cannily, so I'm just going to put a tiny little bit of wet glue down here, and just tiny amounts. Remember, your glue is sticky, you don't need a lot. So just place some in. That'll do me. Right, now I'm just going to place this on here, and I haven't stuck the sides down very purposely. I'm going to tuck stuff in. So because of that, I don't want to fight with it. It won't do me any favours. I'm going to put a little bit of silicone gel glue in this one, but just in that centre point. And that's going to allow it just to sit slightly proud. And I'm going to tuck just through, and just to about there is fine. And I'm going to build that, so I'm building the dimension of those rolling hills. Now, I'm going to leave that one just for a second because I want to show you the roadways. I love these. These are clever beyond. Now, they sit that way. You can choose, like a tongue, isn't it? You can choose which way to have them. That would suggest the open road's going forward. That would suggest it's going off into the distance. And it's up to you to choose which way you go it. And this is how we start to build. So if I bring my open roadway in to, say, if I follow that curvature there, you can see it roll. Isn't that clever? Suddenly we changed the story, didn't we? Yeah. We're no longer just rolling hills. We now have a roadway through. We're on Route 66. We changed it. Now, what's really wonderful about that is if I change it the other way, so my flat edge is now at the top, and I took this in, and I just off-center it to where I put the other one, suddenly my road has a hill in it. There's something, isn't there, disappearing. What is it? Where is it? And we do that by perspective, and this is why it's so important to have the different size cars, etc., etc. So now, if I put that so that the corner is just tucked, just there, you see how that roadways, isn't that clever? Suddenly we changed it, didn't we? The narrative changed of what we were making, and that's what makes this so blooming insane and so blooming lovely. So I'm going to pick that up. Tiny amounts of glue. Glue's sticky, we don't need much. So I'm just going to place that there. Little bit on here, not much. You'll get used to the glue is sticky thing. It's my biggest bugbear in life. I'm just going to place that off onto that angle there. Okay, I can add more glue if I need to. Right, now I'm going to look at my side panels here. I've got my road, I've got my foundation, I know roughly where I'm going. We cut a car earlier, didn't we? So let's use it. And I'm going to take this and I'm going to use my ball tool, and I'm just going to shape it out a little bit, not much, but a little bit of perspective. So where Nick has given me cut lines, absolutely on the edges, the die cut it, didn't it? So I've got no paper here. I'm starting there so I don't crease my paper. And I'm just going to roll this round, keep turning, and I'm working on the edge. I'm not going anywhere near that center point right now. Work my way down into those wheels. Now, I've broken those fibres, so now I can start working in my spiral. So just round, through, round, just across, follow Nick's work, and into that centre. And that's going to give me this lovely doming out, which makes it look more real. It's just shunting forward, which is what I want. Then I'm going to use a little bit of silicone gel glue, get that build. And I'm just going to pop this onto here. Okay, so that's now in view on the road. Can you see now?
Yeah.
Isn't it clever?
So
Isn't it so cute? I'm so in love with this collection.
It builds up quite quickly as well.
Really quickly, but you could have told a different story with it. That's what I love. I'm just going to place that in. So I've now got that there and there. Right, so now we're seated. These side panels, what am I going to do with these? Well, the first thing, I've got my hedge. So I'm going to rock it just very gently with my hands. Just rock it very gently and then rock it in the other way. And that's just going to allow it to just have a little bit of extra detailing. Now, I know that I'm going to use the score line on my card, so I'm okay just overhanging there. I quite like it. And I'm just going to do the same with this one and rock it. It might just work to that side panel there. So if I just, that's about right. Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah.
Don't you think it's so cute?
I love it.
I just think for future facing, this is going to be one of your most important die sets you've ever owned. Genuinely, because the amount of storytelling that's coming in here is beyond clever.
Yeah, it's not like you're just sitting there and saying, this is just for birthdays or this is just for weddings. It just crosses over
every
so much,
single, you know, occasion that it could be. Now, I've got my wee signpost here. That wasn't me. It normally is, but it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I've got my little signpost here and I can use that to my best advantage. And I can put it just on the front. So we're working our way into that vision if we want to. Alternatively, I've got another car over here and I can add this in behind this one and we can start to build further roadways. So we're starting to expand outwards. I can have that just with the wheels there. I just want to tuck that side point so it's just moving and it tells us that the road's curving. You see how we're telling different stories each time, and each time it becomes more and more important. However, I'm going to get rid of that for now. And what I'm going to do is use the little suitcases and they're going to sit on top of my car. Okay. So, a little bit of perspective added in there. And just play.
This just takes me back to Thailand when that was how they carried your suitcases. You were always like, oh, are we actually going to get our luggage when we arrive at this?
Will this ever be a thing?
Yeah.
Tiny little bit of wet glue on my sun. And that's going to sit over here. Just sit well behind there, that road point. There we go. So the sun's now off in the sun. Yeah. Then we are going to add in, I don't like my working space here, so I need to just cover that a little bit. I'm not happy with just having that naked point because it's stopping the story being told in a clear way. So let's just cover this a little so that curvature follows round. So from a, perspective of build, it looks correct, just compositionally. So we're just filling in that space. Just place it in. And here comes the story. And a little bit of wet glue with these. Remember, you can snip into these if you need to. Let's just cover those side panels. And we're building and building. Nearly done, I promise. Up and up. Isn't it just divine?
It's fabulous.
Now, in order to finish this card, my car is over off on this side. If I put anything else on this side, such as this, I change the value of perspective over this way. If I change it over there, I'll balance things. It depends what you want. Visually, what do you want? I prefer it over to this side. I like the clear road ahead, but it's entirely what is correct for you. So just play with your composition. See what makes you feel the most comfortable. I'm grounding that out on the floor. Signposts, as a rule, don't float in midair, so it's always best to ground it. Little just married sign. And then we've got the little cans. One more thing after this, I promise. I'm just going to put my little cans, just married. Not cows, Laura, it's fine. I haven't got any cows. You can sit back. And then...
Yes.
Here he is, my little watcher. Wow. And he's watching this scene with great interest. Amazing. And he is going to sit just on that sign, watching what's going on.
Perfect.
And he is the watcher of the story. He's the teller of the tale. Now, all of that would then get placed onto that, which is what we do. I always build the front when I'm working this way, because if I'd have sealed this down first, I wouldn't have been able to tuck anything in. And that's going to cause me problems further down the line. So now that I've got that on, I can use it. I have got some scissors somewhere. Just one second. I can place there, take my pokey, and now I can place through. Perfect. So that that matches near enough. Always hard to do when you can't lean over. Just about there. Brilliant. All sorted. Again, not me.
Lauren's having a field.
I love it when it's not me, because I'm the one that gets into the trouble the most. Let me just find my back point there, and this is all done. Brilliant. So we're just going to fold that backwards on itself, and that's going to give us a really sturdy little card base and allow it to sort of sit back for us, just beyond cute. The story tells itself.
Yeah. And you know what I love is the enjoyment you will get building these scenes.
It's being a child again, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah,
it's Lego, it's fuzzy felt, it's all the things that keep, and listen, if you love making a card, the recipient's going to love what they receive, because you can feel that passion, you can feel that joy, and you're going to absolutely have that every time you pick up this collection.
And also, because you have got that artwork that is accessible on the website, okay, so you can print that as many times as you want. Do you know what I love about this is, and you can see from these samples, you can see from what Carla's just done, how kind of high-end they look, how exclusive they look. But you could actually think, do you know what, my children can work with these, my grandchildren can work with these, because it's not like you're going to be like, well, I've run out of that now. You can just print more and more, which is what I absolutely love about this. Such a fabulous, fabulous deal today as well. It is, of course, completely brand new. You're the first people to see it. It's totally exclusive here at Hobbymaker with that discount price, so £40 off, down to £109.99. But what's even better is if you love split pay like me, you can get this home today for £27.49, okay? So all 52 of those dies will arrive. You can then start working with this. If you are somebody who crafts to sell on or make for charities, you can do that. And then you'll pay the time after, and the month after, like that. But it will all be yours for £27.49 today. And it is the best time to get it, always at the launch prices, the exclusive times. Have got a bit of a wait on the phone lines. You will be answered. It is, of course, a free phone number. Pamela, you're almost there. Janice, almost there. New Crafters and Ruth. Kathleen, nearly there. New Crafters and Ayrshire. Carol, you're almost there as well. Do make sure, of course, that you are checking out if you want to get this today. We have a good quantity, we do, but, you know, we do want to make sure that you can get this whilst you can. There is a beautiful dimension that we've got with this as well. Remember, of course, there is that additional die set as well, which works so perfectly with this. So if you want to get this as well, this is the Love is in the Air. And I just love how this creates the most fabulous swing. And if I just give you a little look at the samples, if that's okay, because you can see you get a huge amount of dies in this, but it creates the most wonderful, wonderful scenes that you can use individually, or of course you can use with the main collection, which you can see has been done on this sample, where you can create that background behind it. You can use the kingfisher, the flowers to build those scenes as well. The whole of it for me is just magic. I've had a few people asking if we could have another look at the boards. I know we had a slight technical fault at the beginning of the show. We can, of course we can. Please ask whenever you want anything.
Now, if I don't get time to demo the swing for you, the Love is in the Air in this show, I will do it for you in the next show, so you won't miss out on those. We'll make sure you get plenty of demos during the day, but we are just going to have another look at the board, see what you're getting when you're getting home, because a few people missed it at the beginning, so let's make sure everybody's had a fair crack at the whip. So you've got your open road card shape here, which is just absolutely divine. Now, you've seen me working with it just in that last demo. What I did with it is just a tiny, tiny percentage of what will be built with this, how it can be built, what you're going to make for it. There's your little roadway. Which way is it going to be? Is it going to be this way, off into the distance? Are you going to create it so that it's coming towards you, as we did? So you've got those rolling hills. It's up to you which you do. You've got your great big fence piece here, your hedge, if you like, and that will seat beautifully with that next to it. You're creating that elongation that we love, so you can create these beautiful long cards, which is just a joy. The card shape itself, artwork for all of this is free to you at home. Then you've got your beautiful sun here, those rolling hills going off into the distance, that perspective, that kind of hazy sunset, sunrise feeling, including backing papers, which will absolutely back up whether you want it to be a sunrise or a sunset. Then you've got your cows, which are just beyond cute. And they're kind of that faded grey in order to look like they're very far off in the distance, because obviously the size of them is correct for that. The little buildings in the background along with the tractors over on those fields, where are they going to be? And these really, really essential pieces here, which are your grounding devices. Never forget the importance of a grounding device. Extra rolling hills for you to build dimension, for you to build it higher if you want to. You can go as high as you want with these cards. It literally is a never-ending perspective or prospective of things that you can do.
It's just jam-packed, isn't it?
It is insane.
Got so much within that one die set.
Such a clever collection. Then you've got your florals. Everything's snippable. So Carnation are very specific about that. This isn't just, oh, well, you know, it's got a bit of snippability in it. We have got cut lines here to make sure you can snip exactly in the places you need to make it exactly the right size. Meaning that, should I want this to be a smaller piece, I can just get rid of the top. There is cut lines for me to do it. It still makes sense as a smaller piece. You've got your sign. I love that sign so much. Whack it on a bit of high foam tape. Get that lifted. You'll get beautiful shadows behind it. And again, it will tell the story of perspective. Then you've got your mini florals here. These are really gorgeous wildflowers that are just going to sit in front of your walls, in front of your hedges. They're stunning. So they are going to be super important. On the open road, look at this. I love this. This blows my mind. The fact that I've got perspective instantly on those cars, on those motorbikes. I've got the little suitcases for the top because I'm on a journey, and that's what we're all on, right? Everybody is on a journey. So these cards are incredibly poignant as well each time. You've got the cans to make it a wedding card, your learner plates, your past plates. Everything that you need, because that open road sense, it is an adventure, isn't it? What adventure are you about to go on? Your sentiments. Good luck.
Brilliant.
Well done. Bon voyage. All of them important, all of them in absolutely stunning font, as well as each backing piece, which is going to lift it. You can put foam tape on these, raise them up, or just leave them exactly as they are, and they're beautifully done. Just a really stunning cursive, isn't it? That's such an important piece. It's funny when we go through Carnation stuff and we're looking at the boards and stuff, we might overlook these as not being quite so strikingly beautiful to look at. But actually, they're such important pieces. It's the gateway into your card. It's the thing that visually draws somebody in. It lets them live in your world for a minute. The crazy world of our heads. Somebody can just look into what we're creating. And I love that so much. And it's beautifully done. So those cut lines down the middle with the hinges that will allow it to seat open. Just beautiful.
So good.
Our little friends. So we've got the kingfisher, and then we've got the stoat as well. So, or sturt if you're from Hull. You've got the sturt. So absolutely stunning. Really gorgeous. And these are beautiful shaped out. He's got such lovely cut line detail in his fur, which makes him look really, you know, detailed. So when you see all of these little white lines on here, that's a little nick that Nick himself has put into each one so that they can be shaped. Isn't it clever?
It's brilliant.
So this, for instance, I could cut this twice, score this at 1/2 inch, bit of red liner tape. I've got a card. He could be holding a sentiment. That's a card. Don't need to go any further. Sometimes the power of Carnation is in the individual elements, and sometimes it's in the massive build. So that is the beautiful Sunsets and Skylines collection from Carnation Crafts, which is launching now. You're the first to see it, which is really, really wonderful. Really
and do remember, of course, that all of that artwork, you buy the die set, the artwork comes for free. So you just need to go to the website. We've got that live just there, which is carnationcrafts.co.uk. And of course, you can see on there what you can actually get. It's so easy, isn't it, just to add this, download it for free. Like you said, the insert papers, the backing papers come to you, as well as all of that artwork that just works perfectly with these dies that we've been seeing being used as well. And the perfect papers are available for you to get as well, which just match really perfectly with the colours.
Absolutely. So I've got one more board to show you, and that is for the extra die that Carnation have brought us, which is just beautiful. Love is in the air. And man, is it. This is just gorgeous, isn't it? So you've got your wooden, I'm pretty sure it's called a wedding arbor, but it's your swing, essentially. It doesn't have to be a wedding arbor, but it can be. Now, you've got the panel here, then you've got the 2 ropes, which will hold the swing. Now, they can be cut down to tiny pieces if you just want to hang a sign from here. So it can be a signpost as well, which is really sweet. It's up to you where you want the swing to actually sit. Then you've got your curtains with these really, really important cut lines down it. So you can just pinch and it will become rounded. Really easy. You get those beautiful billowing curtains. It looks like they're outdoors. It's like an outdoor wedding, isn't it? Then you've got your little florals and we can build. This is an absolute boon. It will sit up here. Now, if you use those curtains and put those florals on it, you'll get it's just such a pretty visual. Then you've got your bench. So if you want to make that swing a bench, absolutely go for it. If you want to make it a normal swing, you've got your wood for that as well. And then on those swings, we can put the signs, Mr. and Mrs., or what are you going to stamp on yours? And then we've got that festoon that just drapes over the top, or it drapes around your curtains, either way. And you build it. You do what you want to do, because Carnation is always, always about giving us foundational tools to let us build from there. It's incredible.
That is such a good price as well.
Isn't it?
£30 for the amount of elements that you've got.
And free artwork.
Yes, and the free artwork that of course comes with this as well. You can see the kind of ideas of what you can create with this. It's absolutely phenomenal. Will you be demoing this in the next hour?
I will. I was going to demo this one, but I don't think we'll have time. But look at that swing coming together there. Isn't it stunning?
Isn't it? It really, really is. And
what are you going to do with it?
Different, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of actual design of card, I think, compared to what we usually get to see as well.
Well, also on that panel, you get the longer piece of wood. So if I want to take that swing element where I've got it here and it's seated, what I can do, because of the snippability of Carnation, I can actually cut this off here, and widen it.
Okay.
So I can take the legs as a piece here and a piece here and use the longer piece of wood. So I can actually make it a bigger swing or a bigger gateway into what's going in. I did just want to give a shout out to Carnation for their backing papers because they are beautiful. So if that's all right, Sherilyn, is that okay?
Yeah.
I just want to show you these because they're really valuable for the collection that we've got today, because this is the thing that, like I say, backs up what we're doing. So we've got these stunning, stunning pieces with these gorgeous, gorgeous outlays here. Aren't they pretty?
Yeah.
And we've got different colours. We've got different colours coming through. Look at these.
Wow, look at that one.
What background are you going to use? How are you going to, how are you going to use them? What are you going to utilise? Not that one, it's a blank one. I've got these upside down as well. But aren't they gorgeous?
And again,
how are you building your colours?
A lot of people would not be able to create that. You don't need to be an artist to be able to create these bits that look like you are. And that's what I think I love, that it's all created in-house, so you've actually got that done.
It's funny, because this was advertised on Facebook, this collection, and somebody said, oh, you'd need to have a specialist kind of paper or something to make it look that nice, because I think people don't realise you get the artwork for free that you can use, and so it can seem confusing at times because you look at it and you're like, well, how am I going to paint that? How am I going to colour that? You don't need to. Those bits are taken care of. What we get to do is composition. We get to make it great. We get to make it incredible, and that's incredibly important.
So a phenomenal, brand new and exclusive collection to us. I just want to show you a few last samples just in this hour, just to be able to kind of really get your imagination going. Because like you say, you can then go straight onto the website, like Carla said, and actually start getting your artwork.
Yep.
So start getting that today while you wait for these dies to actually arrive to you. And remember, there is that exclusive launch price today. So for under £110, which means for £27.49, you can get all 52 of those dies. And if you want separately that additional one that's on your screen at the moment, that will create the swing as well. You can see that lovely design that we've got there. So well done to all of you who've come through. We'll be back with Carla at 4 o'clock, that's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Where we will get to see this obviously being demoed, as well as other demos as well, and a bigger look and insight into this. But take advantage, you are one of the first people in the world to have actually managed to get this, which is so incredible. I'll be back in a moment with Debbi Moore. Stay where you are.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hobbymaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker. Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbyimaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Hello, well, welcome back. Now, we have got an absolutely fabulous show. It's jam-packed, and we have got some fabulous brand new launches as well from Debbi Moore. Now, we are going to be kicking off with what is in front of me. Now, this is 3 collections, okay, that you are going to be able to get. Now, it includes your Majestic Lily collection, you've got your Carnation Dreams, and you have also got your Floral Card Making Kit as well. So all 3 of those, you can buy them individually, we will give you that chance, but as we always say, the very, very best way to get it with the biggest value is to get the full bundle together. Now, this includes, okay, this majestic flowers bundle, and you can see there are the most beautiful imagery. I have to say, I love flowers. We know that across, well, whenever we talk kind of about what people do to create, it's flowers and butterflies, isn't it? That is the most used images that we see. Well, look at all of the flowers you've got here. Look at the difference of the colours, the images as well. Now, you are going to get 16 dies that are going to come with this. 84 crafting sheets that have already, of course, been printed off there for you to get. The quality is amazing. But on top of that, and this is what I always love about Debbi Moore, is that you will then get a forever code sent to you as well. Now, if you haven't seen the shows before and you're thinking, what's that? What does that mean? This forever code will enable you to have this collection forever. You can print this collection off as many times as you want. So it might be that you see something and you think, right, actually, that is my favourite image. Might be the one there on the screen. And you might be thinking, well, actually, what I want to do is I want to take that pink lily and I want to batch make with that, and I want to create 10 cards that are all the same. You can. You don't need to think, oh, I'm running out of this. No, no, no. Because you can use that forever code and you could then print and print and print that same image if you wanted to. Now, every sheet that you get from Debbi Moore is jam-packed, and that is what is so fabulous, okay? It has the likes of border strips, frames, you've got them images, you've got an amazing amount of sentiments that come with this as well. And this is what crafters do, you know, they ensure that they give you the most for your money. Now, I wanna go straight to the deal price, if I'm honest with you, because it's such a fabulous saving on 3 brand new collections and how much you are actually getting. 16 dies, 84 crafting sheets, and the forever code for all 3 of the collections. Look at that. That is a £30 saving today. They are completely brand new. Look at the images that we are seeing there. It's phenomenal. And that's why I always say, buy them whilst it's the launch date. Wait's on the phone lines already. Our call centre, it's free, okay? And you will be answered shortly. Now, Debbi is over in France at the moment. Doesn't matter, we're still able to talk to her. That is the wonders of Skype and the world that we have now. So, hello Debbi, can you hear me?
Hello, bonjour.
Bonjour. Yeah, it's lovely over there. A very nice little setup you've got as well.
It is, okay. This is a temporary setup. For those people that don't know, Dave and I, that's my husband, bought a chateau last month in France. And we've only been here 4 weeks, and it is, I don't know, I haven't got the words. It's exciting, it's daunting. The chateau's been empty for 4 years. It's full of all kinds of treasures, and I can't wait to get on. But at the same time, as a designer, I get to play as well. So the one thing that we want to do was make sure that we can continue doing the shows. So we will do some shows from France, and then every month I'll be back over to the UK, and we'll be doing shows in the UK as well.
Perfect. That will be great to see you in person as well. So can we talk about these new collections? You know, we've got 3 new collections here that we're launching today. I mean, they're absolutely beautiful. I've been blown away by the imagery on this.
I mean, this is gorgeous. Now, the one thing I would say that every one of the sheets are different. And that's what's different with Debbi Moore Designs. Because I am a crafter first and then a designer, you know, yes, I could have duplicated the sheets. You get different colorways, you get different options. You've got matches. So in this collection, you are going to get split it into 3 really kits. You're going to get those gorgeous carnations, which is a match it, and that's 32 sheets with those dies as well. Then you're going to get the gorgeous lilies. And yet again, you're going to get 32 sheets with that. And you get what we call the card fronts, and I'll show you with the samples in a second. And then you get the dies. Both those packs come with forever code. You will never run out of that beautiful artwork, whether you do 10 times that one card or 100 times or even 1,000 times in your lifetime. Enjoy the collection. And then I just couldn't just resist myself. I really wanted you to have extras in it. So I've given you the 24 sheet card making kit. Now, this is a card making kit. Now, what you'll notice is there are different sizes of lilies and different sizes of carnations. But if you have any of my nesting dies, they will work with some of the shapes on there. And as you can see on that backing paper there, that's got a white edge. That's how a sample, your papers will come edge to edge. It'll become 150 GSM. Or £62 for the papers, and the card stock is 250 GSM or £92 for the card stock. Honestly, everybody, when I show you the samples, the design team have had a wonderful time. They've had so much fun. It's so, you know, for those people that are having the winter blues, this is going to just fill you with so much fun. I mean, there's so much of a variety you can do. I mean, look at that. So you can do shape ones, you can do decoupage. This is actually, I'm going to show you how to do this card in today's show. And this is using elements from the card making kit. So showing you can mix any of the nesting dies. You've got those gorgeous, you know me, and pink. I have to put pink in there. You can do different shaped cards with the toppers that you've got in there. So you've got squeezy cards. You can even do wedding cards because there's some wedding tabs in there. I think that's just a beautiful wedding card with some lace on there that you can actually do. And then as you go through it, look, these are using those gorgeous dies and creating a variety of cards. I mean, when you come to seeing everything you get in, you can have some fun. I mean, Jeanette's done some amazing what we call mashup cards, where she's made using those backing papers and using the beautiful elements. She's created a whole range of designs. Now, one thing I really, really want to show you, that as well as things like shaker cards you can do, and you can do basic cards. How about making a jewelry box?
Oh,
Look at
nice.
this. So this is a jewelry box that you'll recognize. This is one of the backing papers that's in the kit that you're going to get. And with having a forever code, you can back anything. This is the topper from the Match It, and she's created this. But then look at the drawers. You know, you can actually go to town. She's even made some earrings out of the Match Its. Look at that.
That is so
So
cool.
you can create a whole array. It's not just for card making. You can go DIY, you can do jewelry making, you can have so much fun with it.
Honestly, it really is. It's the most fabulous, fabulous collections. And like Debbie said, you never get a sheet that is the same. And that's what I love. But then you can print off the same sheet 100 times if you want to, if you have a favourite. What you are basically getting, when you think about it, is a collection for free. Because usually, if you were getting the Match It Majestic Lily, which is where you get the die set that matches the imagery, you would be paying, okay, with that £30, yeah? But you are going to be getting one of those for free today. So it's like you are only paying for the Match It Carnation Dreams and the floral card making kit and then getting the lilies for free, which for me is just absolutely amazing. £30 discount on one of these full collections with the forever code for free today. Should we have a look at a demo and actually how we put this together, Debbie?
Okay, so we're going to do a demo, and I was mentioning that shaped card that I showed you earlier, that one. So we're going to go, it looks complicated, but it isn't. I never do anything that is complicated, honestly. So if you've got a pencil handy, write down these little, I've even got the measurements all to hand, so if you want to know what I've done. So to start off with, I've taken the cardstock that I'm using is our printable card. So we have a pack of printable card that I use for printing on, but I also use it as a base because it's a good weight card. So I've taken one of those sheets of card and then I've trimmed it down to measure 27.8 centimeters. And then I put 3 score lines. And basically it's a mashup. What I'm doing is using 2 different shapes to create that gorgeous shaped card. So this is what we call is a front step. And then all I'm doing is I've got this little shape that here, and this is the width, I should say, of your topper. So you can see that. And then what I've done is I've just trimmed it down from an A4 sheet of card and folded it in half. And all you're going to do is this is going to sit on there. And this is why I'm saying it looks complicated, but it isn't. And then you can actually move it to one side or you can use it in the middle. We're going to do it in the middle. Now, remember the kit comes with basically coordinated papers, and the papers are just beautiful. I love almost this mesh effect on the back and the pearls. So what I'm now doing is I'm just going to stick everything together. Now, remember they are printed on 150 GSM and also on the card as well, 250 GSM. So this here is, I wanted to have a different finish. So you can actually check out the printable papers that we have on the website. We've got gloss, majestic gloss, and we've got the satin. So the satin will give more of a matte finish, and then the gloss will give you that shine. Yep. So I'm just literally putting some glue. Now you can use double-sided tape, whatever you want to do. I tend to use the glue to give me a wiggle, little wiggle, because I tend to put the paper on, wiggle it into place like so, and then I am ready. And then what I'm doing is I've already cut this down to size, and you can see how easy it is by having the kit. You can do so much. You've got 84 sheets, everybody, and that's at it all different. So you've got different colorways on some of the Match It sheets, but all the sheets in the card kit that comes with it enables you to get, well, you can see that all there. That picture actually doesn't do it justice because each one of the Match Its, you get 32 sheets. Now, what I've got here, this is going to sit in here. Now, you may notice the shape here. Now, we have got also on today's show, we have got, which we'll go through later on in a bit more detail, we've got one of our nesting dies. If you see a nesting die from Debbi Moore Designs that says Match It dies, it literally means that you can match the designs to some of the toppers and the artwork that we have in our collections across them all. We mix and match them. We have about 12 different nesting dies and we use them, and every so often we bring a new one out. Brilliant. So this is one of them. And then you can mat and layer it if you want. So all I'm doing now is putting everything together. So I'm just got this ribbon strip. Now, when you're sticking things on, I'm very bad. I tend to like to stick it on, turn it over, and then cut. The amount of times I've tried to trim it down beforehand and I don't get it to size. So this way I can wiggle it into place. Then I'm going to stick that onto there like so. And all I'm doing is just giving a little bit more of a dimension effect by using the ribbon strip and the depth. Now, the other thing that you have in this collection, yes, you have the dies, but you also have some decoupage elements in the card kit that you may want to use. And that is what I have done on this topper. I mean, I can't tell you how exciting this kit is because every sheet is different, everybody. You'll get so much you can do. You know, you can mix and match all the time. So what I've got here is these gorgeous lilies. And essentially all I'm doing is just using a ball tool. Now, this is one of our ball tool sets, so you can check on the website. And I'm literally just bending the edges down a little bit, like so. And we're going to use some foam pads and a pricking tool. There we go. And all I'm doing is putting these on here. Now, another top tip, you can use silicone glue for decoupage, or what I tend to do is I tend to use a bit of glue on top, and that will give me the wiggle room.
Okay.
And yes, I love my wiggle room. The thing about it is there's nothing wrong with silicone glue, but for me, I'm really impatient. And so I want things dried straight away. So all I'm doing is putting it on there, then getting the glue and putting them on the foam pad. And that gives you the same effect if you were using silicone glue. So essentially, I am just wiggling it into place. That's going to go on there. So you can see now how this is all coming together. So this is going to sit on there. But before I do that, I would like to put this ribbon stripper on here. So you can see I've left this on. You can see I've cut this off one of the sheets because you have a white edge. Now, remember, every sheet's different. And if you want to print off and you want to duplicate this again, you have the option of doing that with the Forever Codes. We've been doing Forever Codes now. Come May, it'll be 5 years.
Oh, really?
Because the reason why I know exactly the date is when we turned 10, when the company turned 10, I then thought, well, what can we do to celebrate that we've actually reached 10 years? And that's how we started the Forever Codes. And since so any new kits that we bring out will automatically come with a Forever Code. So look how beautiful that's now coming together. And then what I've got is I've got my sentiments that's going on there. So this is going to go like so. Have a wonderful day and congratulations. So now before I stick that on there, what I want to do is I always then this is important. So you need to make sure that you want the card to go flat. So can you see how it doesn't go to the end? So depending on where you want it, so what you do is press it down. And then what I do is I put the adhesive where it needs to go. So I'm just going to put that on there, like so. And then this goes on here. And then make sure it's in the center. There we go. So that's why you need the wiggle room. Then turn it round and then do exactly the same. But this time you got all this area here. And then this goes flat like so. So you have this shaped card. And then what you then do is add your elements. So this is going to go, actually, I'm going to put it on this side. Bit of glue on there. And everything's from the kit. All I've got, except for the white card, I've used 2 pieces of white card from the printable card. Everything that I'm using is from the kit. And this is the beauty. As a crafter, you want everything to work together. I mean, it's great if you have other things that you can use from your crafty stash. But for me, this is just brilliant that I don't have to just cut everything out. And look at the professional finish that you're going to get. And if you want to do this card again, you can. There we go, everybody.
Wow, that is absolutely beautiful. Love it. Look at that. stunning, stunning finished piece that we've got there. And it shows just how quickly it can be put together as well. A few of you have just asked about whether you need to print this out or anything like that. No, you do not. It is a physical kit that's coming to you. So you are getting all 3 of the kits for this amazing discount price, which is £30 off. And you can see that you are actually getting within this, with there being match it kits as well, you're getting 16 dies that are coming home to you. 84 already printed out for you, crafting sheets that are full, as you can see, of images, of border strips, of additional embellishments. You're getting background sheets, things you could use for inserts. All of this comes home to you, but the brilliant, brilliant thing is that if you want to print more, so that will come to you in person, but if you want to print more, you can, because you get that forever code, so you can print these as many times as you want. Now, you heard Debbie's there saying, of course, about the printable card, the papers. We'll bring that to you in one moment, but just before that, I want to show you a couple of other brand new match it kits that I feel would work so well with this collection. I'm going to come across the poppy first. Now, it's on an amazing price. For me, and I don't know about you, but poppies are one of my favourite flowers. I feel like there are so many kind of thoughts, feelings, memories, aren't they, that are associated with poppies. Now, with this being a match it kit, you are getting all of those dies, of course, that come with this, which will match perfectly to be able to cut these off. Bit of inspiration just there that we can see as well. But look how, so you can see just there, that's how these match it dies will actually work with those. If you want to work them together, you could cut them out if you wanted, but they'll give you that perfect cut. Now, there's 27 dies in total, but just look through these sheets, of course, that you're going to have sent to you as well. 32 sheets, beautiful amount of sentiment, stunning imagery, of course, with these poppies. I love the difference of the sort of colours that you're seeing there, the way you can build these up as well, that, of course, we've got within these. And that forever code, of course, will come to you as well, which does mean, of course, that you can print out these as many times as you would like to, which I think is absolutely fabulous. It's going to create some of those gorgeous toppers, and you could really build these as much as you wanted. Should be £35.98. You're getting absolutely loads, as you can see, that's coming to you. Look at that. Friends are the flowers in the garden of life. Happy anniversary. May fond memories be with you always as well. Lest we forget, of course, often we think of poppies regarding that as well. It's not going to today be £35.98, okay? Instead, we're going to take this lower. Imagine this as your deal price. Under £20. Now, don't forget that you are getting 32 sheets, you are getting 27 dies that work with this as well. And that forever code will come as part of this so that you can print as many of these out as you would like to. So if you're thinking, yeah, it's poppies I want, you know, then this will be the absolute perfect kit for you as well. We also have the gerbera. I always struggle to say that word, so I had to kind of practice a little bit with Kat before. And this is your gerbera that you're getting. So once again, it is going to come, of course, as you can see, with all of your dies. Now, on top of that, it comes with your toppers. Now, they all come with these that you can see in different colours, which are full of your sentiments as well, that you can see within these. Celebrate your special day. Look at these as flowers. I mean, they are absolutely stunning, aren't they, in terms of the images? And I love you've got the purples, the pinks, you've got all of these hues, the gorgeous golden tones that we can see with this as well. Now, they will also come, same as the previous kit, which I'll show you in a second, but it comes with these as well, which work, of course, perfectly for you to be able to build those images up if you'd like to. Again, 16 dies, 32 sheets. And I love that you've got those framed elements that you can work, you know, together, separately with these. The colours match across perfectly as well. And of course, we are going to do absolutely fabulous deals on this as well. And Debbie, in terms of these collections, did the inspiration come kind of similarly to the first ones that we saw as well? I just love the kind of array of flowers we've got on the show today.
I mean, there's no words. For me, flowers is you're sending a bouquet to somebody in a card, aren't you, really? And our flower ranges have been one of the most popular ranges we've done. Don't forget, we are very late to the party when it comes to dyes. You know, although the company is celebrating 15 years in May, we've probably only been doing dyes about 5 years this year.
Yeah.
And so, exactly. So we are really very, very new. So when we designed the range of dyes, we wanted dyes that match the artwork, hence it's called Match It. So that one, you've got obviously, I think we said 16 dyes, but the poppy one, with it having, I mean, I've got a couple of samples here.
Yeah,
the poppy is one of my all-time favorites. I mean, look how many dyes you're getting.
I know.
And look at what you can create. You can create three-dimensional. Can you see all the little poppy elements that you've got along there?
Yeah.
And you can incorporate it into other cards in the collections you may have and create pop-ups. You can do wreaths. You can do all kinds of elements. These little dyes that you're going to get in this set is amazing. And the gerbera, I mean, they're all blend together. I'm actually going to be using the gerbera die set in the next demo.
Oh, amazing. Okie dokie. So we'll get the gerbera down. There's the poppies that you can see there. But again, if you want to get this lower, let's do the same as what we did with the poppy, shall we? And take this down to under £20 for you, okay? So that is for you to get such an amazing array, as you can see, of those sentiments, of the flowers, of the dyes that we're seeing, as well as those beautiful papers that just work so, so well, of course, with this as well, to be able to create those framed elements, you know, 3D effects like Debbie was saying as well. So that is under £20 for you to be able to get that. Now, just really quickly, I want to just show you the printable card, because a lot of people have asked about this. Now, in terms of the printable card, we've got the A4 pack that you can see here. Now, this is your printable cards. That's the printable A4 card. 15 sheets that you'll get in this. It's 250 GSM as well. So, of course, you've got that real strength and quality there to be able to create that. So 15 sheet packs, but I think you're going to get 2 packs, even better. So you're going to get 2 packs today for this price. That is 30 sheets for £7.98, so which is absolutely perfect. So they'll come, of course, beautifully packaged, but of course, when you've got it out, that is your printable card packs. You know, and if you do a lot of the downloads as well, and you do use that forever code, then it's going to be absolutely perfect to have this stocked up. But for all of your collections as well, because we need card stock always, don't we? Particularly white. And to get 250 GSM, 30 sheets, fabulous price. That's under £8. Well done. Now, we also have the printable papers, okay? So if you are going to use the forever codes, or we've got a USB coming up shortly, then you will want the printable papers. Now, we've got the satin that you can see just here that we've got. Now, again, 2 packs you're going to get with this. So it is 40 sheets that will be coming home to you for you to be able to get this. And you can see it's very different. I'll bring you the gloss next, but if I just pop these actually next to each other, you can see the difference, because the gloss, of course, has that real kind of sheen, you know, that high shine that you've got. So it's very, very different textures that you get, of course, on your satin to your gloss. 40 sheets of your satin there, and we're going to £7.98 again for you to be able to get this, and it is going to be perfect to print off your extra elements. And it's a bit like when you print your photos, isn't it? What do you prefer? Do you want to get your satin? Do you want to get your gloss? Different people have sort of different favourites, really, or get both, and then you can just mix and match depending on what you're printing. So then we've also got the gloss that is available, where you've got that real high sheen. You can really see the way the light's kind of popping off the surface of that, can't you? And we are going to be giving you 2 packs, so you're actually getting even more here, 50 sheets that you have, and that is for £9.99. That's for a whole 50 sheets. So a huge amount for under £10 for you to be able to get that, which is wonderful. So well done. Now, we're going to talk next about the USB that we have, which is Step into Spring. I'm so ready for spring. I don't know about you. I'm done with this cold. I really am. And when it was 12 yesterday, I was like, oh, it's hot. -8 the day before. So this is Step into Spring. It is the most incredible collection. Have a look at this. It's so beautiful. It's so pretty. You know, the fact that you've almost got that Easter inspiration. You've got the yellows. You've got all of these gorgeous colours. and we are going to do an outstanding deal on the USB, okay? Now, we will show you through it. What's brilliant about Debbi Moore Designs and the USBs is how easy they are to use as well. You get so much included, you know, from design sheets, papers, decoupage, envelopes, inserts, sentiments, tags, toppers, embellishments, concept cards that you can create, boxes, mini bags, different projects as well, so much inspiration. So there's loads on the USB, and you don't need anywhere to store it, which is what I like. So you've got your USB, then print off when you want to. Should we do a special deal price? Yeah? Okay. So we know that the USB is always so popular. There's no need for us to discount it, but we will. £12.99 for you to get something that you can use as much as you want, and everything is there. Now, I am going to let Debbie kind of speak you through how this works and how easy it is to actually use this on your computers as well. And we'll bring it up, of course, so that you can really see that interface as well. I just love your USBs, Debbie. They're brilliant. I think they're so accessible to everybody.
Do you know what? Every year I'll say, right, okay, there's nothing else I can add, and I find something. I mean, this is step into spring. When we were doing it, I was like, well, what is spring? You know, you've got animals, you've got Easter, you've got generic, you've got the flower options and that. And so we thought, let's do a mashup and put them all into this one collection. I mean, the kit that we're looking at the moment is a dimensional card making kit. They're all on the USB key, but there's so much more when we come to go to the USB key. Now, there's over 1,500 printable elements. It works on PC, Mac, and Linux. It's award-winning. We've designed it for anybody to use it. We give you permission to use it with your scanning cut because it has JPEGs and PDFs. And as we are growing, you know, we're 15 years old, we have been doing CDs, USB keys, and digital downloads. And that has been the main thing because we love to give you more with Debbi Moore Designs. Now, we're going to have a look at the USB key. And as I said, over 1,500 printable elements for that price. And that's if you print it. They're all different. I will say that's if you print it once. I mean, look, let's start off with the design sheets. They're just so much fun. Who is not going to love that Highland cow?
I know.
And as you can see, you have got from Easter, if you click on any of those, okay, they're all adorable. You know, of course you went for the Highland cow. I mean, look at that. Now, remember what I mentioned earlier about the nesting die? We have got the arch frame and the scalloped rectangle on today's show, and the other ones are made from our basic essentials. So if you're new to using my USB keys or downloads, how this works is all you need to do is go to top right hand side. I'm just trying to see where it is on there. Top right hand side, you can see the little printer icon. You print on there and it'll print full size. Now, you do have an option to change it. At the moment, it's changed, but if you click on full or full scale, okay, just there, that's the exact size. So if you're using any nesting dies, you can cut it out with that. However, this is where you become the designer. So many times people say, I wish that topper was smaller. You can do that because everybody will have a scale option. Just have a look on your printer. It will look different. It may not look like this. And you can make these into even the decoupage will scale down, so you can actually then design whatever size card you want. And this is why it's so exciting. And this is one sheet, everybody. Now, to close this sheet down, you have to click on the X at the top, and that will bring you back to the menu. And if you go right at the bottom, one with the bird, I love that one. They're all different, everybody. I mean, look how fun that this collection is.
Yes.
Isn't that just beautiful? Those tulips just pop. You know, tulips are gorgeous, and it's all about spring. And then you've got the birds. Who won't love a card with that? Now, remember, we've only got to 2. Now, we could be here all day, but I'm not going to. I'm going to just cherry pick some things. We're going to come out of here, okay, and then go over to one more onto page 2. Because I want to show you Easter. So if anybody does Easter cards, we have adorable Easter collections. We have gnomes with ears. If you click on one of the bottom ones, you can see that we have got some Easter gnomes here. And what we've done, as you can see, they're wearing a hat with ears. You know, it's a bit of fun. You've got the options yet again. You can fussy cut these out. It gives you more each time you look at the collection. You can use the nesting dies if you want to, whichever choice you have. Now, if you come out of here and go to the backing papers, remember, with over 1,500 printable elements, we've got 2 lots. What we've done is we've given you some 8x8, so you can do scrapbooking as well. But if you go to the A4, you'll be able to see that these are all the solids. So if you click on the first one where it says the purple one, just to show you some of the papers are just so beautiful and layered up that you can use them for scrapbooking as well. Now, if you click on cancel, you click on the X as well at the top, and we're just going to go along to all the tabs to show you all the different papers. So we keep on next page and the next page. So these will actually work with any of your crafty stash or the other themes that you may have. I mean, they're just so much fun. So you've got then, as well as the generics, if you keep on going, you've got Easter as well. You know, we're up to what page are we up to? Page 7, and look what you're going to get. Now, remember, there is a big project section. So if you're stuck for ideas, you have got mini bags, you've got large boxes. But if you go to the toppers, number 7, this is where this collection really lends itself, because look how many toppers I've given you. Wow. If you keep on going to the next page, this collection has the most toppers we've ever done. Really? Keep going. Yep, keep going. Okay, keep going. Okay, and just choose any of those. So what you'll find is you've got toppers for all occasion. I mean, look at those. They're beautiful. I mean, when you get it home, it's, you know, get yourself a cup of tea, just look through it all. Remember, it works on any computer in the world. And if you get stuck, you can contact the office and we'll talk you through it. But I will always say, go for a USB key or a download collection, because there's no way you're ever going to get a kit with 1,500 printable items.
Exactly. And the fact that you can just print these as much as you want as well. And more we are seeing that it is going towards digital crafting, you know, and that is what you have got just there as well. Now, I will let you know that we do have the digital download version available in the show as well. The difference is, of course, on the USB, you are getting the USB, you know, that's coming to you, so you actually get that sent to you. With the digital download, it will be emailed to you, so it will be in your orders at Hobbymaker. You will actually have that there, it's accessible. So, of course, if it's the only thing you buy today, there's no postage and packaging on that. You don't need to pay that £3.95, and it also means, of course, there's no returns because it will be sent automatically to you. So it's up to you. Would you rather have that physical USB, or do you want to get it at a phenomenal price? It's the same. Okay, so you've got the same amount. In fact, you could have it, I think, pretty much in the next 30 seconds. I think once you buy it, it just goes straight to your basket, to your orders, actually at Hobbymaker. So you can just download it then straight off there. Are you ready for an amazing price on that? £12.95 for 1,500 elements that you have actually got. This is just a tiny portion that we've got printed out there for you to see. £7.99 if you want it as a digital download that will just come automatically to you into your orders on your Hobbymaker account, so that you have got it. We're talking decoupage, we're talking about topper sheets, we're talking about you getting projects and inspiration within this. We've got backing sheets, we have got toppers, we've got so much, of course, that comes with this, your inserts. It is absolutely brilliant. And right from spring to Easter, to those beautiful florals, to the birds, the flowers, you know, all of those lovely butterflies that we can see as well, the chicks, the Highland cow, the beautiful little ducklings that we've got as well. There is an abundance of images in this, and that is £7.99, okay, for you to get the digital download. But if you want the USB, £12.99, so it's completely up to you. I know different people like different things as well, but it is an absolutely exceptional collection where we're showing you a little bit of it just there that's printed out, but of course you saw how easy it is to actually work through that digital collection. And we are kind of moving more and more towards digital crafting. I think it's because it doesn't take up space. You can just print out when you want to use these bits, but also it puts you in control, doesn't it? You are in charge of exactly what you want, okay? You're totally in charge, because you can print as many or as little of each image, each sentiment as you want to. So phenomenal price points today. Now, what we've been showing you just here to give you a bit of an idea in terms of what you're getting. So this is your dimensional kit for step into spring that we've got. Not going to be £19.99. You've seen everything that we've been doing today, where we're taking these prices down. You're going to get a forever code with this as well. And Debbie will just explain the slight difference, of course, to this kit to what you'll get in the USB and digital download.
Right, so this kit is all about dimension. And as you can see on there, It has got rocker cards in there. You have got side scene slider cards. When you see the slider card, I need to show you. It is the most adorable card. Now you can, it comes all with instructions. So you can even create the rocker cards as a basket with a chick on there. And as you can see, you've got all the different elements. If I can show you these samples, there's a rocker card there.
Oh, wow.
Well, look how adorable that is. So you've got the rocker cards there. You've got side scenes.
Nice.
Who's not going to love that?
Oh, I love that.
For Easter. Now, these are also on the USB key, but if you just want to try something different, oh, God, that.
Oh, brilliant.
So you have got the slider cards on there. And as you can see, you're going to have loads of fun with them.
Yeah.
Now, this is just a little snapshot of what you're going to get. Look at all the different rocker cards you're going to get, the side scenes in there, and even the slider cards.
Amazing.
But before we go to demo, I just want to quickly show you some samples on the USB key to show you the variety that one collection will do. So obviously, at the moment, this is from the toppers that you can see from the USB key. You can do Easter blessings. You've got new home. How cool's that?
Really
you can
nice.
have a go with doing different dimensions. There's that lovely topper that you've got on there, but then you've got tulips. You can do different shaped cards. That was that backing paper. You've got the 8x8, which we didn't go to, but you've got 8x8 that gives you different what I call mashup of papers that work together with those beautiful toppers. And yet again, you can do different shaped toppers if you want to just send a thinking to you, or an Easter card if you're having an Easter party. If you're doing any cards for church fates, you've got loads of beautiful toppers that you can use, as well as a generic. I have never done such a collection that has a variety of flowers and images for you to enjoy.
It's phenomenal. So there are a few samples, of course, from the Step Into Spring, the USB, which has 1,500 elements on it at that incredible discounted price of £12.99. Design sheets, papers, decoupage, envelopes, inserts, sentiments, tags, toppers, embellishments, concept cards. Obviously, projects are included with this as well. Large boxes, mini bags. There's all the help sections. There's so much within this. And that we're showing you there is that dimensional card kit, which if you're wanting to create rocker cards and sliders and things like that you might have thought, I can't do, all the instructions come with it, and again, it's at a fabulous price. Would you like to do another demo, Debbie?
Oh, yes, I love this one because we're talking about those birds, the lovely spring feeling. So what I've done here is I wanted to show you how easy it is to create a match with a matching insert and using those beautiful toppers. So what I've got here is I printed this off on the card. This has been printed off on the gloss, and this is, I've just taken the white bit off, and this creates my insert for my square card.
Fab.
And talking about square cards, what I've done is we've got the craft card on today's show. I've trimmed it down and created a square card from it. Now, I won't have time in this show, but you could even do a matching envelope if you want to. So what I'm going to start off with, I'm just going to fix my topper on. Now, this is the card that I said I was even going to use some elements from the Gerber collection.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just to show you that you've got different elements in the matchups that you can use on your cards. So there is my beautiful topper. It's all got the layers in front. I'm going to put my insert in. Now, when you stick an insert, everybody does it different. I personally prefer to actually put the glue on the left-hand side. So when you open the card, the insert automatically follows. So all I do is you can use red liner, but I tend to use wet glue, have it along there. And then what I do is certainly just basically press this down here and leave it to dry for a few seconds. While that's drying, what I've taken is I've taken one of the matched sheets, and it has different elements like happy birthday. It's got little tags in there. There's all kinds of things. So this is going to sit on here to finish it off. And then also on today's show, we have got our blending brushes, which is so soft. They're gorgeous. And I want to add, to get rid of some of the edging of here, I want to add some green. And I'm using some peeled paint. with the green, with the distress ink. And I'm just going to take a scrap piece of paper and just put that round here before I stick those on. And I tend to use an old acrylic block. I've got this one here. And then I tap my ink and put it onto there.
Fab.
And then gently rub. So you can see how it's bringing in the green.
Yeah. Great prices those as well. 2 of them for $7.99. Very, very good price.
I mean, don't forget, you've got this collection for what you get. You've got 1,500 printable elements, and it's available as a USB key and as a collection download.
Oh yeah, that's nice. I do like
let's finish this up.
Yeah.
And then what we're doing is we're going to have a happy birthday just along that. I mean, you could use your foam pads, but I'm just using it flat.
Beautiful.
And then because I want to have a little tag on that. And then what I'm doing is I've just got some twine and I'm just making a knot. And look how easy it is. Just add it on a corner. Just a little bit, it just gives a little bit of definition, and that's going to sit on that. And it gives such a lovely professional finish. And this has been printed from the USB key collection.
Wow, that's fabulous. And so, so quick there, just to pop all that together. It's so, so beautiful, isn't it, with the insert. So just a few bits that Debbie used, of course, there within that. So you've got the blending brushes on your screen at the moment. You can get 2 of these today for £7.99. You can see they're really decent size. They're so soft when you actually touch them. And you could just see how they created that kind of additional element. It gives almost that vintage type of feel if you wanted to use them in the way that Debbie did. The craft card also was used, of course, in this. I love craft card. I don't know about you, but I have to say, I think Debbie's craft card is probably the best value I've seen, because you're getting 25 sheets. I don't even know how we're doing this, but 25 sheets for £4.99 for you to be able to get this. And of course, this is something that I think just brings such a different look to all of your pieces as well. I love kind of ripping into craft card or anything like that as well. So that is such a steal deal at £4.99. Of course, it was the USB that Debbie was talking about there, which comes those over 1,500 elements as well within it. So you can either get that for £12.99 or go for the digital download, which is £7.99. All is the same, but it just depends whether you want the physical USB or whether you just want to get it on your Hobby Maker account. Now, we've mentioned as well some of the dies, so the nesting dies. So I just want to share these with you because some of these work perfectly with the toppers. Now, this is the arched frame that we mentioned. So they work really well with the toppers on the USB, and it just means that you've got something to cut those out. But also what's so great is you will use these across all of your projects. We know how popular, of course, nesting dies are generally as well. And within this, you've got a real array, as you can see, of all the sizes going from the largest right down to those smaller sizes that you have as well. So I think there's 8 nesting dies that you're getting, of course, within this, which is on those arched frames. And Debbie, as well, when we talk about these nesting dies, they tend to work, don't they, across this collection, but also lots of other collections that you have. There's an example actually just there as well that we could use this with. But with all the collections that we've spoke about in the past, these work with them, don't they?
Yes, that's right. I mean, these are brilliant because there's different ways of using the nesting dies. You can use them for your mats.
Yeah.
And do your frames as well in different sizes. What I showed you when we had a look at that springtime collection, you had this shape as a topper. So you can die cut out. And it's not just this collection, we mix and match them. Yeah. We have, I think there's about 12 at the moment. And what we do is we mix and match them. So then you get to use them throughout your collections. There you go. You can just see it there.
Yeah, brilliant. So that one is your arch frames. To get all 8 of those there. Oh, we're going to go lower. I thought, I can't be. Okay, let's do your special deal. Yeah. I was about to show you the other nesting dies. I was like, brilliant, at £17.99. £12.99. I mean, I always feel like nesting dies are probably the most popular sort of sets of dies that we sell on this channel. They're so useful, and of course, because these are made with Debbi Moore's collections in mind as well, so they fit perfectly, is absolutely brilliant. So that one is £12.99 for you to get that one. The other one that we mentioned, of course, as well, was the Art Deco scalloped, I think it was, wasn't it? And I think we mentioned the sunburst as well, so we've got all of them. But you can see they're quite different in terms of the shapes that we're actually getting. So this one's the Art Deco scalloped. I just think that they're all brilliant, Debbie, I really do. Should we go lower?
I mean, that particular, I know it's called Art Deco, but it's actually not. It was brought out for the Art Deco collection at the time.
Okay, right.
I should have really called that just scalloped frame.
Okay, I see.
Because that is actually being used in some of the collections on Today's Show. And actually, a few weeks ago when I was on, it was on there as well.
Perfect.
They're all nesting dies that you can use again and again, and even the long thin ones for sentiment tabs.
Absolutely. The sunburst as well, so another brilliant opportunity to get this. And you can see, like we said, each one is different. I love the shape, I have to say, of the sunburst one that we've got just here. Look at this. Isn't it fabulous? Again, we're going to go lower, so £17.99 should be your price and not going to be the price point that we're going to go to today. £14.99, so really, really decent savings on every single one of these. And then the one other one that we have as well, I think, is the ornate frame nesting die that you can see, of course, just there as well. There we go. And again, going to take that even lower for you. That's one I just feel like, Debbie, as well, just to generally cut out for like matin and layering and things like that, that would be a fabulous one. So gorgeous look there at £14.99. So well done, of course, to manage to get that. So congratulations. Now, a lot of people asking about the majestic flowers. Now, remember, there is 3 collections within this, okay? So if you want to buy them individually, you can do. That is not a problem at all. So what we have got within this, okay, is the chance to get the Match It Majestic Lily. Now, if you want to get that on its own, then you would be paying £29.99, I believe, for the lily setting on its own. You then can get the Match It Carnation Dreams. So these obviously come with the Carnation Dreams. It also comes with the die set, and that is £29.99 individually. If you want the floral card making kit with the Forever Code on its own, then that is £14.99, okay? So it's totally up to you whether you want to get all of them together with the big saving or you want to get them individually. But if you buy all 3 of the collections, we are basically giving you one for free. So it's like I'm saying to you, well, actually, you can have the Match It and Lily collection with the Forever Code for free today, because we are not going to charge you £77.97. We're going to take an additional £30 off, which is the cost of those collections. And it means you're getting 16 dies, 84 crafting sheets that are already printed out, will be sent to you. Every one of those crafting sheets is unique. It's different. It's individual. So no 2 are the same. You can see there are border strips, there are sentiments, there are gorgeous flower imagery. There's the Match It dies to cut out those flowers. There is background sheets. There's opportunities, of course, if you want to use that Forever Code to keep printing, to decoupage with these. We saw that beautiful jewellery box that have been made, so you can really think outside of the box, or the earrings. You don't need to just card make. And this is just such a fantastic collection, I have to say, Debbie. I just love it. I fell in love with it as soon as I saw it.
I mean, the flowers are just so gorgeous. I mean, you're not going to be disappointed. 84 crafting sheets that you can start straight away. And it's a pleasure to create. You know, I was prepping this demo that we're going to be doing, and you can create cards in batches, because, I mean, when you actually get the sheets, so for example here, I've actually put those 2 sheets together and I've ran them through the die cut machine straight away together. You could probably go up to 3 sheets and you end up with having all your extra papers. So what I've done here is check out the website. I have literally just used my bowl tools and then gone around some of the details. So you can, depending on which way you want to do it, whether you want to lift it up or if you want to turn it this way and do it this way to get 3D, the flowers just pop because it's been printed on 150 GSM like a majestic gloss. It holds its shape. So when you're creating your projects, so I've got my flowers ready here. Let's move that to one side. I have used that lovely ornate nesting die set, just this one here. And you can see this is one of the papers that's in the kit as well. And I just want to break this up like so. And all I'm doing now is bringing it all together using glue and using, I've used the craft card as a base.
Lovely.
So I've just put that on there. And by having the kit at your fingertips, it just is a pleasure to create. Don't be too worried if you're going to think, oh, I don't want to use it up because I want to keep it something special. You have got the option of that forever code so you can print it off. So here's a top tip. What I've done is I'm using the bowl tool to curl it. I've got a foam pad just there in the center. And I'm just wanting to put this on top of here, put the glue on top, and I am literally building a scene. So this one's already on here, and then I'm just matching it up like so, put it on there and bring it together. And then all I'm now doing is bringing all my elements from the collection. So I used 2 sheets from the character sheets. Then this is the card front that you get in the Carnation. And then this backing paper is one of the kits. And then I am just placing, and this is what I do. The flowers, they look so realistic, everybody. And with the detail that you're going to get into it, you're going to create an amazing bouquet that you're going to send to somebody.
Yeah.
And what I tend to do is I place them where I want to have them. And then I can then add more stalks. You've got more elements. I'm going to take one of those little ones there. And you can see how it's all coming together. Yes, you can use silicone glue or whatever glue you want. I tend to stick this part and I leave this bit loose. And then I'm literally layering them up. You use foam pads. I'm putting glue on the sides, whatever you want, just to give this kind of risen effect. And as you can see, as it's all coming together, I then put my stalks in. And you are building a bouquet to send to somebody. And the finish is just amazing.
It's just so personal, I think, as well, when you're actually able to maybe choose their favourite flower, for example, and use that.
Oh, what a good, yes. And, you know, this is why we have the other flowers on the show. So, you know, if you want to add the poppies to the collection, you have that option.
Yep.
Let me just, oh, I nearly lost that. Put that on there. And then simply, I use the edge of the line of my mat to make sure it's straight. So this is going to go on here. And then I've got a happy birthday that I'm just taking. I put some foam pads on. I think I'm using a pricking tool. I think we might have some left. Check at the website.
Okay.
This birthday, this is just going down here. And then look how lovely this is coming together. Bit more carnation. And what these matchets do is it gives you, as a crafter, choices. You can build them up. You can add more if you want to. You can have them coming out. You can layer them up. You've got decoupage options. With having a forever code, you do not have to be afraid. I mean, it comes with 32 crafting sheets per collection. And I could be here forever. Let's just add another one. And then we're done.
It's beautiful. Amazing.
I mean, look how beautiful that is.
I know, and you've only used so little of the collection as well. That's what I love. I mean, there is so much that you are going to be able to create from this Majestic Flowers multi-buy. You're getting 3 collections in one, 16 dies, 84 crafting sheets, all of them different, and that forever code, which means you can go online and print off as much as you want. So you could do 100 of one of these sheets if you wanted to. For that discounted price, £30 free, so it's like you're getting a collection for free at £47.97. Do go back to the website as well, because remember, as Debbie just mentioned, there is the beautiful Gerbera collection that's there. We've also got the Poppy collection that's available. They're both brand new today as well, the same as this. Of course, we've got Step Into Spring as well that we've spoke through, the USB, the digital download, the dimensional card kit, as well as all our essentials. So like our blending brushes, our craft card, there's just loads, our nesting dies. So all of that is there at the website on amazing deals today. So take advantage. Debbie's back at 5 o'clock, so you'll be able to see see even more of all of this and a few extra bits that we haven't managed to quite squeeze in. Thanks so much, Debbie. It's been lovely to see you, even at a distance.
Au revoir.
Yes, au revoir. We'll see you at 5. So yeah, do join her at 5 o'clock, and I'm going to be back in a moment. Now, if you want the Copic pens, I am about to do the best prices that you have ever seen. And we're not talking taking £1 or £2 off, we are taking big chunks of money off of it. Julie's going to be joining me to be able to show you how fabulous these are. I'll see you in a moment with that.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker. Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 PM to 8 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app.
Hello and welcome back. Wow, what an amazing array of shows we're having today, aren't we? Now, I'm really excited to actually see these. We were talking about them, me and Julie, obviously before the show, and Julie was showing me some of the amazing samples you've made, the way these blend as well, and how you can kind of create totally different colours with the same brush just by kind of adding more layers. It's really, really good, isn't it? So I'm going to get to see them in person, which I love, being able to see demos. But the other thing that's really exciting today is the price. Yes. I will let you know that the last time you brought these on the show, okay, they sold out completely. So let's just think about that, right? What would you do if something sells out completely? You would try and get more stock. Potentially you'd up the price. Maybe you'd stay the same. You wouldn't say, oh, do you know what? They sold out at the start of December. We haven't had them back in since then. So should we just bring them on at a discount price, the lowest they've ever been for a one-day special? We are. It literally makes no sense,
That's how we roll, isn't it? Yeah.
It is how we roll. It's unbelievable. So we're going to kick off with these here, which is our biggest set of colours that we've got. 36 pieces within this.
Yeah, so you've got 36 alcohol-based markers.
Yep.
They are the top quality Japanese ink in them, manufactured in Japan. They're like the Rolls Royce of the pen.
Right, yeah.
That's the only way I can describe them. I have obviously got some myself, which I've been using for a few years now. I absolutely love them. They just make, if you're just somebody that just stamps and colours, they make the effect that you get with that so easy and so professional looking. Because obviously, originally, Copics were designed for industry.
Okay,
so for architecture, fashion designers. So that was their main source. But then obviously it's sort of come across now into our artistry, card, crafting, card making. So it's great that you can get such a quality product.
And for the price.
That we've got it at today. But they blend together easily. Again, I've probably got every brand of pen you can think of. Yeah. But, some you have to buy a light blue shade, a medium blue shade, a dark blue shade to get that blended effect. With these, you can do it with one pen. So you can literally put one layer down, put a second layer down or around a surface where you want the shading, do a third layer, and it will deepen with each layer you do. So you can literally create several shades from just one pen.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
So it is phenomenal.
Yeah. And I mean, when you're actually looking at that mix of colours there as well.
Yeah, you've got a whole rainbow.
Haven't you? You've got the whole rainbow effect of colours that are coming with this. So 36. And I love that it's in that lovely storage box as well, because it's very compact, very easy to be able to get these. They're going to be perfect to store. But as well, look at the samples that we've got. We've got so many beautiful bits here. I love that you've used them on shoes, on fabrics. I mean, we've got this, which is absolutely divine. We have a little look at this afterwards. So they can actually kind of cross over different mediums as well.
You can try them on different mediums. I would imagine you could probably use them on some like box canvases and things like that if you create artwork.
Yeah.
The reason I brought them was because they were recommended to me by Sandra from Santangle.
Yes,
If you're somebody that tangles and doodles or does illustrations, they're great for that. Whatever your hobby is, you can be bringing them into it.
Look at the price that we have got there as well.
Incredible.
Now, these sold out at £149.99. That was at the beginning of December. Now, that was the lowest price they had previously been. What we have done is taken an additional £25 off. Now, I've just noticed as well, there's a 5-way split pay on these as well, okay? So that does mean that today you're taking these home for £24.99. You'll get them, you can start using them, if you're using them them on your cards that you sell on, you can do that. But you then just pay the additional every month after that. And I think it's the fact, like you said, that these were industry standards.
Yes.
You know, for these to be used at the very top of the game in like the fashion world and things like that, for you to actually get to use them yourself is just phenomenal.
Yeah. Anybody I know that has them, you don't look back. They're kind of like, once you've got them, they're going to be your go-to. I mean, the other thing to say is, economically, once you buy them, you should only have to buy them once.
Okay,
because
yes.
everything on them is replaceable. So you can obviously your ink sits in this middle barrel here.
Yeah.
So your ink you can buy.
Right, brilliant.
And they guarantee that the colour that you buy in your refill is exactly the same colour that you've got.
perfectly.
Yes. So if you've got a favourite colour that you perhaps will run out of,
of course.
eventually you know that you can get the exact colour to replace.
Brilliant, okay.
So you've got two nibs. You've got your brush nib, which is great for getting into sort of like fine, intricate areas or doing sort of your flicking strokes.
Yes,
and things.
yeah.
So this nib is replaceable, but then on the other end you've also got a chisel nib.
Super.
So you can be doing sort of like larger areas, or you can be creative. You can turn it one way and do a very fine line, or that way and do a thicker line to do textures and things. Again, this is so both nibs are replaceable.
Amazing.
So really, once you've got them, you've got them for life.
They're yours.
They're yours. You know, like I say, all you would need to do then is either buy your replacement ink, or if you did happen to damage a nib,
yes, you get a new one of
you can
those.
replace it. You know, normally you'd have if you damage it, you'd have to throw
done,
it
isn't it?
away.
Yeah.
That's it. So you know, they're an investment.
We're looking at £3.47 a pen today.
Incredible.
Now, do remember the lowest price previously was £149.99. This is a today only price, okay? On a limited amount. When everybody who's got these in their baskets checks out, a quarter of the stock will have gone already. It is on a 5-way split pay today as well, which I will be honest with you, when me and Laura looked at this earlier this morning, it was on a 3-way, okay? It's now, then we were like, oh, we'd really like it on a 4. Liam's gone for a 5, so it's even better for us. So £24.99 for you to be able to get this today. It's an absolutely epic deal, it really is. And I'm very excited for you to get these home. Now, I just want to bring this to you as well before we kind of see these in use with yourself as well, because we have got the 24 set as well. Again, it's a fabulous array of colours that you're getting within this, isn't it?
You've still got a varied rainbow of colours in there,
absolutely.
and probably a colour that you're going to be able to start off with. You know, if you're thinking maybe of going a little bit smaller to start, you're going to get a good selection there. You've got a couple of tones in there which you could be using for your skin tones. You've got sort of like some browns in there which you could be using. You know, if you're somebody that does a lot of character stamping, which I, you know, for doing your hair and all of that kind of thing. So, and then you've got such vibrant, lovely rainbow of colours there. They're a really good set.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's just amazing, it really is. £137.49, that's the price that these should be at. I will let you know, okay, lowest price previously, just consulting my papers because I wrote it down. So the previous lowest price was $99.99. Fabulous deal, absolutely incredible. You've seen that they are that dual end. You've got those two different nibs actually with this as well. So $99.99, should we do better than that? Yeah, let's do it. It feels like it should be the 1st of January. You know, we're going, let's do a January sale deal.
That's incredible.
£83.99, okay? Still on a 4-way split pay with this as well, okay? So we are looking at you paying, I can't work it out in my head, I'll wait for it to come up, £20.99 a month for you to be able to get these today. So 24 different colours that we have. Shall I just give a look through some of these samples as well, because we've got some absolutely beautiful bits that Julie has created, and I think you can really see the quality of the colours on bits like this.
You can see sort of how you can be creating that really professional blended effect.
Yeah.
And it's really easy to achieve, which I'll show you as we do some demonstration. But again, you know, you can be using it for your tangling or your mandala art, stamping and colouring.
Yeah.
I've die cut shapes out and then coloured them in.
That's lovely, isn't it? Hello there,
onto
Cutie.
fabrics and different mediums. There's so many different things that you'll use them on, but every time you are going to get that professional quality because they're a premium standard.
Absolutely, and you can tell that. I mean, as soon as you kind of see them, you know, actually having been used, but also when you use them yourself as well, it's just fabulous how kind of comfortable they are to use and just how they go onto paper.
They're low odour, so I don't know whether I've had some alcohol pens where you take the top off and you're a bit like, whoa, and you can only use them for a short period of time because these are low odour, so you don't get that very strong alcohol odour from them.
No,
so,
we don't want.
That's something that's worth mentioning. If somebody's tried alcohol markers before, they have a very low odour.
Just before we come across and we do some demos with this, the other thing that a lot of you have been asking about, which I know sold out last time as well, is the colourless blender. We have only got a limited amount of these. I apologise about that. We've got as many as we can, but it isn't many, so I'm sure they will sell out very, very quickly once again. Is this something you'd say is a must with these?
I think this is an essential. It's, again, exactly the same as all the others. You can replace the ink, you can replace the nibs on it. If you sort of accidentally go out of your line, you can manoeuvre the ink so it goes, it sort of disappears basically. So you can kind of erase small mistakes. It's
clever, isn't it?
It's also great for adding detail onto things. So if you put some colour down, I'll show you. You can create patterns and textures with it. So yeah, it's something that you know.
And it's $4.99.
Yeah, I would add it in with a
that,
set. Yeah, because again, it's something as well that you can't get in a set.
Yes,
so,
it doesn't come, does it?
No, so it's worth buying it on its own.
Definitely, and it's all included under that one-off postage and packaging fee. Did you want to switch over there and we can have a little look at these actually being used as well? A lot of people multi-buying on this already. 20% of this has already gone within like the seconds of us putting it on. Well done to Christine, Carolyn, to Jane, to our new crafters there in Oxfordshire, to Julie, to Mandy, to Ellen. In fact, we've got Waits on the phone lines now for this. Most people are multi-buying, and I'm sure that's because you know how much you use this. So well done if you've got it. And I can see that most of you are going for the full set as well as I would be doing with that amazing discounted price, lowest price ever. Right, what should we have a little look at?
So, shall I just show you?
Yes.
I've got some little charts here just to show you how layering the colour down, you can get different shades from one pen.
So clever.
Which I love because, like I say, it means I haven't got to buy, you know, 10 different...
Triple the amount,
10 different blue shades or, you can sort of start doing that straight away. So if I sort of pick a pink, say, for example. So all you need to do, so I tend to use this end, so I'm just going to lay down...
I like that.
Yeah, my pink in one layer, and then I'm going to go across and just do a layer on these other two boxes as well, just to show you. So then all you need to do then is just bring that colour in over the second box, and you'll see that's the darker shade already. And then if I do that again over this one, and then if we go over for a third time, each time the colour will darken and intensify. So I could go over that a fourth time, a fifth time, and you can see how you get sort of like the 3 shades out of one pen. So you can download these sorts of charts.
Brilliant,
so another thing is, each pen has a number on it.
Okay.
So you can also then perhaps do this as your swatch chart.
Yes.
So when you come into colour something, you can have a look and see which ones you want for whatever. They're handy for that really in themselves. But if I show you, let me just get my colourless blender.
Okay.
So you can see here I've got a little bit that's just sort of come out of the end of the box. So if I just show you how, if you bring that in, you can push that colour back. Can you see how it's disappearing?
Really good, isn't it? Yeah.
So if I'd coloured a whole, you know, stamped image, or I'd hand drawn an image and that little bit had just sort of like...
Because you'd devastated, wouldn't you, if you made a mistake right at the last minute?
Yeah, so if I do it this side, you can see I've got a bit more of a...
Yeah.
But can you see how it's just disappearing? You can push that colour
so good
back in, and then it'll... Once that's dry, you won't know that you ever went outside that
exactly.
box. So like I say, this is an essential. But then you can also... if I bring in sort of 2 colours, let me... bring in a yellow and a blue. So you can sort of like cross them over as well. So I'm not going to go with the fact that I'm doing it in layers at this point. I'm just going to put my yellow down but you can sort of like sort of mix your own colours really. So if I then come in from this angle and go with the blue, you'll see how it sort of creates a third shade.
Yeah.
And you can blend that out. So the more times you go over it, the more blend it. So you're sort of creating a different green
it's
shade
really good,
there.
isn't it?
So you can blend them together to create different effects all the time.
Really lovely.
Which I love.
Yes,
so,
yeah.
So yeah, that's just that. And then if I bring in my, if I bring in this, I can show you sort of how you can create some shades with three of colour. So in your big set here, you've got, you'll notice, like I say, each one has a number, but you can sort of pair them up together. So I think it's those two and that one. So if I just show you, can you see? I've got a B00, a BG01, and then I've got a B24. So those three will work in conjunction with each other. So if you're wanting to create sort of like dimension to an object, or you're wanting to create like a bubble, say, all we need to do is put on our lightest shade, shall we say.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to cover that all over. And I just find with these, I feel a lot more artistic than I probably am. They give you such a good finish.
Yes.
You sort of like,
But that's
I've done that, but it's because they're such good quality and so easy to use.
Yeah, but I always think that's what you want, because your tools make your work.
They do. So I've just put a layer down of the first colour.
Yeah.
And I'm going to bring in my medium one now. And then I'm just going to about halfway, just sort of curve and just come around in sort of like a crescent shape over this section.
Lovely.
And you'll see they sort of already are sort of blending.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you're already starting to get that effect. So then if I bring in then my darkest shade.
Makes it look 3D, doesn't it?
It does,
Actually
that's it.
popping
Gives
out.
makes it pop. So then if I bring that then and just sort of come around this area here. And then what you would do at this point now is you just go back in with your colours and just build on what you've done. So sort of to blend the medium and the dark together, I'm just going to go back over with the medium.
Okay.
And just sort of overlap it as I go.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
And it'll give me, they'll sort of just like melt into each other. And then if we bring in our lightest shade then and go back over this section, that will then blend out that colour too. And you can sort of blend them into each other that way. And you just keep building up. If you want a little bit more shade, you see I'm just using the same colour, but because I want a little bit more shade around this area, I'm just putting an extra stroke on there.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go back over that all over. And it just sort of then, as it's all melted into one.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
So then if you wanted to then add a highlight onto it, you could bring in sort of like a white gel pen if you wanted to.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
But you can also, at this point then, you could be using your colourless blender. So all you would do is then I'm just going to put it down here.
Over half the stock of the blender has now gone. Most people are multi-buying. Robert's got 3, John and Brenda's got 3, Kathleen's got 2, Caroline's got 2, Janice's got 2. So if you want this, you do need to get it super, super quick.
I don't know how well, but can you see how it's taking that colour away?
Yes, yeah,
and it gives you that highlight, just a gentle highlight. The other thing you can do with this blender, if I wanted to put a pattern onto it, I could. So if I just press down and press down, I could be creating sort of like, can you see how it's doing the hearts for you? So you can be creating different textures and patterns onto things, and it will lift the colour off. And give it a few seconds, because sometimes you need sort of like the alcohol to evaporate a little bit for it to be able to show through. But can you see how you can be doing sort of designs with this pen as well? So this is an essential item.
Yes, definitely.
This is definitely worth investing in. But that just gives you an idea of how you can sort of create, like I said, that's 3 pens, but you've got so many, the amount of times you layer will give you that shaded effect.
Yeah. Oh, it's fabulous. It really is. And remember that we have got that super, super deal on these sets today. So with the largest set, which is 36 different colours, you can see just there what we've got. So we have sold out of a quarter of the... In fact, we've sold more today, because we have a bigger quantity. We've sold more today than we sold the last time they were on, but luckily we still have some left because we've got a bigger quantity. But remember, this sold out previously at £149.99. We've taken £25 off. It is a today-only deal as far as I know. Plus, we've put it on a 5-way split pay, which means you're getting £24.99. It's all you need to pay to get these home. You can see that you've got almost those lovely nudes, those neutral tones. You've also got the pinks, you've got the greens, you've got the blues there, the violets, the lilacs, the turquoises, the browns that we're seeing, the golden tones, the yellows, the ambers, the oranges. There is so much that you are getting within this, and it is a fabulous, fabulous deal price today. So good luck with that. Now, we do want to just mention a couple of other things we've got. Have you just got the portraits out?
Yes, I've just got the portraits out.
Yeah, these I love it. It's just colours that I think if you do, well, if you love doing portraits, you love kind of doing things like that, they're a must really, aren't they, this collection?
Are, definitely.
So you can see the mix that we've got there, that we have. We are going to go lower, of course we are. We want to do super deals across everything for you. And you can see they've got a really nice range of tones. Now you're getting 5 colours, and then you are getting a fine liner pen with these as well, I believe. So of course, again, if you want a tangle or anything like that, you can do. This one we are limited on stock, so there isn't many of these available at all for you to be able to get this. So today, £24.99. Really good, isn't it, for all of those?
Incredible, yeah.
And you've got little images there to be able to...
I have got some, so I can show you how we can colour some skin and hair tones. But yeah, these to me, once I brought my large set,
yes,
my next initial thought for me personally was to go for the skin tones, and I also went for a grey tone.
Yes, we can.
Because I think with your skin tones, like I say, they're great for if you do portraits. Yeah. If you do sort of characters, if you've got character stamps. Hair, even for doing hair. Yeah, definitely. And then sort of like your grey tones, they're great for doing your shadowing and shading on things. Yeah. So yeah, your skin tones are definitely an essential, I would say. There's something I wouldn't be without. Yes, yeah, 100%. Yeah. Do you want me to introduce the grey tones first and then come across to your demos? Because the grey tones that you mentioned just there, we do have available as well. And it's another absolutely fabulous set. I mean, I know that when we were speaking about this upstairs, it's one that you were just saying, I just love this. I love what it can create, like you said, with the shadows and everything like that. So you've got the opportunity to be able to get all of these. Now, it is shades that complement each other, of course. They'll broaden your colour collection. And it really is. It's a level that, you know, this can be blended, it can be layered, it can add depth as well, dimension to everything. Oh, that is beautiful. And you can just see just here, this is so good. Look how they've worked there. So again,
fab,
with
those grey tones, yeah.
Like I say, they're great for just adding a shadow around something, but they're also great. I love that you can get this sort of like pencil sketch effect with them. Yeah. Which is something I probably wouldn't be able to do with a pencil. Because it's all about sort of pressure, isn't it, when you've got a pencil, whereas this, you can be creating that effect just with a simple brush, pen stroke.
It's so good. You've got, of course, 5 different colours that you can see there. You then get in your Copic multi-liner as well, so that you get that line flow, that precision as well. So that would be, you know, perfect for outlines, finishing details, things like that. Should we do another deal on it? Yeah? Okay, so we will take this straight down today to £23.99 for you to be able to get this. And you can see that is for all of those colours. So 5 of those colours, as well as the multi-liner that's coming to you. And it really is going to just add so much to your different images to be able to get this, whether you're shadowing, shading, whether you're wanting to do full images like we can see just there. It's, you know, it's completely up to you. But you have got them today at a brilliant price of £23.99. So well done. Right, should we have a little look at some of these being used?
So I've just got some simple stamps here of some images, little doll images. Perfect. But they're great for showing you how we can create shading effect with the skin tones, and we can bring some of our larger set into colour in the clothing. Lovely. So with your skin tones, you've got a couple of darker brown tones, and then you've got sort of like your peaches and your fair tones. So, you know, whatever sort of skin tone you're wanting, you've got for that.
Yeah,
But I also use some of these darker ones for hair as well.
Okay, yeah.
So with this set, you're probably going to be okay to do both.
Yes, yeah.
So I'm just going to bring in my 3 tones here. So I always start by putting a base layer of this lightest colour on. So I think it's called Pale Fruit Pink, it's called. So I'm just going to put a layer down all over where it needs to go. And you can do just simple sort of flicking strokes with this. Again, with this nib, you can see if you only use the lightest pressure, you can really get into sort of tiny areas without worrying about going over your lines and things. It's all about how much pressure you put on when you're putting your colour down, really. But it's all practice, and it's a stamp and a bit of Picard at the end of the day. I always think I love to just stamp and colour. I find it really mindful.
It's so relaxing, isn't it?
Yeah,
just
or
switch off. And...
just to try and, I mean, you know, I try to tangle.
Yes.
I wouldn't say I'm anywhere near as good as Sandra, but yeah, you know, I take lots of inspiration from Sandra. Yeah. So yeah, just to sit with these and tangle and colour, even if you've got sort of one of those colouring books, you know, that you can buy with all the patterns in. Yeah, just to sit and colour with these, you'll get such a... You'll want to frame it, I can guarantee. By the time you've coloured it in, it'll look so good that you'll want to put it in a frame. So you can see I've just put a base layer all over her. So then I'm going to come in then with my next colour, which is this one. So what you want to be thinking at this point is where you want sort of darker shade to be. So, you know, sort of under the hair and by a hairband is going to be darker, and sort of under here, and then sort of round this bit of the face. So you can start to bring your colours in there, and then I would put a little bit sort of like under the chin, and then just coming down onto sort of like your collarbone. So you can see I'm just creating a bit of shade, and then sort of onto the arms, into the crease of where your elbow would be. And then with the legs, you just sort of think where, I would say the light's probably going to catch the centre of the leg. So I would just put some colour down on each side. And obviously it's going to sort of be a bit darker then towards the ankle where, you know, and then just round onto her foot. So you can see it's sort of already, and then I would just go down then onto here and just put a little bit of darker colour down on her leg here, and then just onto the foot. So then at that point then you could bring in your third colour if you wanted to. If you were happy sort of that you've got the right tone for the skin tone you wanted to do, what I then do to sort of like make them smoother together, bring in your lightest shade again and go over the whole area. And again, it'll make one melting. Can you already see how that's softened there? It was quite it can be quite a harsh line before. And if you see on her neck here, if I just sort of put some colour all over it, it sort of melts those two colours together, but then still leaves me with that shade where I want it to be.
Definitely.
And again, I'm just going to do it over the legs. And if you feel like it's sort of blended too much, you just go back in with your darker shade and put some darker bits where you want it to be. So you can see sort of that's took that line away, but it's left it so there's a bit of definition. So then if I thought, you know, under her skirt here is probably going to be a little bit darker. So then I'll just bring a bit more in there. And then maybe, you know, a little bit more where her shoe is, maybe around here. It's just a case of just having a play with them. They're so, I hope it, like I'm helping you see how easy they are to use.
And they're just building up
and
so
you,
perfectly,
you just build up those layers. And you just keep going, really, until you're happy with the effect you've got. So that's sort of like the skin tones. So then for her hair, I would bring in my browns that I've got in the same pack. But you have got browns in your larger set too, and they're different colours.
Oh, okay.
So it's worth investing in
both.
few, you know, in a couple of sets, because you're going to get different colours in each one.
Yes, yeah.
Because I think there's 358 colours altogether.
Gosh, that's amazing.
So with the hair, I'm going to bring in the darkest shade that's in the skin tone pack.
I love images like this as well, that you could say, look at that, and you could think, if you were making it into a friend's card, you could go on their hair colour, you could go on their skin tone.
Exactly. So I always start with the darkest colour at the root and just sort of flick with the nib. So we're just going to flick that out. And then I'm going to do the same from the bottom. So this time I'm sort of doing top and bottom first, and then I'm going to bring my colour in to meet in the middle. So if you go onto YouTube and, you know, Instagram, places like that, you'll find so much inspiration for Copic colouring, and there's lots of different tutorials to help you create all of these different techniques that you'd want. So I'm then going to come in with my medium shade, and I'm just going to flick up towards the top and then flick down towards the bottom, can you see? And I'm going to do the same this side, just so it creates some light and shade. And then I've got a little bit now in the middle where I'm going to bring in one of my skin tones, and I'm just going to, so that bit is going to be really light, can you see?
Yeah.
And then sort of to blend it, then if I wanted to go a little, if I think actually I want the dark to come down a little bit more, or want it to be a bit more feathered, you could do that.
Fab.
Bring a bit more of the medium in. And again, it's just gentle flicking with your pen just to get that effect. Then once I'm happy to sort of, again, to merge them all together, I would just go over with the lightest shade and just blend those colours out. And then you'll see how it sort of give it that natural sort of sheen to the hair. So that's just, then I'd bring, for a fringe then, depends how you could bring in some of them. I'd probably go with the medium to start with, because it's probably, the light is going to catch sort of on a fringe, isn't it? So it's probably not going to be as dark as the root. So just bring it in, and then I would possibly then maybe bring in some of the lighter shade and just fill in any little gaps I can see, just to bring in a little bit more shade to it. And that's just her head.
So good.
I know, it's cute, isn't it?
Yeah.
So then, again, for colouring clothing or objects, I always, when I'm colouring, I always work in threes.
Okay.
I always think light, medium, dark.
Yeah.
So you can do that either by picking 3 of the pens out of your selection. So you've sort of got 3, or you can do like we did at the beginning. You can just put 1 layer down, then another layer, and then another layer to create your shade that way. So if I bring in my pinks, and again, in your larger set, you'll see you've got some that lend themselves to each other. So I've got 3 RVs, and I've got a light, a medium, and a dark.
Yeah.
So if I bring in my lightest one, and I'm just going to put this, again, I always go with a base layer all over the area that I'm going to be colouring. So if we go...
That's pretty, isn't it?
It is. And they go on like, you don't get any streaking. You can see I'm not sort of being uniform here. I'm just sort of like flicking the colour down. But because of the quality, you're not getting sort of like a heavier colour there.
No, exactly.
It's just, just melts into your card, really. So then I could then just use this pen if I wanted to, and then just bring in some... If I just went over that area, can you see how that's automatically creating some shade where I want it to? So you can go like that just with one shade, but I'm going to bring in a different colour. So then what I would do, again, like I did before, I would just flick some colour down where I think your darkest bit is going to be here where it sort of gathers at the top. So you're just going to go along the waistband, really, and just flick down and keep going. And then possibly along the edge and down where these pleats are in the dress. So just keep adding your colour down. And you'll see already, you can see sort of like the shade in that. And then I would perhaps put a little bit more here. I think I want the top bit to be a bit lighter, but I'm just going to put some areas of shade where I think the folds are. So you can see sort of like there's a twist in it there.
Yeah.
A little bit under where the jacket is, and then just a bit around that waistband. And then I'm just going to bring a bit more in along here. And then I'm going to bring my third colour in, which is my darkest shade. And then I'm just, again, going to start at the top. But I don't want it to come down as far this time. I just want to create a bit of darkness around that waistband. And I'm also going to do the ruffle in a darker shade just to give it a bit of something, make it pop a little bit, this frill at the bottom. It's gone quiet.
I think it's mesmerising.
It is.
Like watching,
I think when you,
I think you get lost in colouring, don't you?
You do. So then where you sort of, I've got these sort of like little lines on my stamp. I'm going to use those as a guide and just bring in this darker colour and just sort of follow those as a guide just to put some shade down there.
I think you can see as well by using the different sort of shades of pinks just how well they all work together as well.
And I'm looking at that now and thinking I want it to be a little bit darker along the bottom bit. So again, like I say, it's all, I'm just going to add a bit more. I'm going to flick upwards into the, because I just want a little bit just at this bottom. So then once you're happy with your colour, I would then, again, I always go over then the top of it with the lightest colour again. Just to, it almost acts like a blending tool.
Yes,
it just helps that they just sort of melt into each other.
Yeah, it kind of gives that subtlety then, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Blending. It just takes away any harshness that you think is there.
Yeah.
So you can see straight away they're sort of like, it's doing what I said it would. It's just taking away the harshness on that. So then, again, with a headband at the top, I'd go over with the lightest colour.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, where it's sort of going into her hair is where the dark's going to be. So I'd bring in my medium, just work from the outside in, but leave myself sort of like a band of the lightest colour at the top. And then do the same with your darkest, just a very small amount in each corner. And then I'm going to go over with my lightest one again and just bring it together. And then her shoes, you can go with whatever you want. Should we go just dark on the shoes?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So
I feel like she's ready to go out dancing.
She is ready to go out dancing. She's ready to go somewhere fancy, isn't she?
Very much.
So we can do that. And then I'll just do her jacket in the darker pink as well to match her shoes.
Yeah.
And again, you can just pop that colour down. Another way, I'll bring them in. Another way you can sort of like create shadowing and shading is by laying over a grey. So if I just bring my grey tones in.
Yeah, so these are the greys, which have sold really well as well. Greys kind of go really well with the pinks, don't they?
You can also sort of lay it down on top of a colour. So if I thought here, sort of, that's going to be a bit darker there in the fold of a jacket, you can sort of bring your colours down like that to create some shading too and along the bottom.
Yeah. We've got single figures left as well on these, just to let you know. So if you do want them at that discounted price, $23.99, very, very limited.
And then what I would probably do then, I'm just going to put a little bit on the bows.
Yeah,
here. But then if you, one thing I like to do sometimes once I've stamped something to give it an extra is bring in a grey. You can either use one out your grey tones. This is one that's in the larger set.
Okay.
But just to, you can bring it round the outside of your stamp.
Ah, okay.
So just follow the outline of her.
Yeah.
And wherever you think there would be a bit of shadow, so there's going to be a bit there.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
And then there'll be some down on her leg here. There. And then probably under her shoe here. And there. And you can just create
really
some
good,
shading that way. Probably a little bit under a dress, but that just shows how easy it is.
Yeah, exactly.
To, you know,
build it up. And
yeah, and how, you know, there probably is a need for more than one set as well. Like I say, your skin tones, I think, are worth investing in. Yeah, especially if you like this style of colouring. Like I say, you do a lot of character colouring or a lot of portraits. Your skin tones are an essential.
Absolutely. So you've seen those fabulous prices there that we've got. So for the skin tones, fabulous deal. We've got single figures left of those. We've also got single figures left now of the grey tones, which of course come with 5 different colours, and also that multi-liner that comes with this as well. So do take advantage, of course, whilst you can. I do have a couple of other shades that I can introduce to you. So if you're wanting your brights, then we've got this here. So again, 5 colours that you can see, double tip, so double-ended, and that multi-liner that you can see. You know, and again, you can see those shades are going to work together. They're really going to pop with colours, you know, great sort of essential colours, those primary colours that we're seeing as well, that you've actually got just there, your brush nib, and then also your chiselled medium nib that you've got there as well. So you get that real control and preciseness with them. Let's take them under 30. Let's do it. Under £30 for you to be able to get your brights. And it might be that you're thinking, well, I actually want to try out these pens for the first time. Then just get one of these smaller packs. It's completely up to you which way you sort of want to get that use and initially dip into it, really, isn't it?
Definitely.
They are fabulous. Pastels as well.
Yeah, I love these.
Now, I love these, I really do. I think pastels at the moment, maybe it's because we're kind of slowly moving towards spring and you're slightly feeling the temperatures going up now, that these colours kind of feel very current.
They are. They're very spring, aren't they?
Aren't they? Yeah.
And I love the inspiration you get on them. So this one, it's got like little macaroons and donuts.
Yeah, spin it round. You can see those little images.
And make you want to colour those kinds of things in with them.
Absolutely. So again, lovely mix of colours that you've got there. And again, with the multi-liner pen to be able to use as well. Under £30 for you to be able to get all of those. So there's some gorgeous little sets, and everything today we've wanted to bring to the best possible price point that we can. Now, a few other things to look at in a moment, but just before that, I want to come back across to this. I think about half the stock has now gone on this. We have had the biggest quantity available in today's show that we've ever had on these pens. Do bear in mind though, last time these completely sold out at $149.99. Now that was the lowest price they'd ever been at that point. We've taken an additional £25 off. We don't really know why. We questioned it this morning, myself and Laura, and Liam just said, yeah, we're just going to do that today. So we were like, sure, brill. And he's put a 5-way split pay on, so you can actually take these home today for £25. Well done to Sandra, well done to Primus, just jumping in with those as well. So it is incredible. You can get them home on that 5-way split pay, and just look at the selection of colours that you've got. It's an amazing range of colours that you can see. You've also seen, obviously, Julie showing you how you can blend with these, how you can use the same pen to create multiple tones as well by layering up with these. So you don't need sort of 3 of the same purple, because you've kind of got that in this. And they are double-ended with those 2 different nibs that you're getting also. And you know, if you, for example, obviously we've got the shoes that you can see just here. I mean, just look at those. If you did use these on fabric, do you need to do anything else to seal them?
I would use a fabric medium just to make sure that it's going to stay on the fabric.
Yeah, not
so I think we have one maybe.
Yeah, I bet we do.
I think Lorraine from Stencil Up uses one.
Oh, perfect, yeah.
The other thing you could do is use a spray sealer afterwards, depending on what surface you're putting it onto and what you're wanting to do with them.
Yeah.
But they're a great way for upcycling something, really. You know, if you've got an old pair of shoes that you just want to give a bit of a lift to.
Sometimes you get a bit bored, don't you, of things, and you think, or like, say like my white Converse, for example, you wear them a bit too much and they become a bit not white. So then if you added a few more images on it, you suddenly be like, no, it doesn't matter, it doesn't, you know, it's fine. Or try and be cleaner than I am. Now, I want to come across to the doodles as well, because we've got a few of these that we can share with you. Where do you want to go to first? Let me see. A bigger pack. I'm not sure where that one is. I think I've just got some little packs that we can see here. We've got the, should we go to the turquoise? Turquoise this is my favourite colour in the world.
I love these.
So what's so great about the doodles?
They're a great way to start if you just want to have a dabble, I would say.
Yeah.
But the thing I like about them is, if, like we said earlier, if you're somebody that does a lot of doodle art, a lot of tangling, you've got a good selection in here, because you've got 2 colours of your alcohol inks. You've also got a glitter marker, and then you've got a fine line. So
okay.
You know, they're great for sort of doing like those little drawings and doodles. You know, maybe you've got a sketchbook that you just like to have a, you know, little doodling and things. Perfect for that,
isn't it?
But the colours obviously blend. They match together and they'll blend together perfectly. So. Like I say, they're, just to get you started.
As well,
yeah,
kind of within
definitely.
them as well. We are going to do another lowest price that we've ever done on these for you as well. So £21.99, ignore this. We are very, very limited, I will let you know, on these doodle kits. £15.99. It will mean that you can try out your Copic markers. You got the glitter pen as well, the fine liner also, so all of these coming. And if you love Suntangle and you are wanting to do more tangling, then this would be a great set for you to be able to obviously try out. We have multiple colour sets of these as well. So we have also got the purples that you can see here. So a real kind of deep purple there, then more of a lilac. Then you've also got that glitter pen and then the fine liner as well. And we are going to match the price on this opportunity also. So £20.49, not your price. We are going to take this even lower to £15.99. And then finally, there is your greens that you can see. You might want all of them, to be honest. But so you've got your leafy green colours that you can see just here. And I think, again, greens are colours that you use consistently, don't you, with so many different things at the moment. And you've got that chance to be able to get those. So you've got purples, you've got turquoise, and you have got your greens that we can see there. This one is very, very limited on the greens. It is the most limited of all of the selections that we've got, down to £15.99, of course, for you to be able to get those as well. So it's a brilliant opportunity for you to be able to take advantage of the doodle pack that you have there. So all of those £15.99. Now, yes, we can show you these again. We've got lots and lots of you asking about this. There are the two options, of course, both at the lowest price ever. There is the 36 piece, there is also the 24, so it's totally up to you which way that you would like to get this. Yvette, you've just got yours, well done to you. Marva, Carolyn, Mandy, Ruth, Jenny, Susan, Sandra, Louise, Carla, Kathy, lots and lots of you, of course, coming through and taking advantage of this. Now, we are at £24.99 a month. It is a today only price. As far as I know, at midnight, these go back up to what was the previous lowest price, which is £149.99. They should be £207.99. So that...
Incredible.
Oh, are they going back to... Oh, yes. OK, so on the web, they will go back to £207.99. I believe a future show, when they're next paid, they'll probably go back to £149.99. But this is a today only price, by what I've been told, for you to get all of those colours. I mean, you are talking 36 pence that we can see here. You have got the turquoises, the blues, you've got the reds, the yellows, you've got the oranges that we can see there, the pinks, the purples, the delicate yellows. And it's unbelievable that it's sold out before at £149.99, and instead we've gone, let's do an extra saving, why not? You know, it makes no sense, but that's what I love about Hobby Maker, that we just do this sometimes. Can we have another look at the kind of full collection and bits like this? Yeah.
I was just having a go with the doodle ones,
play.
but you can do these with any of your pens. So not only sort of like think about colouring in sort of like stamp pages, they're great for sort of doing your die cuts.
Absolutely.
So if I just show you, I'm just doing some flowers. So I've just got sort of like two shades here. So you could be doing this on your flowers. I've got, I think in front of you, Shez, there's a little dog that I've die cut and,
Oh yeah, look at that.
Die cut and coloured in. So think about sort of like what you've got in your stash as well. You could be drawing with your stencils and then colouring in through your sort of stencils and all
of course.
You know, don't just think about having to draw with them. Because if you're somebody that's like drawing's not your thing, you can use them in other ways. You can utilise them in all of your craft stash, really. So I'm just putting down a base of the lighter colour.
Okay.
Got a bit of glitter on there from off this board, I think. Right, so then with my second colour then, I'm just going to get my brush end and then just almost like you just want to flick like that. So if you just sort of like flick outwards, you get that darker shade then in the middle of your flower. And then I think, I don't know, somewhere there is a card that I have made with this sort of doing this effect. So you can sort of create floral wreaths around a card with using these. So, and then all I would do then is just bring in my light shade and just put a little bit on the ends of the flower then, just to make your petals a little darker where they would be naturally. And then you would just manoeuvre those up now, just give them a little, and then you colour your centre yellow, and you've got those.
Yeah.
Those ones, I've put a little bit of the glitter in. I don't think it'll pick it up very well on the camera, but using the, you know, I said you get the glitter pen.
Yeah.
I love that. It's super sparkly.
Yeah, it's fabulous.
So yeah, you can be colouring all different things.
Absolutely. I'll show you the samples again, because we've got so many beautiful samples that you can see here. So you can see this lovely mandala where you've got those kind of turquoise hues that are on that one. But like Julie said, for flowers, they just work perfectly as well, to be able to create everything that you can see just here. Look at that. I mean, that really shows the array of colours.
Yeah, that's
I feel like
done
on
with
that one.
sort of like the fine line pens. I've just drawn that. That's just sort of like a doodle. So yeah, if you're somebody that does doodle art, you can be just drawing away. And the other thing with the, if I've got time, I'll show you quickly.
Yeah, of course.
With the fine lines.
Yes, we've got those as well, haven't we?
They don't blend into the pens.
Okay.
So they're waterproof. They don't, they're not going to muddy your colours up.
Yeah.
They stay crisp once you put it down, so you can be creating your sketches and things with them, and then putting your pens down on the top.
We can have a look at that. So we've got the fine liner set that you can see just here that is available. So if you want to get these, or you tangle or anything like that, then these would be an amazing opportunity. Getting a 4-piece set, and we will take those down, of course, to £16.99 there for you to be able to get them. So we'll have a little look at them being used.
Yeah, so I've just that's one that I've done. I've just done a small scale. So then with your pen, then you could be bringing in sort of like your strokes where your petals are going to be. I just have a go. I'm not, I'm not an artist by any means. I just like to have a play with things.
Oh, you are. I think you're great.
So yeah, just bring in all of the bits that you want to use your pen for, do at this point. So, you know, bring in a little bit here. And then if you wanted to go sort of darker under here, you can start putting your shading and things. So I'd do that all over, but just for demonstration, I'm just going to do this little bit here. But then you would bring in, obviously, your pens then. So again, if I just do a petal, say, just bring in your lightest colour. Yeah. Just pop it down all over. And again, you can see even with this sort of like dark shade, you haven't got any streaking with these at all. They'll give you that sort of like professional finish every time you use them. So
and I think, like you said earlier in the show, it's the background of these pens, the fact that they started off for professional use, and now people can actually use them themselves.
This is it. So then, with a sort of light flicking motion, I would then just sort of put in my darkest colour where I want that to be, around there, and I want a little bit along the top. Around here, and then you can sort of bring it round a bit of your outline if you want to. Then I would bring in my medium one this time, and then again work from your outside down. You'll be a bit darker around here and sort of here, and then I would go all over it then with my lightest shade, just to sort of blend them into each other. And I would just keep working around. You could do this petal by petal, or you could do the lightest shade all over and then do it however you feel comfortable. But your end result then will end up something like that. But yeah,
it's super. It's fabulous.
Like I say, go on to YouTube, Instagram. You'll find so many tutorials for Copic colouring. For whatever you're wanting to do with them, you know, whatever your craft is, you'll find something to do with
And it's
them.
great to get that inspiration, isn't it?
And yeah, that's the great thing about being a crafter. You can share things and you can take inspiration from each other.
Absolutely. And we are down to less than 20 chances now that are available on this big set. It is the lowest price, of course, that we have ever taken this to. So we are at £124.99. That price will go back up either at midnight or, of course, when the allocation on these sells out. So it gives you the most incredible array of colours that you've got there, down from £149.99 when they've previously sold out to £124.99. Remember, if you want a slightly smaller set, there is the chance for the 24 as well, which again has a massive discount on it. So also been very, very popular. Previously, this was at £99.99, and yet we're taking it to just over £80 today. So it's up to you which way, of course, you would like to get them. But of course, the biggest saving really is on on that one of the full collection. But the 24 is a great tester as well. Thank you so much as always, Julie. It's always lovely to be able to see everything you can do. I will be back in a moment with Carla. We are going to be bringing you the brand new collection, totally exclusive today from Carnation Crafts. It's there, it's already on the website. It's been very popular so far. If you want to get it ahead of everybody else joining back in, go on the website and take advantage right now. But we're doing even more demos on that right after this.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Hello, welcome back. Now, we had a Haribo in the break. We'll just, be honest, it is busy.
It's funny.
It's, just they tang you, don't they? That's why they're tangy plastics. Good facial expressions. Now, we have the most incredible exclusive launch today of the new collection here from Carnation Crafts. This is your Sunsets and Skylines, and within the full collection, yes, you can get bits individually, but why would you want to do that when you're getting a massive, massive saving on the full collection? Now, you can see just there that you are going to get 52 dies within this collection. And what is just so magical about this is the fact that you are building the most extraordinary exclusive scenes. And you know, we were saying before that it feels very much like this is a collection that covers all occasions. You know, it could be marriage, birthdays, christenings, it could be just because a bon voyage. Absolutely.
It runs the remit. So there's not, we're not pigeonholed.
No, yeah, and that's what I love, because so often we spend money on collections, but you know you can only use it for one thing.
Yes.
And this, I think, is going to end up being one of your most used collections because of the scope within this. Plus, it's actually really fun, as we saw, actually building these scenes and deciding what you want to create. And I mean, the samples, and we've got so many to share with you. You can see a couple there. They are so different. They are so exclusive from one to another, which is what I love. Now, £140.49 should be your price. Yeah, if you want to buy all these elements individually, then that's what you'd pay. But of course, it's launch day, which means you get the best price anyway. So ignore that price. It should be £119, okay? But then we give you an additional 10% discount, because that's what Carnation Crafts does. We love to do that here for Hobby Maker as well. So today, your launch deal price is £109.99. That's 52 dies that you are actually getting. It's jam-packed from the amazing sentiments to, you know, the array of dies that you're getting, but also the cards you can create with this. I'm excited to have a look at it a bit more.
Really, really wonderful to be able to build your own cards in a way that builds your own story as well. So this is a really important kit for us to have in, you know, in all of our crafting arsenals, really, because there's elements to it that we'll use throughout card making and through home decor, which is really, really important. So the main card shape, which is absolutely beautiful, it's just really, really lovely. So this is your on the road card shape. You have got your beautiful, beautiful little hillsides, your rolling hills. You've got your sun, you've got your little lambs, you've got your cows, you've got your grass. All of this you build up. So this is more rolling hills that you can put behind or in front of these to build your dimension. Then you've got the roadscape here. Where is it going? Is it going away? Is it coming towards? You can turn it round. You've obviously got your hedges here. Then you've got your long line fence coming down as well, which you can add to because there's a gate post too. Little buildings off in the distance, they're that colour for a reason. So they've got this faded out colour so that they're divine for perspective. It's a really, really important kit because we're building storylines all the way through. We've got your foliage, your florals, which are absolutely stunning in this collection, but they're important. Corner elements for your composition, really key. Then we've got your signpost, your tall grasses, again, really important. We've got creatures in this collection, so we can tuck them behind. We can put them in front. It gives them a little backdrop. Florals, tall florals, everything's snippable. So we can cut into these and use small parts of them, or we can use the full element, depending on what you're trying to achieve in your own composition. From there, we've got this stunning, stunning collection of travel elements, essentially. You've got your motorcycles, you've got your cars, both of them in different sizes for perspective. You've then got your suitcases to go on top, which I think is lovely. Each one, again, snippable. They have cut lines going across. We can make them as tall or as short as we want, depending on the card. So I could cut away this and I could put just married on top of a suitcase if I so chose. Everything is about construction, isn't it? Really pretty. And we've got those wedding hands, which I love, to make the car a just married car. We've got your learner plates, your parking, your past permits as well, and then these just as if they were floating off. So if somebody's just passed an exam, how lovely to have their L plate just flying away. Really nice, key, vivid images. Good look, well done, and bon voyage. All of your sentiments that are just important. Good look, absolutely, well done. We all want to hear that every now and again. Bon voyage, enjoy your travels, but that can be all kinds of things as well. Each one with its own matte layer, so we can put foam tape on there, raise it up and get some perspective, some dimension as well. It'll make it pop. And they're just beautiful to have. Gorgeous, gorgeous cursive font.
Lovely font, isn't it?
Then we've got your gate. This is such an important key piece. I love it so, so much. We can cut down the centre of this and use the hinges to open up, so it tells that story that's going on behind it if you want to use it that way. It can be great for putting the kingfisher on, for instance, that can just perch on there. So we create these kind of stories, this imagery that we're looking for in our cards. Makes composition very, very simple for us. And then the thing that we all love so much about Carnation is their characters. So we've got the gorgeous kingfisher sitting there, these wild, wild watchers who are just taking it all in. What's happening? They're almost listening to the story, aren't they?
They look so real as well, don't they? The imagery of it, it's amazing.
You've got your little stoat here, just so sweet, so lovely. And again, as always with Carnation, those important cut line details that comes from the sketch right down to where you get the metal in your hand. Each one designed so that we can sculpt it, we can mold it, or we can just have that beautiful detailing on it, which we wouldn't get from a normal die. All your artwork is completely free from Carnation Crafts, which means everything that you're seeing here in glorious colour detail is yours to have at home for free. So that you just buy the metal Carnation will provide everything else for you to make these exquisite cards, and they'll hold your hand through the process. It's incredibly simple to create with Carnation, and you will always have extraordinary results. Gorgeous, isn't it?
It really is. It's absolutely amazing. And I think it is the fact that, you know, with those cut lines, with everything of you getting that free imagery as well, it's so different to what you get from other brands. And I think that's why you all get so excited every time that we have a launch, obviously with Carnation Crafts, of what you can get. Now, let me share some of the samples with you because they are just magic. And then you can really see what you might decide to do when you get these home. And remember, of course, there is that 4-way split pay that is available for you today. So just for over £27, you can get all 52 of these dies home. I mean, that, again, when we were talking about sort of box frames earlier, I would just want that on my wall. It's, you know, a fabulous opportunity, of course, for you to be able to get this. You could scrapbook with these, you know, you can create so many different things, but it's as you kind of open up parts of the scene, you see something else that's hidden behind.
It's almost like opening a storybook.
Isn't it?
It's got that element to it. But I love stuff like that. You know, the things like Where's Wally and stuff like that have been so important for so long, haven't they? Because we all find interest in that. We like to look at these hidden sort of pieces. And for this, you can create all kinds of magic behind those scenes.
How amazing is that as well? It's just, it's stunning. It really is. Again, to just be able to pop that up, you know, have that on your wall or anything like that. It's all just perfectly set there. And it feels like, you know, if you were actually gifted one of these as a card, it feels a bit of an adventure to kind of open it up, see which bits are moving, what might be behind it, what might we actually find.
Well, the key line with Carnation is you will never find anything like this in a shop, ever.
No, definitely
this is absolutely uniquely Carnation, which I love, and unique to the crafter as well, and that's important. So unique to us to make them, unique to the recipient to get them, and it's always going to be a hit.
Yes,
that's stunning. These are the cards that end up staying in people's houses. Isn't that beautiful?
It's amazing,
and the kingfisher in that glorious colour with those faded out pieces at the back, just exquisite.
Isn't it? It's absolutely stunning. And I think as well, if you are making to sell, these would be the ones that would be on your craft stand, and straight away people will be drawn to them because they're so different.
Absolutely. We get told by a lot of Carnation crafters that their Carnation cards are always the ones to go first.
I'm not surprised.
That one to me looks slightly coastal.
Yes,
it looks like it's almost a mountain road to the sea.
So especially with the sun kind of popping out just there.
It does, doesn't it?
And look at the little stoat, how you've got him peeking over. But like you said, what's brilliant, because they're double-sided, there he is there as well. So you've got both sides. It's not like suddenly you open the gate and think, oh, that's not as good. It's just fabulous, isn't it?
It means we can play in more ways, doesn't it? When it's a mirrored vignette and we can have it facing either side, means we can actually achieve more visually, which is important.
Definitely.
I love this collection so much.
No, and these cars as well, they're just, you know, amazing, well done, new driver, things like that. But also, we often talk about struggling for mail cards. So you don't need to have any of those sentiments on if you don't want. You can use other sentiments you have, happy birthday at home, whatever you want to kind of pop with them. But it kind of really spans over. You know, then mail cards you might be struggling with a little bit as well.
I think it's great for masculine cards, I think. And I think, you know, we do have a lack in the market for masculine cards on the whole. And it's lovely when we get those elements that we can use for it. But actually, I like the fact that this whole collection is kind of neither. It's not masculine or feminine.
No.
It's a lovely mix of both, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's just a joy to work with.
It is.
Look.
So lovely.
That's such a lovely scene. I love that card. It's such a lovely scene, looking out onto new pastures. And I think for a lot of people, hope at the minute is one of the strongest forces that we've got. So it's nice to see cards that are just absolutely bursting with hope.
And I think they transport you. I think, you know, I live where I'm from initially is across from some lakes. And we used to always go out trying to like find a kingfisher. So I think automatically you see things and it will take you somewhere. There was that other image that made me think of Thailand. It doesn't matter what it is, but I love that imagery is taking you on a journey, which normally you think music or perfume. You don't always think cards.
No.
Yet that is the magic behind
It's when it's so evocative, isn't it? And Carnation do that really well. They make really evocative pieces that sort of take us each individually somewhere that, you know, maybe neither of us will get to the same place. That card might take me somewhere, it might take you somewhere completely different. But it's lovely to have those options.
So you are getting an epic saving today, £40 off of this, and it's on a 4-way split pay, which makes it as affordable as we possibly can for you. So you're looking at just over £27 and you'll get all of this home. And then, of course, what you can do is pay the others every month kind of following that, but you'll already have all 52 of those home. Now, there is another die set, isn't there, that goes really well with this as well?
There is. Love is in the Air, which is a gorgeous, gorgeous piece, I have to say. This standalone is just an exquisite piece. Fits in really well with the other collection as well, but it is separate to it. And it's the idea of, I suppose, it being a swing or like an arbor, a wedding arbor, that kind of thing. It depends what you want it to be. So if I just pull this down so you get a better view of it.
Perfect.
You've got the actual panel in here for the swing itself. So you've got all your elements to it. You could, if you wanted to, just chop away those legs, because everything, remember, we can snip with Carnation. You've got the cut lines there. And add this one in on the top to make it wider. So you've got options there. You've got these beautiful roses, which will go along the edges if you want them to, or you can cut into them, you can snip them, you can use tiny amounts, big amounts, it's up to you what you want to do. You've got those gorgeous drapes, lovely, aren't they? So these have got really awesome cut line detail in it, which means we can just pinch in. It'll give us like a little dome effect, like it's billowing, which is beautiful, with a swag for the top. Or you can use that swag down the curtains as well. It's up to you how you want to choose it. Options to make yourself a swing. So the ropes come down, obviously. You've got the seat if you want it, or you've got kind of that love seat, the kind of seat chair, the swing chair, which is just really sweet. The little florals that are individuals, and we saw that on the card sample that Sherilyn showed us a minute ago with the basket handle almost, made from these roses in these gorgeous colour tones. So we can fill these with different colours if we want as well. Your little signs, Mr. and Mrs. I have to say, when you're making cards with this and you use either the seat or the actual little bench piece on that swing and you pop that onto the seat, it really does look pretty. So many ways of doing different things, but this with those backgrounds from Sunsets and Skyline is exquisite. It just is so pretty.
Isn't it? It's fabulous. And we've got some gorgeous samples, actually, of that as well that you can have a little look at. We will have a look at how to put this together in a little bit as well during the show, because we did run out of time, didn't we, on the last show? We did. And we had so much to talk about. So you can see that just there. We've got another gorgeous sample just there on this one as well, where you've got the drapes, you've got all the flowers that are coming down this as well. They're just married. And then, of course, if you wanted to actually place this with your kingfisher, then you can see how this just works perfectly with the initial collection as well.
I love the swag on the curtain as well, that round sorts of piece just going through. It's really pretty card, isn't it? And that is new home, but that could just as well be a just married card.
Oh, of course it could,
Pretty, isn't it?
Yes, it's
really, I love the swing. I think it's such a great idea because, especially when we're using it as an archway like it is there, but also note how the ropes have been snipped into, so they're shorter this time to make a sign. So it's up to you how you want to use it, how you want to build it, and that is the whole principle behind all Carnation crafting. There you go, similar card, but completely different on the outsides. And we don't have that background that we're looking into. It's up to you. I mean, these would be beautiful with vellum behind it as well, to give it that kind of mystery behind. There's a lot of ways of using this in different kind of aspects, so we get a different visual. Really pretty,
isn't it? In terms of getting the artwork for people as well that might not have joined us before in a Carnation Crafts show, it's really easy, isn't it, to actually access this on the website?
So just to be really clear, when we see a card like this, and we do get this question asked a lot of times, so when we see a card like this and everybody goes, well, it's beautiful, but I can't colour like that, I wouldn't know where to start. It's all done for you. You don't need to worry about that. So Carnation provide everything that you see here that's a colour, Carnation provide. That's the easiest way of describing it. You'll find that by going to the Carnation Crafts website, which is www.carnationcrafts.co.uk. There's a banner menu, and one of the options is downloads. Click that and go to free downloads. Free downloads will take you to a list of PDFs. The most recent collection will always be on the front page. You can go into the box on the right hand side and type in a collection if you think it's going to be further down. And when you get to your front page, you'll always get your backing papers, you'll get your inserts for free, and then at the very bottom, it will give you the original colour download, and that sits there. Put it into your basket. Again, you're checking out with all of this for free. It's not going to cost you to do that. It will ask you for details, obviously your name and address and things like that, because the computer has to have them, and that's a legal requirement. But Carnation aren't using your information for anything nefarious. It just sits there. If you can check out as sort of an account instead of as a guest, because if you check out as a guest, it doesn't remember what you've checked out previously. Check out with as an account, and it will remember everything. It will store that information. It will keep it all there for you. So that's my advice. And then print it out. 120 Pro Print if you're going to use the mirrored vignettes. 220 Pro Print would be my advice if you're doing them single-sided. Okay. And that's a choice that you'll make.
Perfect. So really, really easy to be able to get that. Now, we have also got the perfect papers that we can bring across to you. I mean, we say perfect papers, like we said, it is cardstock, isn't it? It is cardstock, yep. And you've got here 48 sheets of your card. We have got 300 GSM. You are getting an amazing mix of colours. I love the pastel colours that we're actually seeing in these.
They're very gentle, very soft.
Yeah.
It's almost, the colours are almost the colours that you see in one of those very, very gentle sunrises.
Yes.
Where we're just seeing the light tones coming through as the day sort of starts to break.
True.
So those soft pinks, those soft blues, and those soft sort of honey colours all seated there for us. With the perfect papers, you're going to get some that have got a pattern on it. So you'll get stripes on some, dots on the other, and then you'll get block colours as well. There's always 6 colours and there's 8 of each. So you're getting 48 sheets in total. And they are colour picked to work with the vignettes, which means you will never clash ever when you're making the card.
And you can see that from all the samples we've had, just how perfectly these
it just
actually
works, doesn't it?
match.
It's really nice.
It's a really good price as well, isn't it? 48 sheets at $14.99.
Yeah,
so
really good price.
Really, really good deal there. As I say, 2 of them patterned, and the other 4 are your block colours that you've got in your pastels, so they are available. Should we have a look at how to
a little demonstration?
Yes, I think
Let me just see. I did get a couple out. So we're going to have a look at the swing because we were going to show you it in the last show, and we ran out of time. So I'm going to do that for you first, but you can refer back to that last one. So I'm just going to take this out of its bag. So I'm just going to place this down, and then we will sort through for you. Just 1 second.
You're getting so much actually in this Love is in the Air die set that you've got, and you can see all of that that's there. You've seen some of those beautiful samples, but I mean, once you've got these dies, because the quality of them, they're forever as well. You look after them. You've got them, haven't you, to use as many times as you want for that fabulous price of £24.99 as well. And there you are, all them little bits. You've got all the little florals, little flowers.
I had lost some of my roses. Right, so let's have a look at the swing. Now I'm going to use it on a DL card shape just to have a look at it. I'm using their scalloped edge nested dies from Carnation, who provide the most sumptuous nested dies. So I am just going to use one of those for this card base. It does come with its own card base as well, and we will show you that in the later show today. I just want to show you something on a DL because I really, really love this whole set. So Love is in the Air really has stolen my heart. Just let me make sure I've got those straight. So now that that is on there, I can now start building my card. So I've taken one of those perfect papers here. I've got the blue one. Do you know, every time I come to Air, it's like taking a 4-year-old with you anywhere. So I'm using the perfect paper. I've got the blue and white stripy here, and I've got 3 pieces of foam tape on the back. I'm using a 3mm. That's just going to give me a little bit of shadow play. I've got 1 piece in the middle that I'm just using for support. The 2 on the edge will be the 2 I use for adhesive. So I'm going to take this down to halfway. Same on the other side. I don't touch this one, I don't need to. And then I'm going to slip and slide until I get it to where I've got to be, because I can use that to move everything until I've got it exact. Now, I say exact, I can't lean over, so I'm kind of pretending it's exact. So I'm going to place it there, then I push and I pull. And that gets rid of my foam tape, and it makes everything correct. Similar stance with this, but it's smaller, so I don't need that mid support, I've just got the 2. I'm cooling those tones down, so that blue I'm bringing through with the white. I'll give myself what looks like a lovely almost like a china plate edge. So bringing this through and just removing, there we go.
Yeah.
Tell you, the days when I used to have nails. And then I'll place that there, push, pull. Okay. And that just gets, isn't that beautiful? I just think that on its own is really beautiful. The power of carnation comes with the fact that, let's face it, if I turn that this way and I put a sentiment on there, and I popped him there with a sentiment, that's a beautiful card.
It's enough, isn't it? Yeah.
You don't need to over-egg the pudding with carnation if you don't want to. The simplest of tricks will give you the most sublime cards. So just as a word to the wise. Right, I have got this beautiful swing piece, and I'm going to seat it just on this edge. I kind of want to ground it out, but I don't want to ground it too low, so I am actually going to take it higher, and then I'm going to bring in some of the grass elements. Now, because I'm bringing in some of the grass elements, I don't know whether I want to stick them behind or in front yet, so when I'm composing with anything, I will always give myself as many options as I can. In order to achieve that, I'm just going to stick down the top of the card. So I'll use the adhesive just on this point to start off with. That's going to ground me on the top. It's going to make sure I'm stuck where I need to be. Tiny amounts of glue, and I'm just going to place around about here, just so that scalloped edge is still showing, because I love that beautiful wavy nature of it, and I'm going to seat that just about there. Okay, so my little legs are free. I've got my shadow play, and I can choose what to do. So from there, I can either place that on top and across, or, where's my other bit? There it is. Or I can go under. And it's a case of choosing, do you want it to be sort of seated behind and growing out, or do you want it to be clean and that be my focal? And I'm happy with either. What I wouldn't want is just those seated there, because they don't float in midair as a rule. So if that was the case, I'd just bring it down a little bit. But I want to use the grass visually to ground myself out. So I'm just tiny amounts, place behind, and I'm going to get them to meet and cross in the middle. So they'll just kiss each other as they pass. So seated there, same again on the other side. Just pulling through. Place on, and just shunt it around. Now I'm happy with my feet placement. I can now commit to that. Let's shunt this across a little bit. There we go. Now I commit. So I make the option then to place adhesive, push. And now this is grounded, if you see what I mean. It's not floating anymore. It actually has a reason to be at the bottom. Does that make sense? So you've got that beautiful sort of sense of flow. These I'm in love with. So where I've got this, I can take it, use your finger, and just use those cut lines to just gently break those fibres in the paper. Those cut lines will give, and you get this beautiful billowed out curtain. Isn't it pretty?
It's amazing those cut lines actually come with the dies, isn't it?
I know.
Because you get that ease of knowing what to do with them as well.
It is, and it's also a sense of movement within the paper. Paper's obviously very flat, so to get the idea of movement is beautiful. So plenty of silicone gel glue there. I know that we do sell a silicone gel glue here. I'm sorry, I don't know the name of it, but I know you guys have it.
But it'll be on the website.
It'll be on the website, so you guys go and have a little ferret around. And then I'm just going to squeeze this, same thing, and place plenty of glue in there as well. And then I'm going to put, look how pretty this is already. We are just bringing this all in. Gorgeous, amazing. Right? Suddenly we have a window into a world. Where is the world going to take us? So from that, I'm just going to dress it now. So I have this beautiful swag line, which just seats perfectly on the... Isn't that gorgeous?
That is so nice.
Isn't that clever? Tiny, tiny little drape that makes complete sense and makes all the difference. I'll just give it a little bit of shape, just so that it's got some dimension to it. Again, I'm using silicone gel glue. For this, I do use a lot of adhesive because it's a sculpting glue, a sculpting adhesive. So leave it for 24 hours and it will dry solid and still in shape. And that's just going to seat itself.
Brilliant.
I love that. And I love the wee shadow play that we get here as well that makes it look like it's got movement to it. It's really key to what we're creating.
It's the little details, isn't it?
It
really,
is.
That just makes it so much more special.
It absolutely is. Now I've got these gorgeous, I love these so much. I'm smitten with these. Tiny amounts of glue on here, just placing through and then sticking. pretty as a picture.
Wow.
Ultimate wedding cards, right?
I want my wedding here. Like, you know, when you look at it, you think, yeah.
I mean, I don't want a wedding, but I agree in principle. I don't think I'm ever going to go down that route. Right, let's just place this on. And seat that there.
Yeah,
isn't that gorgeous?
amazing.
So beautiful, isn't it? There's something so pretty about it. Now, I've got some little florals here. They're just the little ones that come with. I'm just going to take a small ball tool. I've got 2. So I'm just going to very gently just spiral in on those little pieces just there. Again, I'm going in with silicone gel glue, and I'm just going to give these a little bit of height. So tiny amounts, seated here and placed. So just giving myself a corner, and same again here, just to give myself, look at those. They just edge it out, right? So I've got a little visual edge.
Yep.
Now, all I've got to do now is just finish decorating. Decorating being one of my favourite things to do in life. I love to decorate. Nothing makes me happier. Now, I'm going to take these that I've got and my applicator. A little bit of wet glue, and I'm just going to pop it under there. And same again on the other side. It doesn't really matter how far or how close you put these, because the seat, it doesn't matter if it's wider than the ropes itself, of course. That's absolutely fine, so long as they're roughly the same height, because if you've ever been on a wonky swing, it's never very fun. So I've got that there, and I've left them upright, but by the time I stick this down, they will be pushed down as well. So just placing them at the bottom of those ropes.
Yeah.
So it's, look how pretty that is.
There you go, it's stunning.
Look at that. It is, it's got all the wow factor that we are looking for.
And it creates that real focal point as well, doesn't it?
Now we've got Mr. and Mrs. on that swing. The little sign, it's like a wedding photo, isn't it? It's like an Instagram wedding photo. And then I've got my little chaps here, because they are beautiful, and if you put them together, they form a love heart. So that's amazing. Where we're going, because they are so sweet.
Yeah.
So send them the other way, so they're facing away from each other. Just use your ball tool, break those fibres. Remember, work on your edge first, break the fibres of the paper. That way you're not creasing it and you're not damaging any of your paper. You're just shaping it through. Go round his bottom, follow Nick's shade lines. They're all there for us. And then I'm going to do the same on this one. This is the joy of having mirrored vignettes, because now I get the opportunity to get them to face each other, and I can turn them around. Normally I would never have these options, obviously, with a die collection. It just wouldn't be there for me to use.
No.
Now I can use my silicone gel glue. I can raise his bottom up and his head up.
Perfect.
And I don't need to worry about whether they'll be touching just yet, because it's on silicone gel glue, so I can move it. But how sweet is he?
He's lovely,
just
isn't he?
divine, isn't it? And we're going to go here and here. And here we go, those finishing points.
Fabulous.
Where they're just forming that little love heart. And if I put their noses just together.
So lovely.
Mr. and Mrs.
Yep.
Isn't that
fabulous?
Just exquisite? Aren't they beautiful?
They're amazing, they really are. So, oh wow. So that's £29.99 for you to be able to get that, which, as you can see from having the little stouts, how well it actually works together as well with the main collection that we can see. Stunning, absolutely beautiful. Do remember, of course, that the main collection, we have that big deal on it today. It is brand new, it's exclusive here to us at Hobby Maker as well. You can't get it anywhere else at the moment, and we are giving you that £40 saving on it. Plus, it's on that four-way split pay, which always makes it more accessible.
We like a four-way split pay.
I love it. Although it almost makes me kind of think, well, I've saved this much on this month, so I can go and buy this and this and this to kind of go.
Get your perfect papers.
Yes, exactly. So it's your sunsets and your skylines. You are going to be able to create the most beautiful cards. You will be able to create those backgrounds, those countryside scenes, you know, the most amazing good look cards, whether you're thinking that you want new home cards or anything like that as well. So you've got fabulous opportunities to be able to get these. And you can see right there, you can get that whole collection, that is 52 dies altogether for £109.99. Now, let me show you a few more of these samples that we've got, because we have got so many here, and every single one of them is spectacular, but all of them so different. And I think this is when you can really see as well that the design teams had so much fun actually being able to create these and to actually build all of these scenes that we've got. Look at that one there, the Bon Voyage, and really using so many different elements actually in that as well.
The way you build and the way, so the show-stopping cards that we're used to seeing, easy to build with Carnation. We become very efficient very quickly with Carnation at card making. It's one of the easiest craft lessons that I ever learned, or one of the easiest, as because I started making cards with Carnation. I'd never made a card before Carnation.
Really?
Nope.
Wow, okay.
And literally within the first collection, I had learnt the rough basics of making a card, because they're so clever at holding your hand and so clever at making it easy to produce beautiful results. And you kind of take it for granted after a while, because you're just like, oh, well, you know, it's going to be an amazing card. It's Carnation. And that's a great place to be, isn't it? But then, unfortunately, you then go to a different brand and you're like, this is not
quite the same.
But look at that.
I know.
These are exquisite.
And I love as well the different shapes, the different sizes of cards that we've got as well, and how much that sort of all works across.
I tell you, just as a point of interest, what I really love about this collection, isn't it nice to see long cards?
Yes.
I see long cards very often. We sort of tend to go high with our DLs.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it?
Your big 8x8s, but we don't often see elongated cards. It's a real pleasure to see.
And there's real strength to them as well. You know, they stand up because of how these have actually been created and all the thought that's gone into them. They're really strong. They stand perfectly, as you can see. So it's not like you're thinking, oh, I've got a wobbly card because of it having that extension. No, you can see they are all absolutely perfect in terms of what you've got. This one I love, where they've used multiples as well of the bikes, and you can see them all kind of going along together. Yeah, retirement card it could be, without the L's there. Really lovely opportunities, but there's just so many beautiful samples that of course we can share with you, and it just lends itself to so many different occasions, sentiments as well, for you to be able to get all of these. That is your Bon Voyage. Where are they going? That is the adventure that they are off on as well, and you've got here printed out some of the images that you'll actually get.
Yeah, I'll just have a really quick word, if it's okay, about pro print. I'll be really super fast. But it is one of the questions, or one of the things that we get told a lot, which is, mine don't look as bright as yours do on telly. When I print out the artwork, it doesn't look like yours. And it's because we use pro print absolutely religiously. We do not ever use anything but pro print. And so you will see a significant difference, because pro print is completely different to printing on printer paper. Pro print has got a coating on the top of it, which allows that ink to set on the top of the paper instead of being absorbed by the chalk in normal paper. So you do get these vibrant colours. You do get this, you know, very different set of colouring. If you get some pro print, I know that on the website here, they've got a taster pack of pro print. I can't advise you enough to grab a taster pack and have a go with it. And if you get it home and you have a go with the taster pack, print out one on your pro print and then print out one on printer paper and watch the difference.
Would you go for 220 or 170 GSM?
120 if you've got 120. Have you not got it?
Think
170 you could get away with. I think it'd be too thick, in which case try the 220 if you don't have the 120. So let's see if we've got it and have a look. 120 would be my advice. There it is.
Oh, there you go. There it is.
There you go. 120. So grab a pack of that, have a go with it, and have a go at printing on it. Just to let you know, Pro Print has got a right side and a wrong side. The right side is silky smooth. The wrong side is rough. When you take it out of the packet, there's normally a sticker on the front to tell you not to put the bag on your head, and that side is normally where you print it on.
It's a great price as well on that taster pack at £4.99 for you to be able to get that, included, of course, in your postage and packaging as well. And I think it's great when you kind of answer those questions that people have as well, where they're thinking, why doesn't mine look the same? And it's something as small as what you're using.
When you're trying to do something and you're like, well, this has been a complete twist because mine don't look like that. It's because of that. Otherwise, it's going to look exactly the same. When you print some of Carnation's out, they'll have a black line. This is the one I always concentrate on. It's the only one I use. They do single-sided vignettes, in which case you'd want the 220. A single-sided vignette means a vignette. It's just a piece of artwork. That's a vignette. That is literally a vignette that I've got here in my hand. If you use single-sided, it's going to be white on the back, which you'd probably be used to, colour on the front. We want it to be colour on both sides. So this is where Nick helps us kind of cheat the system. I've got a black line running down. I'm going to take that black line and I'm just going to fold it directly onto the black line. Not centrally. I'm not going to just fold this in half. Has to be on the black line. I'm going to use a little bit of Mount Spray in mine. Away from Sheraline's face.
That's all right.
And you can use a glue stick, just don't use PVA if you can help it, because it will add liquid to your paper, which we don't want. Once you've got that sitting here, I'm going to try and get it the wrong way first so I can show you. So if I've got that there, you watch this be the right way around now. So I'm going to take this, remove it from its packaging, and just very, very gently bend that card away from that die so I can just remove him. Now, if I put him there, he doesn't fit. So I did get him the wrong way. And I know that sounds like a daft thing, but again, we've had it before where people have said, well, my die doesn't fit their thing. It doesn't, you just got to switch it round. So just turn it over and it'll fit perfectly, okay? So just make sure you've got the right way around. You can add a little bit of low-tack tape to that to make sure it doesn't move. You can use Cut Tidy, which also helps. And then I'm just going to pop this through the machine, and then we start getting incredible cut line detail in our die cuts. And this moment, when we take this out, this moment is what sets Carnation Crafts aside from any other company, because this is the real moment of magic, this reveal where you take it out of the die and you see the quality of detail, because you don't normally get it. It's as simple as that. So it is a real joyous, the first time you cut a Carnation die and you look at it and you go, well, that's a bit of all right. And then suddenly you know that your card, you already feel confident at that point, well, my cards are going to be really lovely because this is already cut so well. So once I've got that, I'm just going to use the little release holes at the back of the die, poke him out, and then man alive. Do I have some exquisite detail? And he has been cut. Look at the lines in his fur.
Perfectly, isn't it? Yeah.
That is the difference between Carnation, and while we've got him just seated there, if I take him, you see those cut lines given? Because I can, without any other help, shape him already, because Nick put those cut lines in for a reason. That is Carnation. That's the difference between Carnation and anything else. And he is now shaped and ready to go.
And we're talking over 70 cut lines in this collection as well. So there's a huge amount of those to kind of give you that dimension, to give you that detailing that we're getting to see as well. I mean, he literally looks like he's got fur on.
He has.
That is what is so fabulous about this. And I think it is because it's all in-house as well, the artwork that's done. It's the fact that you actually can print off as much of that as you want for free just by buying the die sets. Imagine what you would pay usually if you were going to an artist of that quality and saying, oh, do you know what I want to have? It would be unbelievable amounts, and yet you've got all of that to go and do your card making, your scrapbooking, you know, create pieces of wall art, do whatever you want to do with these, because this collection is absolutely spectacular. Now, we are giving you a £40 saving for you to be able to get this today, £27.49 for you to be able to take this home. And if you have a look at that, as we said, there is just so much that is included with it, right from the vehicles to the sentiments to the flowers, the animals that we've got there. It is all about building those scenes up. The gate that we're seeing, it's absolutely fabulous. The little cows that we've got there as well, and the samples speak for themselves. I mean, there is so many. We could keep showing you and showing you and showing you more and more and more, because they are just all so different, also individual, and absolutely exquisite, every single one of those as well. Are we going to have a look at another demo of building these main scenes together?
We'll have a look at building up some of those hillside details for us. So we can see how it works and how we build them in. So one of the main elements here is your rolling hills. So you can see them. You can see how they've got those cut lines in them. I can pop my poker tool through there. So I can cut these elements through. That's super useful because I can then start to build. and I can decoupage. I can do all kinds of things to make those hills really stand out. That's going to be a great sort of asset to me. And I've also got this piece as well. Now I can do various things with this. So I can have it seated like that, so I've got an extra hill rolling by. I can merge it so it sort of seats on an angle and the curves work around, and that almost makes it almost look like it's going through streams, doesn't it? You've got that shadow play at the bottom, which really adds that joy to it. And then the little roadway, and the little roadway changes everything. I love this. This is beyond clever. Suddenly we changed everything. Yeah. There's now a road beyond the hills. It is the cleverest thing. Now I can then place that down further. You can see the road then becomes more sort of prominent, or what I can do is then take it this way and I can place it somewhere on the front and then disguise that front piece. So where do you want your roadway to be? It is beyond clever. I mean, Nick's brain has always been a mystery to all of us, and never more so. Look at that. Yeah. So do you see what I mean? Like, it is so clever. It is just beautifully done.
And it just changes it wherever you put it, doesn't it? Yeah.
Really, really awesome. So that being said, I'm going to use this as my card base. So I've taken one and I have scored it at 1/2 inch, and I've put some red liner tape on it, if I can get it off. And then I can just fold that back in on itself and then place it towards my body so I don't get the two stuck together by accident. Shuffle it in, place it down and push those together. That gives me a little tent base for my card, so I know that I'm ready to go. So we're making this super, super sweet card. Very, very lovely. Now from this, I've got this, and I've got it on a 5mm foam tape. So great big chunky foam tape, which I love. And I'm going to place it in, and I do want it to be on an angle over here. And I want my road just sort of disappearing somewhere along there. The road is clever enough that if I turn it around, it'll also change where it's going. Isn't it clever? I am absolutely obsessed with this little roadway. But I want to tuck it behind because I do want it just disappearing off into that distance. So it is going to go about there, and I'm happy with that. I love that. I'm so smitten. Sorry, I'll stop saying it, but I am absolutely bowled over. So tiny amounts of wet glue, and I'm following that curvature just thither. That'll get me nicely seated. So I've got my road. Then I'm going to take my foam tape. This is a 5mm, so it's a high one. For those of you who ask, I don't use crafting tape. I use window insulation tape, and that's why I can get the different heights. And no, Hobby Maker don't sell it. But you can get it from any double glazers.
Go to a double glazing place.
Just means I can get different heights of foam tape because I like to construct. Right, now let's bring in some width to this card. So I've got my two little gate posts, and by using it that way as such, I can start building the card outwards if I want to. I can also obviously place them together in front and have them that way, so the card would open, and I've got the little hinges then that allow it to open up, and that's going to reveal the little secret story that's happening inside. So that's where we're going with this one. I just want to make sure they're completely on the edge of that, so just to make sure I've covered up my corner edges there, and they'll seat. So I'm just bringing them slightly further apart, okay? So they'll sit like that. Now, once I've done that, I want to add in my cyclist. I always do things by a matter of process. So I want to bring him in. Now I need him to be somewhere near the road, okay? But I want him to be just hanging off the edge of my card. What I can do is place him further down here. I don't want him low down. If I'm going to make this wider, I want to make it higher. So he is actually going to be disappearing off. So he's there, so I get the height going through as he's going, you know, on his merry way. Now, the reason that I'm doing that is I'm also going to bring in the stoat. And if I do that, the stoat's going to look bigger than the cyclist. So the cyclist needs to be off in the distance. He's going to add height to my card. That's going to make everything make sense. So I hope that's made sense to you guys. So small amounts of wet glue on the bottom of his tyre there. And I'll just place him down, make sure he's adhered properly. And here we go then with options. Now, I do like these hanging off. I do like it to be elongated, I got to tell you. So I'm sort of half and half in my mind which way I want to go. And I love the fact that I have choices. Isn't it delicious? Either way, there's something about this card shape. And I think I might stick with that because I actually really, really love that. This is the point when you do demos at home, then you come on air, you're like, ooh, well, I like that. Right, let's do this, and then same on to the side. And these will then obviously close forward because I'm only putting adhesive on the hinge. It won't close fully together, but they will close forward. That will allow me to have some extra stability on the front of the card as well. So we are on a win-win.
Yeah.
Then I have got my beautiful signpost, and I love this. Now, I'm actually going to put this in the centre of the card right at the front.
Yes.
So I'm building perspective all the time. If I add some shadow to that, I will add even more perspective. It will feel like it's further forward. So I can do that here. Just piecing through. And I'm going to place that to the bottom in the centre. Let that shadow place sit and play. So you can see it sort of where you've got the element. That's the crux of my card. That's the very front face of my card. I've got these florals that I'm going to bring in. I love them so much. They're so pretty. This is, again, going to just sort of seal that elongation. I still want to be able to see the gate, but I don't want it to be prominent on that side because I'm drawing out on the composition. So then I'm going to bring in some wet glue, putting it on the gate, not on the florals. That'll make sure it sticks where I want it to stick. Tuck it. Tuck it there and place.
Perfect.
Beautiful corner element, right? That's a strong visual there. So we're going to place in. On this side, not so much. I don't want it to be, because he's already higher. So I don't want to, like, you know, set it too much to a weird way. So for this one, I'm going to place in some longer grasses. I'll just place that at the edge and down to the bottom so it's grounded. And then I want to place in some colour. I want a real pop. So we're going in for these really, really beautiful, bright wildflowers that are just going to seat on top of those grasses. That pop of colour is going to change the dynamic completely, which I love very much. Now, I've got a little tractor that is rolling around on the hill. So tiny bits there. Play them in.
Amazing.
Isn't that so clever? It's
so
just
good.
a delight, this whole collection. Now, I've got to put in a little lamb because he's ridiculously cute. So we're just going to put in a little lamb. He's going to be sitting on this hill over here, enjoying his little self. And then finally, we've got our watcher, okay? So he's watching this scene. So now you see why I couldn't have the motorbike any closer to me. Because it would make absolutely no sense. We'd be in Land of the Giants and everything would be a little scary. So just giving him a little bit of an umph. We're just going to shape him out, pull in some of this. And I'm just going to edge him. Just tuck him in.
Incredible.
Seat him, and the last thing that I'm going to do, tiny amounts,
The sun.
just lift,
Pop it
and place.
Perfect. Oh, it's just amazing, isn't it? Wow.
Isn't that the best thing ever? I'm
it really
so
is.
smitten with this collection. It's so cute.
And I just feel like you wouldn't think that from a collection of dyes that you'd be able to create scenes like this.
It is beyond sweet.
Yeah, and it's magical. And it's the fact that every single time you create something, it's going to be different because you can move things around a little bit. It's absolutely phenomenal. So you have got so much, of course, that is coming within this. It is brand new. We always know they're all available individually, the different bits and parts of this, but the best way and the best value, £40 saving on this, is to get it, obviously, with the whole collection. And when you just look at it there, you know, all of those elements, those floral elements that we were talking about there, the grasses, the vehicles that we're seeing, the beautiful animals that we're seeing there as well, the fact that you've got the good look, the well done, you have got bon voyage there, you've got all the extra sentiments, you've got all of the extras with the little cows, with the beautiful chances as well for the likes of the sheep that we saw there. And then that you have got that open road, all of the hills that is kind of giving the basis to all of these cards as well. It's incredible. And even just little things like this, I'm thinking tags, you know, I'm thinking we can do so much with this collection.
Really cute for little tags for presents, especially for people who have just got married and that kind of thing. I tell you what though, wouldn't they be sweet as nameplates on a wedding table?
Yeah.
I just think it'd be really cute.
Yes, even little favours, you know, because you could put a little kind kind of personalised note inside if you wanted to each person, and then you've got that.
Well, you could also just attach, can I just borrow this
go on, please.
and turn that? You could, of course, attach a tiny little box to the back of this to put some sugared almonds or something like that on the back of that card. So you would still be able to make your wedding favours from that.
Of course you
and
could.
it is so sweet. There's so many things to do with it.
It's just phenomenal. And it's like every single little piece that you look at, you just think, I just love this. You know, you could stick this onto anything you wanted. There's so many phenomenal images that we have. Dave is here. I can see he's just popped in to the studio. So I will just quickly hand over to him. Then we'll have another look at the boards just so you're seeing everything that you're going to get within this huge collection. Hi, Dave.
Thank you, ladies. Yeah, live at 5. I'm going to be with you right the way through until 8 o'clock tonight. We've got a lovely 3 hours together. Debbie is going to be joining us, of course, in the studio down the line with some amazing collections. We've got issue 67 of the magazine, last stock of it, with £60 worth of goodies free. That's one of the highlights. We've also got majestic flowers. We've also got something for the spring as well. We've got our Step into Spring USB keys and also a fantastic card kit too. Then Carla and I are going to be back with the last live hour of our brand new Carnation Crafts collection, which is going very, very nicely. It's a beautiful collection that you'll see more of in a second. And then, in a little bit of a change to our schedule, Liam is joining me. Yes, anything could happen. Liam Dickens will be here. He's one of our managers, and it's a manager's special hour between 7 and 8. Amazing prices that I don't even know anything about. That's why we look between 5 and 8. So I'll see you at 5. And back to the ladies.
Lovely. So yes, well worth staying all the way, of course, until 8 o'clock. Now we've just got under 10 minutes left of the show. So should we have another look through the boards, because there's so many elements this collection,
and you're getting a huge amount of metal at home. So your dies are absolutely exquisite for this collection. So you've got your open road card shape. You've just seen us using it. Now I used obviously this in my last demo as a card base, but the actual card shape comes here, and you'll see this in the next show. This has got score lines going down it, so you can fold it in or out. And then you've got your builds, these hills that we can build in and out, and you see those in the different samples. The gorgeous little cows and the sheep and the lambs, the grasses for grounding devices, of course, as well, really important. The tractors that are there for the design for perspective, that's why they're the faded grey colours for them, and the same with the tiny little buildings. From there you've also got your large hedge, and that will attach obviously to your fence post. So again, we create that elongation, that beautiful sort of sense of length. It's a really nice way of card making. So all of those gorgeous pieces, and that piece of road is just awesome. Turn it that way or turn it round the other way. You'll get a different perspective depending what you do. From there, I love these. I love these. Gorgeous corner elements, so important for composition. We've got your signposts as well, which I love. The wood detail in that is insane.
So clever.
It is. When you sit and you just don't get that kind of detail in. It's really lovely to see. You've got your florals, everything snippable. If you want to snip into these, you go for it. You can make smaller elements from these. So you could build a bouquet with smaller pieces. You've got your long line grasses as well. We just use those, and even down to your tiny little flowers just going through. Really important set, this. The two cars, you've got the large car and you've got the small car. Then you've got the motorcycle, large motorcycle, small motorcycle, all ready for you to make cards for different occasions. That could be a new job, it could be a new driver, new home, just married, all of those things. The wee suitcases, which I love. You've even got the little panel on top of the car for those to sit on. Don't have to use them, but they're there if you want. Actually, it'd make a great taxi driver card as well. If you've got a taxi driver in your life, this would make a really great card. You've got all the cans for just married. You've got your learner plates and your P plates to say just passed. You've obviously got these ones as well, which are those learner plates just flying off in the breeze. And that's such a great iconic image. So you could have that and then have these coming away from it as if it's going through that process of learning to past. So really awesome little piece of kit. Lovely sentiments. Good look, well done, bon voyage. Really lovely kind of strong impact, positive, hopeful statements. So we're making positive cards with this whole collection. Each one with its base plate here, its matte layer, and that allows you to lift it up for a little bit of extra dimension, maybe a bit of shadow play if you wanted to. The gate you've just seen me use, which is so important. It comes as one full piece, but it can be cut in half like you saw me do in the last demo. You've got the hinges here, meaning it can open and it can close. It can be separated. You can have them facing the opposite. You you name it. That's a really iconic and very important piece, and also quite a masculine piece as well, can I say. It doesn't smack in your face of feminine, does it? It's either way. Then we've got your little, look at their little faces. So you've got that beautiful kingfisher, and then that stoat, which is just so sweet. So there's wild watchers watching everything that you are creating as you go forward in this collection. Skylines and Sunsets is just a beautiful, stunning collection. Absolutely. So that is it. Can I just give one final shout out to Love is in the Air? So this is a separate die. It's not part of the main collection. But if you want it, man, is this pretty. So Love is in the Air. You saw me demoing with this, for, the first one in the show that we came to first. It allows you to build the most romantic swings, the most gorgeous pieces. Aren't they sweet? And it's very, very beautiful, very feminine, very delicate. You have got your main arbor here, your wedding arbor, or it could just be a suite, depends which way you look at it. You've got your kind of drapes that go down. You've got a swag that's so clever just to give that detailing on the top there. The two ropes that come down if you want to make it a swing. You've got your seats here that you can change that through. You've got signs, Mr. and Mrs. that can seat on those, and they look exquisite. Little florals that you can dress up. So if you want to change the colour of this, so it's not all white, you've got roses that you can go on, or you can mix and match. So loads going on in that one die set. It's incredible.
Oh, it really is phenomenal. That's £29.99, of course, for you to get that. So it is just the most incredible new collection. Remember, the perfect papers are there that match perfectly with this as well. And what is just so magnificent, which of course you will get to see when you get this home, is that the dies are made for the artwork is made for the dies, and all of that you get for free just by going onto Carnation's website, and you can print all of those off as many times as you want to work with these die sets as well. So for that main collection, it is a £40 saving. Today it is the launch show for you to be able to get over 50 dies as well. And you can't get it anywhere else but here, which is absolutely fabulous. And you know, you just literally just looking at all of these, and I'm just thinking, wow, wow, wow. Every single time I look at each of them, whether it's with the kingfisher, whether it's with the stoat, you know, whether we're thinking, oh, it's with the cars or with the swing, it is all just absolutely magical. So I'm very excited for you to get this home and to start crafting with this collection.
I know. Well, you could have this in your hands by the end of the week.
I know, isn't that amazing? And just for £27.49 as well, because you can get it on that split pay, full-way split pay with that discount deal as well. So you're back on in an hour when we'll get to see even more of this.
With my TV husband.
Yes.
Who I can see shuffling around the studio.
He's ready. Yeah, so Dave and Carla are back in an hour, so do not miss that. But Debbie is up next. You'll get to have another look at those new launches that we shared a couple of hours ago, so don't go anywhere. I'll see you tomorrow.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker. It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card? Hi everybody, good afternoon. How you doing? It's 5 o'clock. Thank you, Sherilyn. She'll be back, I'm sure, tomorrow. I'm with you right the way through until 8 o'clock now. Great to have your company. As I mentioned before, we've got a manager special with Liam coming up at 7 o'clock. We've got the final airing today of the brand new Carnation Crafts launch at 6 with Carla and myself. This hour, though, is all about the lady that gives you more and is very famous for that fact. Yes, Debbi Moore is down the line in her studio. It's in somewhere exotic. Debbi, good evening, good afternoon. What is it your time? Is it 6 o'clock your time?
Bon nuit, everybody. Hello, all the way from France.
Great to know you're there. Thank you for joining us. Now, we're going to hear an awful lot from Debbi during the show and lots of demos to come, of course, as well. Lots of inspiration. But I wanted to kick off this show a little bit different to what we did earlier on, in that I was talking to Debbi in between the shows, and this is a very last opportunity to get hold of something very special. Debbi very regularly brings us out magical, inspirational magazines. Now, issue 67 is this one just here, and it is packed full of fantastic inspiration, lots of project ideas, competitions as well. But you've actually got, with this magazine, not just the magazine physically itself, you've actually got £60 worth of fantastic giveaways included in this magazine. And now what I mean by that is Debbi is very famous for all sorts, but for her downloadable kits, she's very, very famous. And there are 2 kits in this. You've actually got Hobby Gnomes and Winter Fairies towards the back, and they will have codes, which we've very cleverly covered up so you can't see them. But when you get the magazine, you can actually open it up and download those 2 collections of, amidst a few other things as well. But also, in the magazine, you don't just get the actual magazine with the content, you get all these fantastic printed papers and toppers with sentiments as well, and you've got background papers in there too. I mean, look at the quality of the paper as well. All of that's removable from the inside of the magazine, and you can craft with it. Now, in addition to that, you also get the most gorgeous, I think one of my favorite stencils of all time. Look at this. The woodland stencil is included as well. Now, if you were to pay for the downloads, if you were to pay for the papers, if you were to pay for the stencil here, your bill will be about £60. So this, I've got to stress, is the last stock we have available of this magazine. We've got about 100 or so left, that is it. And then when that goes, that will be it. It will not be coming back again. We'll move on to issue 68. So if you want to get hold of this, and you're thinking, okay, what's going to be this? It's got £60 worth of extras, and it's got papers, and it's got a stencil, and it's got to be, what, maybe at a good price, £35, £40? No. For the first 100 of you to check out your order, we can let you have it for $14.99. I mean, that stencil must be £10 worth of value at least. And look at the stags already. Beautiful, beautiful trees. You can make your own scenes. Use your different shades of green ink pads to create different depths in the forest, all that sort of thing. But what above all you've got in here is page after page from Debbi and her team of inspiration, how to use your dies, how to do different card shapes. And of course, to get those downloads that will never disappear, the Hobby Gnomes and the Winter Fairies. I mean, Debbi, issue 67 has been a runaway success, but this is the last stock now, isn't it? Definitely.
I mean, there's so much you're going to get in here. I mean, there is over £60. I will say I stopped then. So if you had to buy all the elements that you're going to get extra, it'll cost you way over £60. This is our Bringing Inspiration to You winter edition. And I mean, we've got loads of samples here. I wanted to give you not just one theme, but you've actually got 4 different themes. So you've got from fabulous art deco to beautiful flowers. You've got the magical, you can see it behind me, the winter fairies that we've got in the collection as well. But then we've even thrown in, you've got elements from envelopes, dimension elements, and also gnomes in there, as well as the 40 pull-out papers and that stencil. It's a gorgeous collection. And you're going to be able to create things like this. I mean, how gorgeous is that card? It gives you that wow factor. And we share you techniques on how to create these dome cards, and these are using nesting dies and different shaped cards. There's so much on there. And don't forget, one of the free collections you get are the Winter Fairies boxes and bags collection, to be able to create beautiful pillar boxes right down to gorgeous boxes for the winter. But if you don't want to go Winter Fairies, don't forget you have got the glorious Art Deco as well. So you've got these beautiful 3D elements and designs that you can create. And don't forget that stencil. I mean, you might pick it up on here, but the stencil, you can just about see it. But I show you how to do background. You can do emboss. And when we come to do the demonstrations on this, I'll be showing you how you can also emboss as well as do scenes with that gorgeous stencil. I mean, the stencil is normally £9.99 on its own.
I thought it was, yeah. I thought it was about £10 worth. So absolutely brilliant value for £14.99. I mean, you can't bottle that sort of inspiration. You can't buy that sort of inspiration. I mean, if you went to workshops, for example, to be taught how to do certain things, you know, a single workshop can be anywhere between 30 through to 65, 70 pounds. So to get all of that inspiration in the magazine, all those 40 papers, remember, beautiful printed onto glossy paper, plus of course the stencil and both of those digital download kits, full download kits for £14.99, it is ridiculous. We have obviously to cover up the codes in the magazine, because when you get the magazine home, you just go to Debbie's website, tap in the code, that opens up those collections and you can print things off again and again and again and again. Now, another thing that we want to bring you, and this is what they majored on in the earlier show today, which we're going to talk about now, is the Majestic Flowers multi-buy. Now, this is the best of both worlds, because you've got the physical product and you've also got a forever code. Now, that means that whenever you normally buy any kind of card collection, you've got your favourite sheets, you've got your favourite toppers, you've got your favourite background sheets, all that sort of thing. You use your favourites and then it's, oh, well, they've gone now. I've got to go and buy it again. What Debbie does, and I've never got over her generosity with this, she gives you the main collection, as you can see here, and these are between the Carnation Dreams and the Majestic Lily is what you've got. You've got the dies to start off with. There's actually 16 dies between the two sets, 8 in each. You've then also got 84 crafting sheets. Now that's split up between the actual elements that match the dies, so you can cut the elements out of the paper and the cardstock that's already pre-printed for you. They're all numbered as well, so if there's any decoupage, you know what goes down first and that sort of thing. But then you've also got all of your printed inserts, you've got your backgrounds, you've got your toppers on there as well. So in total, 84 crafting sheets, 16 dies, and wait for this, you get a forever code. What does that mean? It means just like with the codes that are in the magazine, you've got a physical code on the packaging that you can go to Debbi Moore's website, again, details of that on the packaging, and you can put in that forever code. And that means all this artwork that you bought once is there for you to print off again and again and again and again, and you can print it onto whatever paper, card, medium you want to. But you've got that artwork for life, and that's there. XI6190 is the product code, XI6190. New today, but to get all of those dies and to get all that artwork and the forever code as well, now that price is what it should be. That's what it's worth, £77.97. Not today. Oh, I've just remembered where it's going to go to. Do you fancy saving 30 quid? Because that's what Debbie's giving you, £30 off the whole lot for less than 50, £47.97. XI6190, and two of the most popular flowers. I mean, to be honest with you, lilies work for both happy and sad, don't they? The carnations are just gorgeous all year round. Wonderful quality card and paper that Debbie's printed this on, but then you've always got the artwork there. So if you've got a favourite flower and you want that 20 times to make 20 cards from that one topper, you can print it off 20 times. You can print it off as many times as you want. Even the background papers are included. And I know, Debbie, your first demo is going to be with this collection, isn't it? But I've got to let you know, if you want issue 67 of the magazine, it's absolutely flying. We only have a limited quantity of that. So if you want that, I wanted to get that on the show straight away to give you a chance of getting it for just under 15 quid. But Debbie, over to you. It's a great collection, this. Gorgeous flowers, dies, and the fact the forever code's there too.
I mean, Majestic Flowers, I was saying on the earlier show, the flower collection, it's like receiving a bouquet in a card. And that's essentially what you're going to be able to create with this beautiful collection. I've got some samples that I want to show you very quickly before we go into the demo. But one thing I will stress, with the whole collection, there isn't a duplicate. You get 84 sheets, all different. You may get some color options with that, but every single sheet is different. So then you have the options. So just think, you get 84 forever code elements, which means, when I say elements, sheets, I should say. So whether you use it to create 10 cards, 100 cards, or 1,000 cards in your lifetime, enjoy the collection. Now, I want to just show you, if we can have a look at the top camera and show you some of the cards that we're going to do, or should you going to do. You can do wedding cards with it. You've got them in different color options as well. And I mean, you know me in pink, you've got beautiful elements. You can do different shapes with them. This is using the card making kit, so you can do squeezy cards. And this is the card that I did in the last show, so you can watch it back if you missed it. But yet again, you can do different size cards. You can mix and match and add them in with them. And the other thing that I've done is some of the elements, and I'll be talking to you this when we come to the demo, from the actual card making kit matches the match it, if that makes sense. And look how much fun you can do with this. I mean, the whole design team have had so much fun. Jeanette, and I've got Pam, and I've got Hayley. I've had really so much fun with this. And it's not just about card making with these. I mean, yes, you can do these gorgeous shaped cards. You can even do shaper cards. But look at this sample behind me that I want to show you. You can do a jewelry box. This is a jewelry box that Jeanette has made using a collection. There's a backing paper that you get in the card making kit, so you just keep printing it off. And then she's used, I mean, it's beautiful. Then she's used her match it. And this is one of the toppers that she's used. I do have a separate card in here, so you can do a comparison. So you can see how it's done from this card. There's the topper there. And then she's made it as a finish on here, right down to even making little earrings, carnation earrings, using it. So don't just think it's for card making or scrapbooking. You can do giftware. You can create these fabulous jewelry boxes and have so much fun with it. So we're now going to do a little demo using it and show you how easy it is to put together. Okay, so remember what I said, you have 84 crafting sheets. I want you to enjoy the collection. To save time, don't need to see me die cut and everything. I've got all my elements die cut already. Now, this is what I was going to say to you. So this is off the topper sheet. If I just move this off the way. So this is the topper off one of the card toppers from the card making kit. And these have been die cut out of the match it with the dies. But look, you can overlay them. Can you see that the same size? So you can mix the whole collection in that card making kit, and then you've got backing papers. So we're going to do a quick card using the elements, and then I'm going to show you how to create a bow, because with the new bow maker that we've dyed that we've got on today's show. So also on today's show, we have what I call our printable card. So it's a cardstock essentially, but we use it for printing, but it's a nice heavy duty one. So I tend to also use it as my base. So I'm just taking a sheet, I'm making a fold back card. And how you do that is just fold it forward like so, and then fold it back. I mean, you know, when it comes to having a card that's versatile, is that the right word? Yes, I think it is. This is great to have because you already got it if you are using for printing as well. And then these are the papers that are in two of your card making options. And what I've done is I have printed it on satin to give more of a matte. So you might see, so this is a bit shiny. Hopefully it picks up. Well, when we go back to Dave, he'll show you the difference between the glossy and the satin. It gives a different finish. And so all I'm doing is now I'm leaving a little whiter edge around it, and I am just simply trimming it down. Now my top tip is always just get a pen, make a little mark like so, and while I'm at it, I'm going to do this as well. I'm going to simply just put a little mark where I want it, and I'm using my paper trimmer. I never measure unless I really have to, because life's too short. What I found when it comes to this kit is it's a joy to create with, because you need a backing paper, you've got a backing paper. If you want to print this off twice, you've got the forever code. So when it comes to my match it range, I want you to always enjoy the versatility of it. And I'm just going to use some glue, get the right one. Now remember, we have got the printable card, and you've got the satin, and you've got the glossy, and there's other, check out the website because we've got loads of our printables. There we go. I mean, it's so much fun with this collection. It's all florals, and it is, you know, the winter blues. If you want to get out of the winter blues, go for this collection. And if you love the winter, you want to get the magazine while there's still stock in. And let's have this on. So you can see how this is all coming together like so. There we go. And then what I'm doing is, this is one of the toppers. This is going to just sit on one side. It's called a fold back, which means you only put the adhesive on one side. Oops. And the reason behind that is it overhangs like so. And all I'm doing is I'm bringing in also some more of this pink. So this is from the Match It pad, or I should say kit that you get. And I'm just tearing a little bit to show the pink. And it's going to break this up here. And you can see how everything's coming together. Now, when it comes to the Match It flowers, you've got them in different sizes. You've got 16 dies. But remember, if you like to fussy cut, you can also print those off at different sizes. There we go. Let me just make this straight. There we go. And then we can actually put all these elements together while I'm sticking. You may be wondering why I'm in France. Okay, Dave, my husband, not Dave in the studio, but my husband and I bought a chateau last month, and we're going to renovate it. So some months or some weeks I'll be in France, and some weeks I'll be in the UK. But it still doesn't stop me crafting. So what I'm doing on here is, now you can see this is all coming together. So the chateau, I'm having so much fun. I'll be honest with everybody. We've only been in 4 weeks, but when we first got here, we discovered that there was no heating, no electricity, no water. And because the chateau had been empty for how many years? It was empty for 4 years. There we go. It's all coming together. Let's have these coming out here. And then we're going to finish off with a bow and some blending tools. But it just comes together. So what I'm doing is just using the Match It overlaying, I can't even think of the word I'm thinking about, just putting one on top of each other. And then I have my sentiment, which has gone somewhere. Oh, there it is. Just for you is going to be down here. And let's put together a bow. Now we do have a bow die on today's show. And it has got 2 different bow size. So you can see that's coming together there. Now what I've done is I've die cut using that green. And this is, hopefully you can see the difference on here. So this is being die cut from glossy. This here is the matte. So it gives a different finish and colour. So it's worth experimenting with both. So what I'm doing is simply using my ball tool. You can check out the website for it, or you can use your nails and simply put the adhesive in the center like that. I think my glue is drying up. Let's get another one. Let's try that, that's better. And then put that together like so. And then we're going to have that one on there. And that creates the bow. So you then put this one in the center. And then this bit wraps round, or you can use a dart, you can put that in the center, which is what I'm going to do. So the idea behind it is that could wrap around the center, or you can put one of the lovely matching flowers. There we go. And then this is just going to sit on there. And then we're done. There we go, everybody. A little fallback pad.
Debbie, that looks absolutely beautiful. And your story about no electricity or no heating in your new place, in your new chateau, that kind of, this time of the year can't be much fun. So hope you're getting that sorted out. But if you want to go for the Majestic Flowers multi-buy, remember that's what we showed you a few seconds ago. That's going to have 84 sheets in total and 16 dies, but of course the forever code is there for you as well. So if you love that last card that Debbie showed you, you can make that again and again and again and again. Now let me just do a little bit of a shopping list of what Debbie used, because this is a good opportunity to show you the difference actually between the satin and the glossy paper. So Debbie mentioned about the printable satin paper. When you want that sort of matte finish, it's not dull, it's just a matte finish, very, very elegant, 20 sheets of it. I mean, if I just angle it in the lights there, you can see that there's not really much of a glisten or a gloss from it. It's more of a muted, understated satin shimmer, I suppose you could say. But 20 sheets of the paper, perfect quality to be printing onto, 120 GSM, and that's on the screen coming up for you right now. But 20 sheets of your printable satin paper. It's not always appropriate to have the gloss, so if you want this kind of scaled down, or we get 40 sheets, you get 2 packs. Beg your pardon, 2 packs, so 20 sheets in each pack, 40 sheets in total for £7.98. That's pretty amazing price actually. LB6161 is the product code if you want that. Now the glossy one, I'm able to show you a little bit easier the effect on this. Now this is actually 25 sheets in a pack, and you're going to get 2 packs. So hopefully now you can see that there is much more of a shimmer and a shine. These are the papers that Debbie would print onto and include in the middle of the magazine, and they're really, you know, top quality, shiny, glossy paper. Now the actual GSM on this is you're looking at 150 GSM, and you are going to get double packs. So you get 50 sheets, 2 packs of 25 for £9.99, which is pretty amazing. RH6170. And then what Debbie was using dye-wise, she was using the bow. So I've got that here for you. So if you like making your own bows, and you know, even if you're not really into the flowers, well, let's say, or the gnomes or whatever, but you love the idea of putting a bow on something. Alex, my producer, was saying, I can't tie a bow. I don't think I could either, to be fair. But these will give you various different sizes of paper bows. You can have your tails on there, of course, as well. I mean, these are only £14.99, which I think is a pretty amazing price for being able to have instant bows on anything that you want to put them onto. WT6120. WT6120 is that product code. And we've also, as well, if winter or winter tones are not really your thing, we've also got the spring available for you too. I just quickly wanted to get that in before we go back to our next demo on the magazine for a sec, because we've got the USB, we've also got the Step into Spring dimensional kit with a forever code as well, and we also have the digital download version as well. So USB first of all, okay. So this is basically the USB that's here. It's plugged into the computer in the gallery at the moment, but you'll get your USB. I think we all know what USBs look like. This is amazing though, because this has got 1,500 printable elements onto it. Now, bearing in mind the week and the weekend we've just had wind-wise and weather-wise, you're probably thinking, oh, I just want to see a buttercup. I just want to see a bit of sunshine or a bright day or a bit of warmth or whatever. That's what this is going to give you on your computer, on your PC, whenever you want it. And there are, remember, 1,500 printable elements. That's not items, elements. That could be a sheet. And it's on the USB, it's only £12.99. Now, that will be sent to you in the post. So it's a physical USB product that you plug into the side of your computer, you take the artwork off of the USB, and it never disappears. It just keeps on being available for you to print again and again and again and again. UG6128 is that product code if you want a bit of spring in your life, and who doesn't at this time of the year. And then those of you that are familiar with downloads, and I think more and more of us are getting used to that now, we have that USB available as a digital download. Now, the way that works is this doesn't physically come to you in the post. It basically goes straight onto your HobbyMaker account, and you can then use all that artwork. It's exactly the same content. All that artwork is there for you to use. 1,500 printable elements for £7.99. Now, the way that works is it's different to buying a product as such. It's an instant download. So if you go to our website, and that's where you've got to go to get this deal, which is hobbymaker.co.uk, and it just basically says, rather than saying purchase now, it just says, or rather than add it into your basket, you just basically purchase, and it's an instant purchase on a debit or credit card. There is no refund policy on it because basically, it's something that when you've got it, you've got it. If you ever accidentally delete it, if you put it on the memory of your computer or whatever, and it gets deleted by mistake, or you change your phone or anything like that, and you want the artwork, it always will be on your HobbyMaker account. So you can always just download it again if you want to do that. So that is MW6146, okay? MW6146, there's no P&P because it's not a physical product that's being shipped to you. It's basically a download that you get access to right away. You could be crafting with that artwork before the end of the show's out. That's how quick the downloads are. That's why so many of you love them. And then the other option we've got for you, still with the spring into summer, is the dimensional kit. Now, this is the dimensional kit, and I understand why. A lot of you love to get a physical card kit in your hands. You love the feel of it, you love the smell of the paper or the card, and you love the physical aspects of cutting things out, that sort of thing. Well, this basically is giving you the complete dimensional kit with a forever code. So you get the physical kit arriving with your toppers. You've got fantastic dimensional cards that you can make here, of course, as well, all printed on the finest quality paper, the finest quality card. You've got stepper cards, slider cards, side steppers, I think, as well, are in there as well. And then if there's a card you like the look of and you want to print 20 of the same or 50 of the same, you've got the forever code. That artwork is always going to be there for you through Debbi's website, but all the instructions are, of course, in the packaging, and you can print that off again and again and again. So you get the best of both worlds. You get the physical card kit, and then you get the download, of course, or the forever code, which means you can just print that artwork off again and again and again. And I think we'd all do with a little bit of spring in our lives at the moment. Is it as bad where you are as it is where we are? Windy, windy, windy.
It has been. Today is the warmest. I mean, everybody's like, why did you move in December? It just worked out. I was supposed to move in September, but it worked out December. And then obviously when we discovered that there was no heating, no lighting, no water, that is now all sorted, and we've got central heating and everything's good in the chateau. But I have never in my life experienced -7, and last week it was -7 and everything was white. And it was the most unbelievable winter scenes, which has inspired me to create new winter scenes or designs for later on this year. But the weather is a bit today, but it's like getting all seasons in a week. I've never experienced it before.
Well, I did see your photographs on social media, and they looked incredible. They really, really did. Okay, but if you're wanting spring, which I think an awful lot of our thoughts are going that way at the moment, all the holiday adverts on the telly, you're thinking warmth, then treat yourself either to the USB or the download, or of course the physical kit here with the forever code on it as well. But we're going to go back to the magazine because the stock of this is going very fast. It's exciting, and this is the last of the stock of issue 67. The next issue you see will be 68, but this will be the last time you get hold of it and to purchase it today. But we talked about downloads before, Debbie. There's download kits included with this as well, which are the Hobby Gnomes and the Winter Fairies. Now they feature in the back of the actual magazine, and we've covered up the codes, so don't worry, you can't see what the codes are, but when you get your magazine home, you'll be able to see them, and you'll be able to access all of that fantastic artwork. But again, for those of you that love having the physical product in your hands, you've got the magazine, of course, but you've also then got your 40 removable, glossy printed sheets there as well, and they are just gorgeous. And this is what Debbi does best. The artwork is absolutely stunning. You've got your background papers there as well. And remember, you've also got competitions in there, lots of inspiration. And as well as that, you're going to get, which I've lost, you're going to get your fantastic stencil, which is, where have I put it? You're going to get your woodland stencil. It's buried here somewhere. I've got lots of other things over, lots of other things. You will get your woodland stencil. Did I put it inside the magazine? No. But you will get your woodland stencil as well. That's worth $9.99. So for $14.99, have you got the stencil there, Debbie? Oh, there it is. Good.
It's come all the way to France. Like magic. With the Winter Fairies. But no, you're right. It is the most amazing stencil. It's our first build a scene stencil. So you have the forest scene and you have them in 3D effects. You have the tree, so you can do different scopes. You have the grass, and then you have this family of deers right down to the baby one. How sweet's that? And then at the bottom, you have snow, or you can use it as bubbles. You can use it this way. You know, some people have trimmed it off, so they've used this for mixed media, but the whole thing is for winter scenes. And you know, the weather at the moment is very wintry, and when you see what you can create, I mean, there's loads in the magazine, there's loads of ideas from all our design team, from creating different scenes to actually from the cards themselves. These are some of the cards that we haven't showed you in projects. So this is from the magazine. We're giving you a whole jam-packed issue with over £60 worth of products, showing you how to use doing different techniques, different shape cards, different elements for you to enjoy, right down to unusual shapes and also very basic shapes and quick cards that you can create. When you get it home, just pull out the papers. I mean, we'll use the top camera so you'll see what I mean. There is 40 papers in this magazine. I mean, 40 pull-out papers straight away, 150 GSM, really good quality for you to use. And you may recognize some of the stencils in here, not stencils, shape. So this is the Match It nesting die that we have on today's show. And then look, you've got the arch frame. So you can use your nesting dies if you want to die cut, and this has been on the website, and all these are all now my basic ones, or you can just fussy cut it. And you've got from, as I said, the winter fairies right down to the beautiful flowers, and you've got 40 pull-out papers from Dimensional. And when you get to the back, you've got step-by-step showing you how to use the stencil itself. So, for example, that's embossing. Then we've got to do that in today's demo. And on the other side of this, actually, I talked to you about how to create a forest scene effect using a stencil. So you've got all the techniques in there. It's a great tool for anybody that does craft groups, because we give you permission to use it. And don't forget, you've got different shaped cards, over £60 worth of goodies, because there's loads of offers in here for the readers only. So this is the actual one of the downloads. So this collection is worth $19.99. That stencil is worth $9.99, and you're paying $14.99 for all this and more. So we're going to do a card from it. We're going to use this fabulous, I love her, she's so beautiful. You know I'm going to pick an Art Deco. So it doesn't have to be winter. So remember, in the middle, you've got different ideas and techniques. So I'm going to be using this character, but I'm using the actual shape card that you get in there. And you see that you've got beautiful Art Deco toppers. They're not just winter, they are generic and the same as the papers. I'm just trying to find, there we go, some more Art Deco. So this is the page that I'm using. And you can use, I mean, we'll show you later, this is the rectangle sunburst that match it. So you can see that we can die cut it out, which is what I've done. So there's my elements there. And then I've got my papers. So I've already got, this is one, we're just going to do a standard stencil. Sorry, I keep saying stencil. We're going to do a standard easel. And I've used the Match It and die cut this out. Now, don't forget, if you wanted to have this character, we also have these nesting dies on the show. You just need to check out the website, all the different ones that we have. It's this one here. It's called, I think it's called Scallop, Art Deco Scallop Rectangle. And that's what we've used for this one. So you can see that you can either fussy cut or you can use your nesting dies. And to start off with, what I want to do is put them in. I've already trimmed this down to size. It's such an opulent paper, and it makes it, because it's on this lovely shine. So this is the same paper that you can get as a plain printable pack. I mean, you can see the shine on it. It just makes it more elegant and gives you that feeling of opulence. And yes, it's double-sided. You could have that one if you want, but we're going to go with the blue. So I'm just going to put the glue around the outside. I mean, you can use double-sided tape. You can use any type of adhesive. And I'm going to simply just stick it in. Just give it a little bit of a wiggle room. round the edges. There we go. This is why I prefer glue, so it gives me that wiggle room. And then I'm just going to stick that one on here. Now what I've done with the stencil, so I told you that you can actually use your distress inks and you can add distress inks and create that lovely scene. The instructions are in the magazine. But the other thing that you can do is you can emboss. Can you see what I've done here? There you go. I've run it through and embossed it. And all you do, you follow the instructions on your die cut machine and you can emboss. I'm after this bottom bit. So you can see, but look how fun that set of deer is. So you can see how that's come out beautifully. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut the bottom bit off because I am using that almost like a contrast to the gold. So it's going to go along there. So all I'm doing is just trimming it down like so. And it's going to go in the middle, but what I'm going to do, actually that doesn't look straight. There we go, let me trim it down. So a top tip, if you find that you haven't cut it straight, use one of the lines on your trimmer and then you can line it up until it gets straight. Yes, I didn't cut it straight. There we go. And then you can then use it that way. So that's now straight. So what I'm doing is I'm simply cutting it a bit in half because it's not reaching the whole length. And this is going to go on side and that's going to go on the other like so. And that's if you don't have enough to go all the way along. It's a top tip because you're not going to see it. I want to see these lovely embossed effect. And that is from your stencil. Oops, there's my feather. So let's stick this all together. Now, when it comes to the embossing, as I said, follow the instructions on your die cut machine for embossing. Normally, it just tells you to use a shim, which is a rubber shim. If you don't have a rubber shim, you can either use some funky foam or you can even use some pieces of card. Because essentially what you're doing is you're putting that on top of the gold card and pushing it through. And then I'm going to have this on here, like so, and I'm going to have the lovely white feather on one side and the sentiment like that. So this is just going to be off a little bit. And remember, with this collection, you've got so many different choices with a magazine. You know, if you want to do a fairy card, you've got the fairy card. If you want to do that lovely winter rose, you've got that option. But you can see how quickly it's coming together. Now, for when you're sticking things on a feather, you need a strong adhesive. You can use silicone glue. I'm just using this Beacons glue, which I will be bringing to Hobby Maker very soon. And then simply layer it up. Now, the other thing that you have to do when working with an easel card is it needs to stand up. So what I've got here is just a little with love with some foam pads. And what I'm doing is simply lining up where I want it, putting down exactly in the middle, and then leaving it to dry like so. And that's why I put a little bit of wiggle room so I can get it straight. And then I'm going to finish off with a ribbon strip around the front. And the inspiration came from the magazine. And then the papers, other than the gold card and the feather, of course, everything is from the magazine. Look how easy it was to put together to give you that opulent card. I'm just going to cut from the back and then we're done. How
Perfect.
That, everybody?
Absolutely gorgeous. And all from a magazine that's costing you only £14.99. It's just incredible to get those digital download kits included, the fairies and also the gnomes as well. And we know how popular the gnomes are. You've got those for life. They're not going to disappear. They're not going to run out. They're not a time limited offer. They're basically codes in the magazine. I can't show you the codes because obviously that would mean that you could get access to it without buying the magazine. So the codes are in there and you'll find them. And you just go to Debbie's website, which we printed in here, and that's where you'll find the artwork. And then you can print it off as many times as you want to without any other charge whatsoever. So when you take into account the downloads, you take into account the 40 printable papers that are in there, or printed papers, beg your pardon, are on the glossy, top quality, magazine quality glossy pages. 40 of those, a mixture of toppers, of items that you can die cut and fussy cut as well. Beautiful, opulent background papers in there too. You've got some pheasants and peacocks in there too, I can see. And the stencil, which is worth £9.99. You've got, in addition to the magazine, £60 worth. £60 worth of extras, and it's costing you £14.99. But importantly, this is your last chance to get hold of issue 67. We are literally into double figure stock now for this. Yeah, we're going to be on to issue 68 next time we see Debbie. Now, those dies that Debbie was talking about, in other words, these are instantly recognizable shapes. You can use them with all the printed toppers and so on that you see in the magazines. Debbie uses these shapes all the time in her magazines and in her downloads and that sort of thing. So basically what you've got here are the opportunities of getting gorgeous nesting dies. Now we've got this one here. If you want this one, which looks actually a little bit like an emerald cut gemstone, doesn't it? Beautiful, works that way and that way. But you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 9 dies in there for £14.99. And even if you're not using Debbie's artwork, you just want mats and layers in classic plain cardstock, that's going to work for you. But of course, these cut frames out beautifully every time. Whether you want a thin frame, something a little bit chunkier, just go to the next die down. If you want to have an aperture, then it will cut the aperture. So these dies will do at least 3 things or more than that. And for £14.99, you really can't go wrong. They're just, at the end of the day, a gorgeous shape, but you'll find that these will match the printed toppers that Debbie puts in her kits and puts in the magazines as well. Now, the next one is that shape, I think. I believe that was a shape that Debbie was using, actually. So this is your sunburst rectangle, this one. So if that's a shape that's eluded your nesting die collection, again, we're going to do the same price. We're going to honour the same price for these. They'll work in any die cutting machine. £14.99, and you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 dies in that collection. But again, it works profile and landscape and profile for £14.99, and just as versatile as that last one I showed you. Now, if you want something a little bit more Art Deco, this one is definitely very Art Deco, this one here. So this is like a rectangle with a dome top. It's the arched frame, we're calling this one. And again, that will work with so many of the printed elements that are in the magazine as well. If I just at random pick up this sheet from the magazine, look, can you see? That is exactly the right shape to cut those out perfectly, so no fussy cutting needed if you own the dies. You get a perfect professional cut every single time if you're not as good with scissors. I'm not very good with scissors, so a die is the way to get that professional cut, okay? That's £12.99. £2 less than the others. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 dies in there as well. Well, that's nearly your P&P covered, isn't it? If you thought that was going to be £14.99, it's £2 less. P&P's capped every day at £3.95, no matter how many things you buy, no matter how many times you buy throughout the day from midnight to midnight. And then the last one is this one just here, which is probably the fanciest of all of them. And again, that was probably one that you haven't actually got in your nesting die. This is the ornate frame nesting die. This is only £14.99. You could make that into butterfly wings if you wanted to as well. Isn't it just beautiful? Really different as well. Again, you could have it as like a cross, or you could have it as an X. But equally, you'll find elements in Debbie's card collections and also in the magazine that these will match perfectly every time. So once you've got these, you know that Debbie's going to keep on using those shapes in the future. So it's a really good investment if you want to go for it today. TW6115. But don't miss your chance of getting the magazine today with so much inspiration in there, with so much artwork, 40 sheets, 40 printed sheets on glossy paper. You know, what would that cost you if you bought that as an actual consumable? You've got it here. And as well as that, you've got the 2 downloadable collections. I mean, if, say, for example, you're not really a computer person, but you've got maybe someone in the family that is, maybe it's your son or daughter or grandson or granddaughter or whatever, or a friend, then you can use the code, of course, and get them to print it out for you, and then have the physical printed out images at your home if you're not really, you know, familiar with downloads or comfortable with downloads. But at the end of the day, you've got a beautiful coffee table magazine that's full of inspiration, full of ideas. Even if you use the inspiration and ideas for layouts and just adapt them to other things that you're working with. I mean, you've got all of Debbie's design team and their knowledge and expertise and passion in every single page, and of course your chance to win in there as well. But don't forget, you are going to get that that stencil. You're going to get basically £60 worth of extras, and it's only costing you £14.99. Now, lots of you are going for the spring themes. I think because we've had a little bit of a mare of it of the last week of the bad weather and the freezing cold before that, you're thinking, I just want a bit of warmth. I want to work with a little bit of spring. And then these are the perfect items in the show today that will allow you to do that. Working with your yellows, your Easter colours, your kind of April, May, June colours. And this is a physical kit, okay? So this one is actually your dimensional kit. So you'll get everything that's here with dimensional cards. So you can make side steppers, you can make slider cards. Like, for example, if I just hold you this sheet here, for example, down the bottom, it shows you the card shape that these were designed to work for. And then you can just, of course, follow the printed instructions, score it, cut it where it needed to be cut, and then you can make that dimensional card. So it's not just a case of there are toppers. No, there's dimensional cards you can make from this. And then you'll have the forever code as well that you can quite simply go to and put into Debbie's website, and all that artwork will be there for you to print off on whatever you choose. So you choose whether it goes on glossy, whether it goes on satin, whether it goes on card, whether it goes on paper, whether it goes on fabric. IO618, and don't forget we've got the USB with 1,500 printable elements, and we've also got the download, which has got the same as well, which you can instantly purchase and instantly craft with straight away if you're going for the download on our website right now. So do your purchases from us at hobbymaker.co.uk, and then for all of the forever codes and that sort of thing, you go to Debbi Moore's website, which will be in the packaging there as well. I think, Debbie, you've got some finished cards there from the dimensional kit, haven't you?
I have, and we're going to do a demo from it, and I've just noticed the time, so it might be best if I show you these samples and then we'll go jump into a demo. So whether you're going for the USB key or you're going for that lovely dimensional card, this card that I'm going to show you is, look, how adorable is that? It's a slider card. So this is one of the projects from that beautiful dimensional card kit. You've even got, I mean, side scene, Easter side scenes, and I'm going to show you how to create a rocker card in a second. But just very quickly, if we've run out of time before the USB key, whether you're going for the USB key or the download, it's the biggest variety that I've ever done on a card. And what I mean by that, so you've got birds, you've got Easter elements on there as well. You've even got gnomes for Easter as well. And then you've even got dimensional aspects where you can actually do 8x8 papers. You've got tulips in there. You really have the biggest variety of spring elements, which is why it's called Step into Spring. You're going to be able to, there's loads of projects on there as well. Now, the card that we're going to do is we are going to have a go at doing that rocker card, because not everybody knows how to do a rocker card. So I'm just going to move this to one side and we're going to start that. So I've cut out the elements. I always give you more than what you need. So essentially, when you actually get it home, whether you're going for the USB key or you're going for the dimensional kit, you cut this out, okay? And you can't see, but you've got broken lines along there, okay? And along there, and you've got straight lines along here. Now, what you need to do is, first of all, do your score lines. So essentially what I'm doing is using my paper trimmer, and I'm using the channel along there. You can use a scoreboard if you have one, or you can do it this technique. And all I'm doing, as I said, lining that along there like so, and then going to where it tells me on here. So this, you know me, I try to do things that are a little bit different. It's not just a rocker card, it's a rocker stepper card, which means that you fold this over, and then this bit tells you to cut straight. So all you do then is get your scissors and cut up to there, like so. And then you bring that, I've already scored it, so you bring that forward and back like so, and then push that in, and it creates a rocker stepper card. Now, my other top tip is when you get this, whichever way you're going to get it, make yourself a template, because how cool is that? And then because everything is there for you, you can simply start laying it out, I should say. And I'm literally going to have that on there. I could put a ribbon strip along there, which I won't actually, because what I want to do, because we haven't touched it, we have the blending tools on today's show, which you get a set of 2, which we'll come to it in a second. Brilliant price, it's $7.99 for 2. And I want to add some definition. So let's get this stuck together before I run out of time. And honestly, everybody, you're not going to be disappointed. If you want to try something different, do it for yourself or do it for a gift. A dimensional kit is a fabulous kit to have because it also comes with a forever code. So you're going to be able to do 3 types of dimension. And that is, as I said to you, it is those lovely side scenes, the lovely slider cards, as well as your rocker cards, which is what I'm doing now. So as you can see, it's coming all together very quickly because I've cut it out. And then what I'm doing is I'm going to get a piece of paper from somewhere. Oh, there we go. I just want to add a little bit of definition. So I'm using, what color am I using? I'm using peel paint. And I'm using a blending brush. And I've just got an old acrylic block. I'm just tapping the ink on. And I just want to add definition. So you can see it's just going around the edges. Like so. And then the blending brush blends beautifully into the paper. And you can see how it's just changed, how it changes the color. So I'm just going to add a little bit more, like so. And then just do this bit. And this is the thing, with the blending brush, you can change the color to whatever you want to do. There we go. And there is a rocker card. That didn't take long at all. And look how fun that was. I mean, this is from the Step into Spring card kit, and also it's from the USB key as well. We may have time to quickly have a go to that. We'll see.
Okay, well, if you want the actual Step into Spring physical card kits that are here, that's on screen now for you. And remember, you are going to get a forever code. So this is what will arrive at your door in the next few days. 1 P&P of $3.95, but you've got physically all of that printed out, all the instructions, of course, there as well, but the forever code is the magic. And I remember doing the first show with Debbie years ago now, where she introduced the forever code. I'm thinking, well, most people who make card collections hope that you'll run out of it and come back and buy more. That's how they that's how they work. But Debbie's not greedy. She's not greedy at all. She wants you to have the artwork, buy it once, and then have it forever. So that's basically what you've got there. And you don't have to print everything off if you don't want to. If you've got one sheet that you want to have 5 times or 10 times or 20 times, you can print that one sheet as many times as you want. But the forever code is in the packaging with it. You go to Debbie's website after you've bought it from us, and that's where you can actually get the artwork and then just maybe print off what you use, so you never actually deplete the kit. It's always fully stocked. And there you can see the character that Debbie was using there. You've got the farmyard animals, you've got the little birds there as well, the gorgeous little sheep too. Everything that is wonderful about saying bye-bye winter, hello spring, or the newborn, that sort of thing, it's all in there. But if you want to go for what I consider to be the ultimate, it would either have to be the digital download or it would have to be the USB, because you've got 1,500 printable elements. Now, if you're like me, sometimes it's nice to have a physical something in your hand that you've purchased. Then the USB will be in this little wallet, as you can see, and you can have a collection of them, not taking up much room in your craft room at all. You could put them in a drawer, keep them in a little storage unit. It's entirely up to you. But as and when you need to print off a sheet, you print it off as you use it, as you need it. So it cuts down on storage, and it just means you're printing off what you need as and when you need it. But you've got access to all 1,500 printable elements, and you can sell what you make as well, okay? So $12.99 for the USB. Now, with the download, the only difference is you don't get the physical USB, but you get access to the artwork. You get the download, which you will get instantly. So if you order it now, it says purchase now. It doesn't say put it into your basket. You purchase it now, pay with a debit or credit card. £7.99 it is for the download. And then that will literally be downloaded onto your Hobbymaker account. And you can then transfer that over if you want to put it onto your own USB, if you want to put it onto the memory of your computer or something like that. You can do that. So can we put the details up for the for the digital download? Oh, it's on the right. There it is. I didn't see it there. Sorry. So $7.99. There it is. MW6146. But you just literally click purchase now on our website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. You get exactly the same content in that as you do in that, but you don't physically get the USB. Okay, it's the download that stays on your device. And if you ever accidentally lose it or anything like that, or delete it, or you change your device or whatever, it's all on your Hobbymaker account. You can just transfer it over to your new PC or your new phone whenever you want to. So that is MW6146 if you want the download, UG6128 if you fancy Spring on the USB. Okay, now we literally have a few minutes left. Debbie, have you got anything you want to show us before we end the show?
I thought we could have a quick look at those samples again, because I did them very, very quickly earlier. You know, the step into spring, you know, for those people, it was a collection that we brought out last year, but it is the biggest collection of, should say, variety of designs I have actually done. So it's not just one theme. You get a cross section. So it's all the spring toppers that you would need, as well as Easter and afterwards, because you've got a variety. With over 1,500 printable elements, you are going to love it. So if I just show you some of the samples that we have. So we have got, you know, this is the rocker card that I've just done. So obviously, if you're going for the dimensional kit that we've had on show, it creates side scenes, it creates rocker cards, and it creates those fabulous slider cards. I mean, once you have had a go at this, you'll be making these all the time. But then you have cards for Easter as well. They're adorable, the baby lambs coming out. But then you've got new home, you've got these beautiful scenes with the birds. You've also got on there tulips. You've got them in different colours. You can do different shapes. And there's the arch frame that Dave was going on about, that nesting die. You'll notice different nesting dies that we've got. Now we've got toppers that you can actually use in that with the 8x8 papers that you have on the USB key or download, or you can have just use them as sending them a card to somebody like so. And the thing is, when it comes to Easter, you've also got Easter inserts, you've got Easter cards that you can do. It's great for the whole family. Plus, if you have anyone church fates, you've got religious ones in there as well. It really is a lovely collection because it keeps on giving with everything it will give, because you have not only just the toppers, it's the most toppers I've ever done because of the variety. And you can see that same topper. You can create, this is the card that I did earlier, okay, with an insert in on the latest show. But then you can take the same topper and create a dimensional card with it. All these papers are on there. It really is a fabulous collection to enjoy.
And of course, I didn't mention this earlier on, but I know, Debbie, you've got a big following in the United States as well. And of course, we can ship to America. We've got someone from Colorado purchasing something at the moment, so hello to you. Yes, if you're in the USA, certainly with the downloads as well, if you're in Europe, USA, wherever you are, a download is basically like getting an email. So if you get emails, you can have the download instantly on your PC, and you can be crafting with Debbie's artwork within the next 10, 15, 20 minutes. But yeah, we can ship to the USA as well if you are in America. Just order on our website or go and call our call centre. Either way, you might struggle to call the call centre if you're in America, I'm not sure, but certainly you can order on our website and we'll sort that out for you, no trouble at all. Debbie, love to you and Dave, and I'm glad you got the heating sorted.
Thank you. I'm back in, I think, beginning of February.
All right, well, we'll see you then. We'll look forward to hearing all the latest news. Debbie, of course, all of her products are on our website right now if you'd like to have a little look. If you've just got in maybe from work, missed the show, you can watch the show back whenever you like this evening and still order. The stock is still there. The one thing I would say about the magazine, we don't have many of them left now. So if you want that issue 67 with £60 worth of extra goodies, please go to our website at $14.99. I mean, the stencil's worth £10 of that, $9.99. And then you get the magazine with the 40 printed insert sheets. You've also got the 2 downloadable collections in there. So in total, what you're getting for nothing is worth £60, and what you're paying is £14.99. And you know, I always think that crafting magazines, whatever crafting magazine you buy, is money so well spent because you never throw them away. Most other magazines, you buy them, read them, bin them, or give them to the doctors. But with crafting magazines, you keep them because they're always going to be there as a point of reference. If you lose your mojo one day, you can look in the magazine and think, oh, I'll make a card like that. That's a good idea. So IF6149 is the magazine. Still lots more highlights to come. In a change to our advertised show at 7 o'clock tonight, Liam from our office, Liam Dickens, one of our managers, he has put together a special show, and he has the power, because he's one of the bosses, to be able to do things to prices that I'm not allowed to. So if you want a bargain and you're a fan of We Are Makers, Pollyanna Pickering, all sorts of other things like that, make sure you tune in at 7 o'clock. And of course, make sure you stay with us. We've got Sunsets and Skylines, which I'm really looking forward to demonstrating. Well, I don't demonstrate, Carla does. I just stand there and say things. She does all the hard work. But I tell you what, it's the brand new Carnation Crafts collection that's launched here today, exclusive at the moment. You can't find it anywhere else for the time being. And it's brilliant. It's different. It's very Carnation, which means it's very unique. You're going to love it. And it's the last live show from Carnation on Hobby Maker today. So that's on the way after a short break. I'll see you with Carla after this.
Did you know that digital downloads are now available on the Hobby Maker website? Just pop over to hobbymaker.co.uk, go to downloadable content, choose the collection you would like to buy, and click purchase. This will be an instant payment, and once purchased, you will receive an email. Click on the link and it will take you here. Click download, and once downloaded, the file will appear in your downloads folder. Right-click on the folder and click on extract all. Once extracted, open the folder, click auto run, and you're ready to craft. For more information, help and support, go to the further details section of the purchase page. Digital crafting with Hobby Maker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Shopping with Hobby Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobby Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker. You're in one of those moods, aren't you?
Maybe.
Too many Haribos.
I've had a sugar rush.
I've had a sugar rush. Absolutely. That's always a bad sign. Good evening, everybody. Hope you're well. I've been looking forward to this for a long time because every now and again, every few weeks, we have an exclusive launch at Hobby Maker from one of my favourite brands. Many of you will know that I've loved Carnation for years and years and years and years, and I'm very happy to represent them with this lovely lady as well. And this today is the launch of the latest collection for January 2024, and this is the last live show of the collection. So if you've been at work all day or out doing other things, maybe you've been clearing up the debris in the garden, the trampoline that flew away, or whatever it might be.
Oof.
Oh, I know. Wasn't it awful?
Nearly lost my children yesterday.
I nearly got blown away in Brighton.
That would have been awful, Dave. I'd have come looking for you.
Oh, literally, it was 1 step forward, 3 steps back. It was that fierce.
That was just him dancing at the discotheque.
Okay, So yes, but made it back in one piece, which is good. So hopefully you're okay as well. Okay, this is all about sunsets and skylines. Now, I was talking about spring and that sort of thing a few minutes ago. This is optimism. This is positivity. This is looking to the future. This is maybe having achieved something, looking to better times ahead, all that sort of thing.
Hope. It's all about hope. It's all about well done. It's all about what are you doing next. It's new ventures, new adventures.
Absolutely. So it's brand new today. We give you the same deal that Carnation give their own customers, okay? So we match the price, they match the price. Everywhere where it will be available will be the same. So yeah, there's no discount codes, no promo codes, no clubs to join or anything like that. Everyone will basically get the same deal. With us, we give you split pay. With us, we give you one P&P capped at £3.95. And remember, you can order this if you're in the USA as well. Carnation will dispatch to you too. LC9C06. Let's get the price down, then I'll show you some finished cards and show you the sort of amazing cards you can make with this. £109.99. So we give you a discount, and then we take you another 10% off down to £109.99, and it's on maximum, well, 4 split pays. So that is really generous, interest-free, fee-free, interest-free payments. You pay a payment today, one in a month, the next one in 2 months, the final one in 3 months' time. But look at what you can do with this. If we have a little look at what you're getting to start with, because all of these dies are included. Remember the vignettes, in other words, the artwork to go with this is a free gift basically from Carnation directly from them to you. So the idea is you get the deal from us, you buy it from us, pay your first split pay or pay the whole thing if you want to. It's entirely up to you. So you can do that on the free phone number. You can do that on our website, hobbymaker.co.uk. And then after you've done that and secured your purchase, pop over to carnationcrafts.co.uk, because there, if you go to downloads and click on free downloads, the artwork and the vignettes, as they call them, for these dies will be there for you to print off right away. And honestly, Carnation are the quickest at getting your order out. I've never known a company be quicker. So as soon as you purchase this, it will be on its way. Tomorrow, you might even get it the following day. But you can enjoy the artwork. And again, if you look at the artwork, it's all there for you. You can also print off background papers, that sort of thing too. But look at the images you've got here. You've got the car. Now that could be for a wedding. You've got the Lambretta there. That could be someone passing maybe a moped or a motorcycle test, or someone getting their first moped. I remember that when I was 16, having my first moped. That was major.
Wasn't it mods and rockers?
I wasn't a mod or a rocker.
I think my mum was a mod. I think what she had a Vespa.
Well, I've just come back from Brighton. That's mods and rockers. That's Vespers. That's Vesper City down there. Absolutely.
Is that what you were doing, Dave?
What, on a moped? No.
Brighton?
No. I was walking 1 step forward, 2 steps back. That's what I was doing. Okay, so you're going to get all these wonderful images of, you've got gates, a gate that opens to a new future, to a new opportunity, that sort of thing. You've got good luck, well done, bon voyage, so maybe someone's moving away to a new town or emigrating or whatever. You've got foliage, you've got signs, you've got wonderful wildlife, the kingfisher, how beautiful is that kingfisher? And then you've got, is that a little otter?
It's a sturt.
A stoat, a sturt.
If you're from Hull, it's a sturt. It's a sturt.
Or a stoat. I'm going to end up talking like you. I know I am. Nothing wrong with that, but I know I will. I am sometimes, because I work up here near Birmingham, I do kind of go into Bromley sometimes.
You do a little bit. I've noticed that.
It rubs off on me.
I've noticed a change, does it?
Yeah, accents rub off on me. But you get all of these dies, and then you can enjoy just having the artwork. And that artwork is always there at carnationcrafts.co.uk. The main die, I've got to show you this. Just look at this spectacular die in the centre. There's always a card shape that's like the heart of the collection. And this one is the heart of the collection. This is the open road card shape. The road to a new beginning. The road that leaves the past behind and the future in front of you. I know when you look at it, you kind of think, oh, how does that work? Well, if I show you, this is using elements of that die. Janine Dawson, who's the head of the DT team, she always comes up with amazing, actually all the DT team come up with amazing finished cards. But look at that, as a just married card, off on their honeymoon. This is a card, or these are cards that aren't just cards, they are stories. They are mini theatre experiences that people will have, not just on the mantelpiece for a week, they will have them on the mantelpiece and in their lives. Oh, they're just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. I mean, look at this. Someone's passed maybe their motorcycle test. Fiona Abbott's done this one. And then let's show you some other elements. I mean, this is another die set we've got available in the show, which we'll come on to a little bit later on. But
that kingfisher's stunning.
Isn't it? And all of this artwork is done by Nick and his team in the UK. and they give you permission to sell and make sell what you make.
Can I ask you to just open that up again, Dave? Because one thing Carnation have is mirrored vignettes. So when Dave closes that card, this is why it's so important. This is a really awesome example of why those mirrored vignettes are so important. With the gates closed there, you see the kingfisher and the stoat. Then when we open them, you also see the same imagery because the colours are on both the inside and the out. That's the power of Carnation. Yeah. So you can see there he is. Same with the kingfisher. You get double mirrored images, and that means we can create awesomeness. It is so clever, isn't it?
It is brilliant. And if you want a more conventional shape of card, then of course you can use these dies in an 8x8 or whatever. Of course you can.
Aren't they gorgeous?
They're just stunning. I love it. And it tells a story. There's a story to be told. We've all got our own stories. We've all got our own reasons for making cards. Cards are always for occasions.
I love that one.
Albert's done this one. I mean, that could be happy engagement.
So by using layered apertures like Fiona's just done there, you'll see this really gorgeous kind of dimension going through. It's just beautiful. So easy to make as well. And that's a key point with Carnation. Yes, it looks mind-blowing, but it's actually simple to make.
Yeah. It looks complicated, but it's not.
No, it's not at all.
They do all the hard work for you to make sure that you get the maximum enjoyment and the maximum crafting experience out of it. But isn't that just wonderful? Open up the garden gates and you just passed your driving test.
And this, I believe, the car should push down.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Because remember the last collection we brought you had the little box shape in order to do your 3D dimension. There you go, it's sitting there. And this is the point with Carnation, because we don't just let go of what we had previously just to replace it with a new one. We work together with it. We keep those things going. So those elements are so important. And this will be used in further collections that you buy as well. So it's always going to work together.
And remember, as you're printing off the artwork, which Carnation love you to do on their website right now, many of you will be doing just that or have done it this afternoon. There'll also be like background papers that you can print off as well. It's all there.
I've got some background papers to show you actually during the show. There's some lovely ones in this collection.
Pam has done this one, Pam Simpson.
Look at
New
that.
job. Have New Horizons, and that literally is New Horizons.
It is. It is New Horizons, and I love that. It's a new year, so New Horizons are always lovely to think about. This is a time when we do think about that. Also, have you noticed it? I just went outside after I finished the last show, and so it was about 5 o'clock, and it was not quite dark. It was getting there, but it was not quite dark. We're starting to get lighter nights today.
I noticed that.
And that is, to me, because I love summer so much. So this collection is right up my street.
Starting to get brighter mornings earlier and lighter evenings, albeit by a few minutes at the moment, but it's on the turn, it's on the way.
Every minute counts, Dave, every minute counts.
Absolutely it does. Totally.
Literally, we're grasping it, Dave.
Oh, look at this. Sometimes simple is the best. Vera Bow has done that. Now that is just stunning. Absolutely gorgeous,
right?
Yeah.
Really easy to do as well.
$109.99 LC9C06. Before we look at the boards, which we're about to do, can I just also give you a heads up? All those beautiful colorways of backgrounds and that sort of thing. Predominantly, the design team have been using the perfect papers. Now, it may be you bought the collection earlier, but you didn't even think about the perfect papers. Honestly, these are the best to invest in. Every collection you buy, get the perfect papers to go with it, because it is cardstock. It's 300 GSM cardstock, and you get a mixture of dotty designs, stripy designs, very, very fine, very subtle, and block colours. But these are the perfect colourways when you're thinking of spring, slightly bluer skies, pastels, but very, very complementary to the artwork. So nothing jars, nothing clashes, everything works together beautifully well. And you've got the whimsy of the Vespa drivers. You've got the loveliness of the country animals and birds. You've got, of course, the opening and closing gates, so you can shut out negativity and open up to positivity and that sort of thing.
Look at that.
That says to me.
Oh, Dave, that was a bit of a poetic.
I surprised myself.
It's quite, did you? It's quite late in the day for you, Dave.
I know. $14.99 then if you want to go for your perfect papers. If you've already bought the collection or something from us today, that's a delivered price, and that would be a lot of money in P&P to get that delivered, but there's no more P&P than the one that you've already paid today of $3.95, or the one that you're paying now. If you just got home, switch the telly on and thinking, right, this is nowhere else at the moment. It will be launching on Carnation's own channel soon, but at the moment, we have got it first here at Hobbymaker, so you're getting it before anybody else, and this is the last live show of the day today. Sunset and Skylines. As soon as I saw it on the little preview, I thought, like that.
We like that.
We like that.
That's a bit of carnation, is that?
is.
You can tell it's carnation. It's the quality of it, isn't it? And it's the artwork, because you're getting the artwork for free. So a lot of the work is done for us. This is just an awesome card shape. This is the open road card shape, and it is exquisite. So what we've got is this main form here, and that is actually a card base. It's got score lines going down it, so you can fold those in or fold them back on themselves to hold your card up, or we can use two of them together to make that sort of a normal tent-shaped card. It's up to you, whichever you do. This little clever piece here, like, can you just see, I don't know if you can, just where my finger is, there's a couple of pip marks.
Yeah, I can see that.
You see them? There's one there and one there. So we can cut through those pip marks to separate all of this. Now that means I could cut this maybe 4 times, and I can create decoupage elements, so I can really start to build in that dimension, bring it forward, change how it looks, and do all different elements. Or I can start tucking things behind. I can make it bigger, I can make it taller. Then I've got my gorgeous rolling hills with all of this cut line detail. So this is obviously as such flat, and this then starts to build those hills up, and we can shape it out, we can move it round, it all sits together. This road is beyond clever. So this will seat around, and it looks like, you'll see it as we go into demo, like there's a road. It's so clever. Or we can turn it round and it will give you a different dimension. We'll play with that as we go through. All the little moucas, which are really cute, so you've got 2 different versions of them, and you've got 2 different colourways. So some darker, which would give the idea that they're closer, some very faded out, and they would be further away. Little sheep and lambs, and then we've got grounding devices, we've got tractors, we've got little farm buildings as well, and that glorious sunshine. All of these elements, we've also got those edge pieces that will come at the bottom of the cards to just give you that visual composition piece. Really clever stuff. Then we've got your gorgeous florals. Carnation would not be carnation if it didn't bring us a series of florals to work with. We've got corner elements. All of these can be snipped into. We've got a gorgeous fence post. I love this. So build that up on some foam tape. You'll get shadows behind it. It will look really 3D and gorgeous. Tall grasses, really, really lovely for your side pieces. So composition, these are going to be very, very useful for a ton of cards. Then we've got florals here, little tiny ones, or you've got the bigger element, or we can cut into all of this and make our own. We can add this into this. You can create whatever you want. Literally, as far as this is concerned, the world is your oyster. Just keep creating. From there, this board's really important. You've got the perspective pieces. Now, if you have got to have the big car and then the little car, you can do it as if the big car is a bit nearer the back, the front car is going off into the distance. Or we can make small cards or big cards. Where do you want to go with it? Same with your wee Vespers here. Then you've got your cans, because they might have just got married. So they attach to the back of the cars. So the tin cans that come off wedding cars. And then we've got your learner plates, your pass plates. And then this will be you today, Dave, because these are a bit windy, it's blown off. But very symbolic for those people who have just passed their learner, their driving test. These learner plates are just blowing away. Really exciting. Then we've got some suitcases going up, and they can sit on the roof of that car. And then we've got some sentiments that say new job, new driver, new home, just married, or some plain ones for you stamp on yourself.
Do you know what? I think perspective is so important, and it's so magical when it's done right. When it's done wrong, it looks awful. You look at your card and think something's not right there, but I don't know what it is. They make sure you get the perspective right.
Yeah, every time.
To the scene. Now, we're getting some questions coming through, and loads of you coming through for the collection right now. Hello, Mo in Essex. Afternoon or good evening, Mo. So she says, saw the collection on the earlier show. On the sheet with the cars, what is Eyes on Stalk's alien top left, please? Beautiful collection as always. That.
It's their tin cans. So they're just upside down. You would turn them the other way, Mo, and you would attach them to the car. You know when people have just got married and you attach like tin cans to the back of their cars and they rattle down the road? That's what they are. They just should be the other way around. They just do that for everything on the board, I believe. But yeah, that's your aliens with eyes on stalks.
Mo, that's one of the best messages you get. Thank you for that.
I loved that.
Any more questions?
Yeah, if you need to know anything. They're the sort of questions I can answer. We like those questions. So that is that gorgeous board there. Then from there, we've got your beautiful sentiments. I love these. I am one of the biggest fans of cursive fonts. I think they're gorgeous. I love calligraphy, brush lettering, all of those. So when I see beautiful cursive fonts, they really, really appeal to me. Good luck, well done, and bon voyage. We've got all three. These are such positive sentiments going forward, and that's what this whole collection's about. And then we've got little matte layers for them as well, so they can be lifted and raised. You can get a little bit of shadow playing for underneath, and they look absolutely exquisite. So they're an important part of what we make.
This is one of my favourite parts of the collection.
Me too, as well. It really appeals to me, this. We've got this gateway. What I love about this, I think more than anything else, other than the fact that we can obviously chop into it, where's it going?
Yeah, what's behind it?
That's what I love about it, because that, to me, is the ultimate springboard for imagination. Where is it going? What are you creating behind it? And I really enjoy that kind of narration in my head where I can go, well, if I could put such and such and such, and you think of other collections and you can really go for it. You've obviously got your hinge pieces here. So this will cut straight down the middle if you don't want it to be one whole piece. Those hinges will then allow you to open those gates. So it's all designed to be the most powerful it can be for you at home. And that's a really nice place to be as well. If you want a matte layer on it on its own, you can make a card from that. Just pop a sentiment on the front of it, which would be super cute. Now, the extra die that we've got today has got some little ropes on it because it forms a swing. If you wanted to, you could use this gatepost as a card on its own, just snip some of that rope off, 2 pieces, and hang a sentiment. And that's a really lovely card, just on its own, because gateways are so symbolic for something else.
I'll tell you, I'll show you the Love is in the Air die set in a second. I don't want to interrupt the boards, but just to give you an idea of what you can do with it, like a love seat or a love swing, or it could be a gazebo for a wedding or something like that. We'll come to that in a sec, though.
So the final board that we've got for you today, Carnation's characters always sing. There's just something gorgeous about the characters that they make. We've got this stunning, stunning kingfisher. It's beautiful. That colour is insane. The artwork is free. You're going to get all of this when you get this home. And then we've got that gorgeous sturt. You've got the gorgeous... Do you see how I don't do that accent when I'm on air, but I do it all the time when I'm off air? You wouldn't understand a word I said. So you have got the stoat sitting there, and you have got the kingfisher. These are our wild watchers. Now, go back to that gatepost. What are they watching? What's happening beyond the gatepost? And that's a little bit of a symbolism for life, isn't it? What happens tomorrow? What's coming next? And I love that. As somebody who has got, shall we say, a few mental health problems, the idea of knowing that there's something, something new tomorrow, new doorways, that's such an important message. I love this collection.
I think what it is, from my perspective, is that from the very first day I ever did a Carnation Crafts show, I realised this was something special. This was something very, very different, and it was a journey I wanted to be part of, and they very kindly offered me to be part of the Carnation family, which I'm forever grateful for, because I'm passionate about it. I love quality, I love imagination, I love art. I'm not always that good at it, but I love and I can appreciate everybody else's. Well, I dabble a bit.
You are.
But I just loved everything that Carnation stood for. I mean, everyone's art is different, and I think even someone who doesn't think that they're an artist can be an artist.
Everyone is.
Art is art. But I don't know what it is about Carnation. They are just so different, and they stand out for the right reasons. Their cards just sing about quality, romance, telling a story, positivity. It's everything you want a card to say, whether it's a relatively simple card like this that Pam's done, and this one here is another really very simple one that Tina's put together. So you can keep them as clean and as minimal as you want, but they're just so sophisticated and elegant. There's that kingfisher again.
I love that kingfisher so much.
I do. And then, if you want to go and tell a story and have a little bit of whimsy and a bit of fun with it, then you can indeed do that. So that's a great way of saying congratulations on passing something, passing your driving test, or it could be a wedding card going off with the tin cans or the alien's eyes behind it. But then, think about all the other collections you've got as well, how you can incorporate those collections with this too, and for future collections going forward. This is your last chance to see this today on Hobby Maker. I know in the 6 o'clock show we always have a different audience, or a much more different audience to what we have in the earlier shows, because lots of people have got things to do during the day, and maybe it's tea time and dinner time and you're sitting there watching TV. I mean, look at that, with the farmyard scenes in the background, with the cow and the stoat there looking at what's going on. But equally, because you've got that road perspective as well, you could even, if you want to make a comical card, have the cows in the middle of the road.
Absolutely.
Causing a bit of a tailback. And that's
where I live. That happens all the time. Then you get charged and fined. But they do. They roam free, the cows.
Absolutely. Now, this is one of the cards that's used our card extra that we've got in the show, which is the Love is in the Air collection. Look at that. So that's a card to say just married, congratulations. You've then got that beautiful, like a curtain effect, or it could be a gazebo. You could put a couple getting married inside that as well. But that's where this die set comes in. So this one isn't included in the main collection, but it is another die set that you might well want to consider, because that could be a swing seat in the summer, in the garden, in the pub. You've got tassels here, and you've got curtains here as well, elements as well, which we all love. I was mortified when I was in Brighton. The tassel shop is no more. It's closed.
I believe I did message you, Dave.
You did? Yeah, I was looking forward to going there. Yeah, it's gone. Probably got closed down, I don't know.
Maybe anyway, they knew you were coming.
Maybe they did. Shut up shop quick. But then you've got these beautiful flowers that you can see here, which can decorate the posts as well. So again, very romantic if you want it to be, very rustic if you want it to be. But again, the artwork for this, all the artwork for all of the dies that you buy from us, from Carnation, you can print off the artwork free of charge. Not just for a week or a day or a few hours, but for eternity. It will always be there. All the collections that Carnation have had over the years, all the vignettes and artwork are still on their website now for you to fill your boots with and enjoy. But you can go to carnationcrafts.co.uk, click on downloads, and then it says free downloads. Click on that. That then takes you to the artwork. I think we can show you now. So that's what it will look like when you click on downloads and free downloads. And you can see that the latest collection's always at the top of the page. And you can scroll down and see other ones that maybe you've got. If you're running out of artwork for some other collection you bought from Carnation, you'll find it there as well. There's background papers also.
Yeah, there's a ton going on. The main collection's always usually always at the bottom, and it will say the original colour download. And that is the one that you pop into your basket and then try and print it on ProPrint if you can. It will make a difference.
But this is not on Carnation Crafts website yet. It will be in a day or two, but it will not be there tonight. So if you want to get it from us at Hobby Maker with the split pay there as well, please do feel free. We're getting a very, very busy and big response to the show. And Carla's packing the bags and going home at 7. So if you want to get hold of this...
I am.
You are. You can watch the shows back later on. If lots of you know, watch at 9, 10, 11 o'clock after the show's gone out live. But if you check out your baskets now, you'll get this new collection on its way to you straight away. So that's Love is in the Air, the die set for $29.99. Maybe you bought the main collection earlier and you'd like that to kind of complement it. It kind of does go well together.
Perfectly. You'll see that as we go through demos. It really does work as a full collection. Can I just show you the board very quickly for it? Is that okay?
Yeah,
for the Love is in the Air. Just so that you're seeing the artwork for it, because it's really beautiful. You've got a wedding arbor here or a swing, depending what you want it to be. It can be both actually as well. You've got some gorgeous, gorgeous drapes here which come down on either side, or you can just use one. We've got a swag that sits on the bottom. This gives the most beautiful drape sitting there. What Dave called tassels, just because he's obsessed with them, is actually ropes for your swing to be on. But thanks, Dave. That was some good editorial. Then we've got some roses that go up, we know, up and down on either side. You've got your Mr. and Mrs. sign. But you've also got these benches. So where these ropes come down, you can make it into a normal seated swing or that bench swing, the chair swing, Dave. You can do either. And we can bring in those roses and build all of that up. We've also got the extra piece of wood here, which you can use for various different things. But what you can do is snip away the top away from these two legs and then widen it. And you can actually use the wood to make a different shape for it. So you're not boxed into anything. And it's stunning.
Honestly, there's no other company like Carnation when it comes to giving you the artwork, to giving you the ideas, to giving you the capability of making such beautiful cards and giving you the opportunity to go and sell them. If you don't want to sell them, and I know many of you don't, you love them, you keep them, you cherish them, you make them into wall art, you make them for family and friends. But if you want to sell, it's always, and this is something I'm always told, it's always the Carnation Crafts cards on a stall somewhere in the village hall or wherever you sell them, at school, at church, wherever. It's always the Carnation Craft cards that go the first, because they stand out for the right reasons, because they're stunning. I mean, this is one of those from Love is in the Air, but using it with a kingfisher. I mean, how amazing is that? That to me looks just like a love seat, maybe in a garden, in a pub garden somewhere in an idyllic part of the countryside. But then when you want a little bit of, not necessarily comedy, but a bit of whimsy, you got 3 motorcyclists, there we are, look, on the road to nowhere. You've got the cow looking on. I mean, it's just tongue-in-cheek, isn't it? But tongue-in-cheek in a very classy way. This is a great collection, it really is. Called Sunsets and Skylines. Janine has done this one as well. Isn't that great? I mean, that card, no one else would get a card like that, would they?
No. It's absolutely stunning. And there's your tin cans there coming down the bottom of it. And I love the fact that you've got the little motorcyclist next to the car. There's loads of ways to tell those stories. And the rolling hills. So if we can just take a moment to look at the rolling hills on this side, that's 2 of those aspects going together at the side. You know the wee extra hills that I said about on the board? That's 2 of them pieced together at the back. These are easy cards to make, but they don't look it, do they? And that's the difference.
And they make you smile when you're making them. You'll find that when you're making a card, especially from this collection, you'll just have a little bit of a sneaky grin on your face because it just fills you with joy. Everything about it fills you with joy. It's all about positivity, new beginnings, turning over a new leaf, maybe moving house, changing job, moving on. Maybe it's been a particularly bad year and there's kind of sunshine on the horizon, that sort of thing. That, for someone who's had a bad year or bad month or bad Christmas or whatever it might be, getting that in the post if they've just achieved something would just fill them with joy, wouldn't it?
It would, absolutely. And that's what it's about, isn't it? We're here to spread positive vibes where we can to people that we love, and that's why these cards are so important. And for those of you that do sell, isn't it nice to be selling something that somebody else is going to give to somebody because they see the positivity in it? I like that as well. Positive messages are very, very important, but I love them. I love the whimsy. I love the artwork. I mean, the impact of that, when you look at it, is extraordinary. The Carnations artwork is up there, isn't it? These are not your average. This is not your average card making.
Perspective. The one further away is slightly smaller.
Yeah.
It makes all the difference. It's proportionately perfect.
They do it so blooming well. Carnation are geniuses. It's that simple.
Okay, and a great design team too.
Yeah, amazing design team. Big shout out to the DT because they are super awesome. So are the whole team at Carnation as well, not just Mark and Nick, the rest of them too. Right, let's have a look at the artwork. So we talked to you about the artwork. What is it? What's a vignette? Let's break that down for a start. Vignette is a printed sheet of paper. It's got some artwork on it. We call it a vignette, and which is a fancy name for this. So once you've printed it out, this is what you're going to get. You get this for free. And it'll be on the website now, on Carnation's website. You can go and get it now and download it. It's got a black line running down the centre. They don't all, some don't have it. You get a choice. Either it will have or it won't. You choose what do you want it to be. If it has the black line, it's a mirrored vignette. So a picture on either side. So we're going to fold it down the black line. We're not going to fold it in the centre. We're going to fold it on that black line. So I'm just eyeing that up and there it'll go there. Now, I've got some mount spray. So I'm using a little bit of spray adhesive, which you're not supposed to do in the studios, but when have I ever listened to what I'm told? So we're going to do this. It'll be all right, Dave. It'll be all right, Dave. So we're just going to put that together. Now, I could have used like a glue stick, so a Pritt stick, essentially, for want of a better way of phrasing it. I'm old-fashioned, Dave. I'm old. It's a Pritt stick.
Yeah.
By any other name.
Or the hunky-dory glue, you know, the purple ones. You can use that.
There you go.
Yep.
Now, I've said this a few times, but I will say it again. If you're going to use a liquid glue, you're going to just problems. It's problems. It causes it to wave. Paper and water. No, no, no. Now, I take my die, and I'm just going to release this from the packaging simply by turning the cardboard away from the die, not the other way round. I don't want to bend the die. So I gently persuade it out, and that will just come forward there, and that allows me to then put this on.
It's only a small point, but it's worth pointing out, because I didn't realise this until fairly recently, that the actual packaging, they are storage wallets.
Yeah,
so you don't
which are
throw the
sold
packaging away.
on their own.
Yeah.
You can buy these storage wallets, and they've got that thingy in it. You know where you get them in shops where they hang?
Yeah.
If you go onto Amazon and buy yourself the gentleman's coat hanger, It's got a rod that goes across for gentlemen's trousers, which you can lift and put down. You can slot that rod through all of your dies from Carnation and keep them stored nicely so that they don't get damaged.
Genius
so it
idea.
helps. Right, so I've got my Kingfisher. I know this is a stupid point, but I am going to point it out, and you might think I'm daft, but not all of us have worked with Carnation before. When I put my die down, it doesn't fit. I know that sounds silly because we need to turn it, but for those that have never used Carnation before, that might not be clear. So we only know what we know. I'm going to place that on top of there. And you can use some low-tack tape and that'll hold it in place. Do I ever remember mine? No. Should I? Yes. So I'm going to put my thumb there, just make sure that I've got it gripped and I can pop it into my machine.
And these dies will work in any machine, manual, electronic, doesn't matter on the make.
You kind of need an A4 machine with Carnation because some of their dies are quite big. So my advice would be to go for an A4 if you've got one. You'll get away with a lot on an A5, but certainly not all of it. So A4, generally the best bet, but it won't matter if it's, the brain did a fizzy, an electric or
manual.
All of the words went away in my head. None of them were left, Dave, none of them. Right, so now that I've got that done, I've got my Kingfisher and he's sitting in this die. Look how beautiful he is. So let's reveal the detail and the beauty that you get with a Carnation die. You've got your little pokey holes. I'm just going to get that little bit out because it'll annoy me. I've got little pokey holes here and that is my release holes. So I literally just need to put one in, pull this out, and that is just pure joy to me.
Isn't it?
The detail, the level of cut detail in those dies is exquisite.
Can I show you what that now means? Not only is it beautifully coloured on the back and on the front, but it means now you've also got a left and a right. You've got two
it's on both
Kingfishers
sides.
looking at each other, which you wouldn't be able to do if you didn't have the double-sided vignette. So it's not just front and back, left and right on anything. Brilliant, eh?
W money.
Yeah, absolutely.
We like W money, Dave.
Lavinia's done that one, and that's just lovely. And that could be just a good luck message in that little envelope, or it could be a couple that have just got together, or someone's just proposed to somebody, or whatever. You know, the meaning of that, now it's got the double-sided artwork, which Carnation were the first to do that, and I think they're still the only ones to do it at the moment. It's revolutionised, because if you've got a character or you've got an animal and it's looking the wrong way, you can think, well, that's ruined the card. No, just flip it around, it's looking the other way.
Well, it's been boxed in, isn't it? So none of us want to be boxed. If you're creative, and if you're making cards, you are creative. You don't want to be boxed in by somebody else's determination of what you should be making. And when we get one die that is facing one way, we're stuck.
Two stoats, one's looking at each other. They're in love. Aren't they adorable?
Aren't they
It's like a
beautiful?
love heart in between them.
That's, if you put their noses together, they make a love heart. I want to call them ferrets because I'm from Yorkshire and we love ferrets. I really love ferrets, but I'll keep calling it from...
For you, they could be ferrets, that's fine. I don't know what the difference is between a stoat and a ferret, but anyway. Angela in Lincolnshire, you've just checked out. Hi, Angela. Susie in Buckinghamshire, hi to you. Mo in Essex, hi to you. Mo with the aliens.
Mo's our favourite today. We love Mo today.
Favourite message, definitely, Mo. And I'm really glad you're loving this. Before we go on to make a card, I'll just show you a couple more. Some of the more whimsical ones and some of the more kind of serious ones. I love the fact that this has got so much versatility, that a collection that can make you something quite tongue-in-cheek like this can also make you something so serene and as sophisticated as this. I think my favourite card of the entire collection, I don't know why, I just think that is beautiful.
I think if you were to take away the good luck sentiment on that, which obviously tells us kind of what to think when we look at that card, that could just as easily be a sympathy card.
Yeah.
And I think that's important when we talk about, you know, how, if we're going to buy a set of dies for cards, how far is it going to take me? What sentiments does it take me across? What occasions can I make for it? We need it to work for us, right? They're tools. And that's what this does.
And I think Kingfishers are just as popular and are loved by so many people the world over, just as much as Robins probably. I know Robin is the favourite bird in the UK, but kingfishers are not that far behind. I mean, we've all
Have you
got
ever seen one?
Yeah, on the riverbank. Yeah, where I live. Not so much recently, but when I was younger, we used to go on like rambles with the school and stuff like that. I used to see kingfishers. Beautiful.
I've never seen. I've seen a woodpecker, which I'm probably sort of more popular. I don't know, but I've never seen a kingfisher. So
gorgeous. Okay, I think it's probably why people love them so much, because they are pretty scarce and hard to see.
Yeah.
Okay, now message from Jackie. Hi, Jackie. Hi, Carla. May I ask a daft question, please? You just spray glue, you glue the kingfisher. Do they stay stuck or do they come apart? No, they stay stuck.
Not a daft question at all. Actually, a very important question. I don't really have time to demo it. Yes, they stay together. Yeah, it stays as one piece. However, Jackie, what you did say, which is a really important point, if you don't want to use it as a mirrored vignette, you want single-sided. Here's another thing. If you were to use 120 Pro Print and print out the double-sided anyway, just print out the double-sided. Do the fold that I did, but don't spray it. And then put it through your machine, you can peel them apart and you've just got two with one cut. And they're facing the opposite way, which is amazing, right? When we're looking at something like this. If you glue it, you can't do that. Obviously, mine's not going to come apart now. It is completely glued together. And the reason I glue mine together, and I do glue all of mine together, is because I use a ball tool on them for sculpting. And if I haven't glued them together, they're going to come apart as soon as I put a ball tool on them, because the pressure's going to, ease it out. So that is a really good point. There's never a daft question. That was a very good question. Totally. You can do either.
Can I quickly show you Love is in the Air? Just going back to that for a second. I've just seen in all the pile of fantastic design team samples and cards I've got here, I've just found this one from Barbara Treadwell with the actual swing in the middle.
Look at that.
That's got animation and movement to it. But isn't that lovely? And there's no characters on there. It's just full of foliage, but using the Love is in the Air archway with that swing that can go from side to side. $29.99 for the Love is in the Air with the chair or the swing, and you've got the curtains. And you've got all of those wonderful flower, I don't know what you call them. Do you call them garlands? I suppose you do. That go up the sides of and across the top. You've got all those other flowers that you can decoupage onto it to make it more three-dimensional. But you're getting the elements for you to make the most amazing scene. Thank you so much, Carla, from Jackie.
You're more than welcome. It's one of those things, isn't it? I think people think asking certain questions, everyone will know the answer to that. And actually they don't. And I forget what I didn't know. So it's always good to be prompted. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. I always appreciate questions because it makes me think as well. Right, let's have a look at this, mate. Am I right to demo? I just took over then. Did you see, Div?
You take over, love.
It's like the rest of our marriage. So where you've got your card base here, I've got two score lines going down either side. Now I am going to show you this, although I'm not going to stick with that original side. So I can place that there and I can put this down here. Now that is going to give me a very solid card base, okay? Really cute. Now, what's more important then, you won't be able to see this on camera, but where I scored it then, there's another one here. Hold on, there. So I can now create a box shape with it. So I've got the options, okay?
That's the clever thinking.
This is, I know, right?
Yeah.
So this is what Carnation give us. Can you see? So now I've got this box envelope. And so if you imagine that gate post now going across the front, and this is where your mirrored vignettes become so important. This is when gluing them really is important, because there's my inside when I open it, but when I close it, it's just as beautiful, okay? Now, if I was to put my gate post here, that's an opening to a card, right? Yep. Because suddenly we are somewhere else. And I think that's so exquisite. Now, what I've done is actually taken a second one and I have scored it and I've put some red liner tape on, and that is just so I can stick my two bases together. Now, what I'm going to think about before I go too far with this is I've got my beautiful circle here, and this is Carnation's Shabby Nested, and I want to utilize the fact that I've got this circular inset on the inside. So I'm going to use that just by placing this roughly thither. So I found a die that was about the same height, the same size. Now I do want to just make sure that's stuck, so I'll come back in at the end and just make sure I've firmly stuck that down. But from here I've also got this backing paper, and you're going to get these free with this collection. Look how stunning that is.
So you can print those backing papers off from
you
the website
get them
as
for
well?
free.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
So it's got all the little birds going over the sun. So now instead of it being a sunrise, we're at sunset, so it's slightly different. See how we change up completely every time we
they're
play.
Not on our website, they are at
Carnations.
carnationcrafts.co.uk. That's where all the vignettes, the artwork for the dies are, and the background papers as well, free. Buy the dies from us, and then get your artwork from carnationcrafts.co.uk.
So I'm just going to place this roughly straight there. So I've got this beautiful, look at that, this gorgeous colour.
Like you're in a plane looking through a window.
Isn't it?
Another world.
Also reminds me a little bit of snow globes in a little way as well.
Yeah.
I'm just going to place this uponst thither, like so. So now I've got my card base, and I'm just going to make sure that that is burnished down. So I've got this lovely shaping. I've got this going forward. That's going to give me my really nice card base to hold all of this together. So I've got all of that. If you're finding it's weighty, like this is weighty going down, don't forget you've still got your side panels. So we can still use this to give us even more strength. Now, if you're going to do that, remember, if you don't glue your side pieces, I've glued mine unfortunately, but if you only put adhesive there, you'll be able to keep one behind and one in front, and you'll get a double. So it's whichever way you want to play. And so it depends what weight you're putting onto it, but we get to play and we get to utilize the way we want. We can also choose to have them behind. That's entirely your option, however you want to frame it out. So now we've got that, we want to add some detailing into this. Really important to note, and I wanted to show you this. Those little roses, those garlands, because we can play with the shaping of them.
Oh, you can bend them.
I can bend them. So now what I can do is create some roses to go round my image, which makes my life really easy. Do you know what I've forgotten, Dave? Where is it?
What have you lost?
My head. Usually.
Ball tool?
No, not my ball tool. Wait.
Oh, by the way, while we're looking for something, Mo's messaged in.
Hey, Mo.
Mo says, always loved Carnation Crafts, never bought on account of the New Horizons theme, as described by Carla and Dave. Alien, bought my first set. There we go. There we go. Brilliant.
I have to say, Mo, you are literally, you know, people sometimes say, oh, you won the internet today. You literally won shopping television today. I love you for it. That is, it made my day. So thank you, Mo.
Carnation Craft
well
collection.
done.
So Mo, we welcome you to the Carnation, fan club, I suppose. Really.
The army.
Yeah, the army, absolutely. And remember, you can search for Carnation and the
Crafters. Don't search for
Crafters.
Carnation Army. Search for Carnation Crafters on Facebook. Come and join the group, Mo.
Yeah, it's free. And you get loads of inspiration, loads of ideas. They're a bunch of lovely people. They really, really are.
Right, let's start to play. So my roses, I'd got them out. And I've got an applicator. These applicators are really, really useful because they're tiny. I can do tiny, tiny detailing in here. Now, this might not be the straightest because we're starting to run a little low on time. And I do want you to see this come into motion because, man alive, is it pretty? So tiny amounts of glue. We don't need a lot of glue. So I'm just going to place this round. I've got the 3 roses there. And I will just place that to the centre. You see, once again, if you're in Hull, it'd be a rose. A rose. Did you see my post on Facebook where the council had put the thing for warning for snow and they put no snow and it was all spelled in that. And so in Hull, they have a thing where they name their gritters for snowing. And you can go onto the website and read all of the names of their gritters. And they get 2 new ones each year. And this year's gritters are called, well, one of them is called Sleater Levi, because we've got, or Levy, because we've got a newsreader called Peter Levy. And the other one, which was a stroke of genius, is called Snowy Tribbiani. After Jerry Tribbiani. In Friends. I thought that was absolutely brilliant.
I know Zoe Ball, the DJ's got a snowy ball.
Oh, has she?
Yeah, somewhere up north.
Right, so I've got my little look at this, elongating and making this longer. So you've got that sort of visual going in, which is just absolutely beautiful. So I'm going to use that on my side panel, but I am actually going to bring it slightly further in. What I want to do is make my grounding just join this edge here, so it's going into the picture. So we're raising up that composition slightly. So that's what I'm going to do at this side. Hey up. So, oh, that's way too much glue, that.
By the way, all the glue, 7-day glue. We've also got the everyday glue adapters on our website as well. The ball tools and the shaping mat, all of those extras you'll find on our website at hobbymaker.co.uk. Just go to the Carnation Crafts brand page, which is on our website. All the companies have got brand pages, and you'll see everything. Aprons as well, Carnation Crafts apron if you want one of those.
You like wearing them, don't you, Dave?
I do, yeah.
You're partial to an apron, aren't you, Dave?
It stops me getting messy.
I know, Dave. Right, I'm just going to come in with some of my florals here. Put these on. Shall I make you breakfast tomorrow, Dave?
Yeah, if you don't mind. Because I'll be an hour behind you on the motorway, you realise that?
Yeah, I'll make you breakfast, Dave. I'll do you some pastries.
I'm with you in the morning, I'm back here tomorrow evening, so busy day, lots of driving.
I'll get you some pastries in the oven, Dave, for when you arrive.
You're a love.
I like to look after him. I'll do him a jacket tater for his lunch. Oh, Dave's very important. Put this on here. So we're building up some foliage at this point. Now I'm going to bring this further in, the foliage, so that I've got a little bit of extra visual. Just place in. Now I've made sure I'm not too far on that fold in case I need it, just to make sure I can fold it where I need it to. Look how pretty this works up.
I love it.
Now that means that I've now got areas that I can utilise this in different ways.
Do you know what? It looks so realistic because the artwork is so true to what they should look like. If I coloured those with pens or whatever, they look too bright, they look too fake.
Yep.
But the artwork and Nick and his team do it so well, and they don't charge you for it. You buy the dies and the artwork's absolutely free from now until eternity.
And the likelihood is they will also make new colourways for it in the future as well, which means you get to replay with each collection in a different way. And that's valuable, right? Because just think if they brought us an autumn version of this out, or a winter version, suddenly it's become a different thing, hasn't it?
And that's what I love, is they don't just say, oh, thank you for your order, bye. You know, they're there every step of the way going forward, knowing that you bought that back in January, and maybe when it gets to June, you might want to have maybe an autumn theme or a winter theme.
Now, my little star of my show is my kingfisher, obviously. So what I'm going to do is shape him out. And I do that by using a ball tool, and ball tools are really valuable. If you're going to shape anything out and you're using a ball tool and a foam mat, go for something that's really high density, in which means it has got no give in it. Well, you don't want, lots of people will say to me, oh, I've got a foam mat at home. That's fine, check it. Does it have any give? If it has give, it's no good.
Well, if you buy the 4 ball tools from Carnation through our website, you're going to get that mat that Carla's using right now, which is the perfect density. So you know you're going to get the best results.
It's a paper sculpting mat. That's what you're needing. And then I'm just going to draw this round, because what we're doing is breaking the fibres of that paper. I've got a question
about paper shaping and moulding. This is from Susan in Merseyside.
Hi,
Hello,
Susan.
Evening, Carla. Can you give me any tips on shaping out my die cuts so they look like yours, or is it just a case of practice, practice, practice?
That's kind of a conversation of two halves. The more you practice, the easier you'll find it. So I'll be brief as I can. It's me, so it's not going to be that brief. When you've got a piece of paper, when we say GSM, that's grams per square metre, and you need something stable. If you do it with a low GSM, ain't going to do you many favours. It's just going to crease. And that's why I always say do 120 if you're doing a mirrored vignette, because that'll come out as 240. So what we're doing is remembering the structure of your paper is a series of fibres that are held together, okay, and they're held together tight. And we need to break them. Nick breaks a lot of ours with cut lines. That's why it's so important. What happens is, if, for instance, I break part of that chain, if I use my ball tool, it gives, okay? I've got room, I've got movement because I've broken the fibres. If I don't have any broken fibres, there's no give. That is it. So you work with your broken fibres. Now what happens is, when I'm working with paper and I start to use a ball tool, those fibres start to splay. They start to open. And that's the fibres that I'm using, and that's why I always use the edge of the paper, because I'm splitting those fibres open, and that's allowing it to just move. So if we start to think about it in those terms, what we're trying to do is manipulate that paper to fan a little bit. You can't see it, it's not a visual thing, but you know it's happening, you know you're breaking those fibres. So the best way to shape anything is to start on the outside edge, because the fibres are already broken from the die. The die cut it. So those edges are already broken. We're already splaying at this point. So when I use my ball tool, they spread real nice. And that means everything behind it, right to the center point, as I work my way in, will just ease out a little bit. They'll relax. We're relaxing the fibers.
And also, all those cut lines on the die are there for a reason, for that purpose.
For that
they're not just there for decorations. So I always thought they were.
Yeah, no. Well, it can be either or. So what? There's a really big, here we go, Dave. We did this before. Right, let me take this. Here we go. If I take this, I know it hasn't been cut, but that's a piece of paper. And I take my ball tool. I see this all the time. And honestly, this drives me more mad than glue. In fact, it's heartbreaking. People taking a ball tool in their fist, slamming it down and giving it a right good. And what we're doing is we are damaging every single fibre in that paper.
It's a mess.
It's awful. And honestly, fairies die when we do that. Fairies die when we do that. Don't do that. Take your ball tool, hold it like a pen, and very gently, I'm not pushing. What I'm doing is putting on the same pressure that I would use to write. And I work my way around those edges. I can follow Nick's shade lines because he puts cut lines in for me. So I know that fibres are broken here. I can follow it. Then I can work in a spiral. I've broken the fibres. I'm working towards that center point. If I'm working in a smaller place, I would use a smaller ball tool. Now, you should have 4 ball tools, so you'll have 8 heads in all on the Carnation ones. Once I've done that, it's domed, and there is no creature that is fully domed. We need to work with the musculature of the animal. So that neckline that comes through, I can pinch with thumb and forefinger, and I can just raise his head. And that gives me a beautiful shaping. And that's how we paper sculpt. The minute you've done that, you have just become a paper sculptor. So add another little bow to your feather because you just became a paper sculptor.
And it's another one of the reasons that Carnation are set apart from other collections and other designers, because
Absolutely.
they think of what you need. Those cut lines aren't in there just for Carla, they're for you as well. You know,
they're not in there for me at all. They're there to give depth and dimension, because all of that artwork is already extremely beautiful. Then let's take it one step further. Let's make it so nobody else can make cards as good as ours.
Let's make
That's
it dimensional.
Carnation's goal. Let's give it some dimension. Let's shape it out. Let's make exquisite, beautiful pieces of art ourselves. He is going to sit just on this bench line. I need him to sit there so he grounds out. He's going to be looking over at that sunset for me, just very, very joyful and watchful. Peaceful, joy and hope. That's what this collection represents to me personally.
I totally agree with you. And just to reiterate the relationship that we have, Carnation and, of course, Hobbymaker. Carnation have been with us now for a good few months, and it's a brilliant friendship between the two companies. I do work for Carnation as well as work for Hobbymaker. That's what I'm going to do with you tomorrow. That's why I was driving up.
It's not just going to be at my house having breakfast.
I know. But this is the sort of relationship we've all got, and it's fantastic. So I'm passionate about when I have it at Hobbymaker and when I'm working at Carnation as well. But with the relationship that we've got here, we can give you split pay. We can give you 1 P&P per day of just £3.95, which is fantastic. So if you choose to go for the perfect papers after you've bought the collection of the dies, you're thinking, oh, that's another P&P to pay. No, it's not. You've paid the one. All your orders get collated at midnight, okay? So if you buy one thing at 1 o'clock, one thing at 4 o'clock, one thing at 9 o'clock tonight, 10 o'clock tonight, all your orders that you've processed during the day get confirmed in an email overnight to you, whether it's from one company or from other companies. It all comes under one umbrella of Hobbymaker. And then you see the 1 P&P there of £3.95, and any orders that you've got that are on split pay, that then shows you your split payments. That's the way it works. But the order goes through to Carnation. Carnation process your order and will send it to you more than likely tomorrow. You probably get it the day after. They're that quick.
Yeah.
And then you can become part of the Carnation family on Facebook and that sort of thing as well. And it is a community of people. People are passionate about it. We're all passionate about it. They are in the office, and we are here at Hobbymaker as well. So it's a fantastic collection and company to be involved with, giving you the amazing artwork, free of charge. I just think is the icing on the cake.
Go
you
and
buy the
download
dies.
it now as well, Dave.
Yeah,
that's the thing. You can get that downloaded and printed tonight, so you know what you're going to be getting home. You can start to work with your imagination, ready for those cards that are coming.
But honestly, if you've made the conscious decision to invest in this collection today, firstly, congratulations. I'm really excited for you. But what would really go with it well would either be, well, definitely the perfect papers, 48 300 GSM sheets, and it's block color, tiny dots and tiny stripes in all of these colorways, which, as you can see, are the perfect background colors to complement the artwork, to complement the stoat, to complement the kingfisher, and all those wonderful flowers as well. So this, if you're spending over £100 on dies, for the sake of $14.99, it seems daft really not to have this in your collection to get the most out of the artwork. CU9 C47, CU9 C47 for $14.99, and it's sent to you with that 1 P&P for the whole day of £3.95. Also, if you wanted to go for The Love Is in the Air, I do too. When you look at it, you kind of think, okay, I kind of get it, but what can I do with it? And then you see that what Barbara's done here with this wonderful, like a love seat or a swing that's just suspended in between the arches there. So you've got dimension, you've got movement and animation. I mean, that's just a beautiful country garden scene, maybe a country pub garden possibly.
Oh, Dave, now you're talking.
Yeah, now I'm talking, yeah. And it's only $29.99. And you can use it in conjunction with not just this collection, but many, many collections that Carnation have done in the past and will do in the future. And again, I look at that and I think, okay, garden swing, yes. But I also think like a marriage gazebo with all those trailing, fantastic trailing
If you think of the Wonderful in White collection from Carnation, where they've got the wedding stuff, that would be amazing as well, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. So that is just $29.99 if you want The Love Is in the Air, and it's PA9C40. You can watch this show back and the other shows from earlier today. It was 1, 3 and...
1, 4, Dave. 1, 4 and 6.
1, 4 and 6. So you can watch all three of those shows back for more inspiration and ideas and different demos. Obviously, it's exclusive to us today, and it's PA9C40 if you want to go for that Love's in the Air. But the main collection going very well as well, and it's also on 4 split pays. Safe journey back. See you in the morning.
And you, kiddo. See you in the morning.
Yep. And I will see you right after a short break. Slight change to our schedule tonight. We've got a manager's special. You know what that means? Unbelievable, unpredictable bargains from amazing We Are makers. We've got deals on. We've got 12 by 12 paper pads, scissors. We've got how to get...
You've got all of my We Are makers on there.
I know, not all of it. But how to get the back off your sticky tape, your double-sided sticky tape. We've got the solution for that as well. And Liam is going to go to new prices that I don't know. I don't know where he's going to go. No one knows what Liam gets up to.
It'll be make sure I'm out of the building before he starts lowering all those prices.
All right. Well, I'll see you with Liam for a manager special after a short break. See you tomorrow.
To watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Have you ever heard of the phrase, tell you by the seat of your pants?
Because this is it.
That's what this show is all about.
You probably just heard me say I'm not very prepared, Dave. I don't know what's going on.
Well, you decided to do this late this afternoon, didn't you?
Yes, yeah. It was.
Let's do a show together at 7 o'clock. Manager special. Don't know what's going to be in it yet, but I'll go and get some great deals.
Yeah, it was a bit of a last-minute thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm not as glamorous as the amazing Debbi Moore, but.
You have your moments.
Yeah, I have my moments. Depends what I'm dressed in.
This is Liam, everybody. I'm sure many of you know him, but if you don't know Liam, Liam is in the office upstairs, one of the managers, good old giggle, all-round nice bloke, but he's got the power to do things to prices that I wouldn't have the power to do.
Yeah, basically. And the main reason why I wanted to do it, Dave, was because we've got something brand new today.
We have.
That's
actually
just arrived. And when I say just...
That's why you wanted the show tonight, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It only arrived this afternoon.
Yeah, it was
arrived.
So it was originally for Christmas.
Right.
Or Christmas time. And then when that wasn't going to arrive, or we thought, oh, maybe it will arrive, we thought it would be for Andy's birthday show. Then it didn't arrive. Then we was like, OK, Christmas Day. Didn't arrive for Christmas Day. And then we thought, OK, New Year's Day.
And this is something
didn't arrive.
That's coming up soon that everyone watching will use, everyone watching will want. There's not a single person on the planet that would not find what we've got in the show a bit later useful.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted because Carla's over there going... She's trying to say she wants some. What is it that you want?
Shall I bring some with me? I'll bring some with me.
Right, Dave, steal those and bring them tomorrow.
OK.
Microfiber cloths. So last time we brought these, they were multicoloured.
Yes.
Different colours. We are doing the scissors first, but I'm just showing them, Alex. Just showing them the new item, the thing that Carla really wants. So they're embroidered with Hobbymaker on. You're going to get 10 in a pack. Okay. And instead this time we've done them all in one colour, so you get 10 of the blue.
And do you know what? These are your microfiber cloths for what you want to use them for. Nobody else's. You've got the branding on there, so you know they're yours. Everyone else in the house knows they're yours. No one else can touch those. They're yours.
Last time we brought these in the multicoloured, they absolutely flew out the door. So we did them again because people want them so much.
Yep.
We're going to put them through its paces later, Dave. We're going to try and clean up all your mess.
Oh, my mess?
Yeah.
Can a microfiber cloth clean up my mess?
I think it probably can, Dave.
I'm still using the ones I stole last time.
Carla's still using the ones she sold last time. But before that...
I've got a reputation of being messy, haven't I?
Yeah, very messy. Yeah. Splat Mat Dave, I heard.
Oh, that's just one of many. I go on a show and it's all laid out. Lauren lays everything out beautifully, and by the end of it, it's like I've just exploded or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. I've got a reputation of being messy. OK, now scissors.
Should we do some scissors first?
This is something else that everybody needs.
Let's not think about Dave exploding.
Everybody needs these scissors. Now, I didn't realise it until you told me just before it went on air that these are colour coordinated scissors and they've got different jobs. So we've got red for your craft scissors, multi-purpose craft scissors down the bottom. That's the red one. We've got the turquoise. Oh, that's our colour, isn't it? These are your school scissors, evidently.
School scissors. Oh, OK, nice. Yeah.
Then we've got the next colour up, which is the blue. They are your pointed dressmaking scissors.
Yeah, handy. Yeah.
Very handy.
And of course, you don't have to use them as dressmaking scissors, but they are if you want them.
This colour is your sewing shears. Yep, shears are in here. These are American Crafts, by the way. And then the pink one at the top is your tailor's shears.
Tailors, so they're for your fabric cutting, all that sort of fun stuff. Well, I suppose that's why the handles are slightly different in each one, aren't they?
Absolutely.
So like they are very fabric scissor-wise because of the flat edge, so you can get a perfect...
I mean, you know this as well, that if you use scissors for fabric, don't use those for paper. If you're using scissors for paper, don't use those for fabric. You should never cross-contaminate your scissors because paper can blunt blades. You don't want to blunt your fabric scissors. So you've got basically a pair of scissors for every eventuality, for every drawer in your house. Five pairs. So five pairs. I mean, we sell elsewhere, don't we, for 3 pairs of just craft scissors. I think it's about £14.99, isn't it, for 3 pairs? Yeah, about that. Yeah.
So really, if these were 5 pairs, £24.99, it'd be about right, £5 a pair. But you ain't going to get those sort of like tailor shears for £5 elsewhere.
No, exactly. I mean, they're a precision
Just
blade.
saying bye to Carla.
See you, Carla. Bye, I'll be following you. See you tomorrow.
So £24.99, that would be a good price.
It would.
Nah. Should we just do it, Alex? $12.99.
What?
Start as we mean to go on. This show as well, because I've put it in last minute, it is going to be a bit. I don't know. I've got a sheet and I don't even know what's on it.
I kind of knew it would be kind of like that, but that's fine by me. I like it.
It says £17.99 on my sheet, Dave.
Oops. $12.99, everybody. You know, when we do a manager special show, anything can happen and probably will, especially when Liam's involved. So take advantage of American Craft Scissors. That's the company, the parent company, the umbrella company that have got We Are Makers and all those other brands that you love from American Crafts. Maureen in Tyne and Wear, hello to you. Michelle in Northumberland, Carol in Greater Manchester, Valerie in Cornwall, Fiona in Gwynedd, and many more coming through. You know, with American Crafts, you've got the quality. You've got the quality.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we really wanted to work with American Crafts, because we know that there's loads of amazing tools and innovations that they do, just like from scissors, from the thermal cinch to
do you know what?
Everything, really.
I've known of American Crafts and presented American Crafts products for years. I've never known a company have the same relationship that we've got with them.
Yeah.
It's pretty special.
Because we're just great
just cool
people. We're just cool, Dave.
They're coming over to see us. You go over to see them.
They're coming over to see us soon, I think.
You know what? When we did the thermal cinch, Chastity...
She was watching, wasn't she?
She was messaging into the show, and she messaged me on Facebook after the show. How nice is that?
Yeah, that is very nice. You won't get that with other people,
No,
would you?
no, exactly.
And also, I think what makes it great as well is one P&P.
Yep. $3.95 for the whole day. So if you bought something already today, that's a delivered price, £12.99. Who doesn't want scissors? Who doesn't need scissors? If you're a crafter, if you watch our fantastic sister channel, Sewing Street, you're into your fabrics, you're into your card making, you've got to have all those different scissors for those different things.
Yeah, definitely. I agree.
Put it in your basket and check out. At $12.99.
That's silly price.
Silly price.
What should we do next? Should we do some books next?
Some pads.
Some pads. So these are your Crafty Witches pads.
Okay.
So what I should say, actually, I've purposely made this whole hour stuff from our warehouse.
Okay.
So everything that you see today is going to come from our warehouse. So it's in stock, ready to go.
So it's all being shipped from us.
The Crafty Witches paper pads. So we did, in partnership with them, I'll let you hold them. Yeah, so they're all on their own.
Okay, we've got paper spells to start off with.
Yeah.
6 designs, 36 pages. You know Linda and the team, they pride themselves on quality, on imaginative design. I mean, look at that. That one sheet has got 4 toppers on there.
So the whole idea of this was because, obviously, the Crafty Witches are a digital download company, aren't they?
Yes.
And we know that not everybody likes digital downloads, or they're just getting used to them. Yep. So we thought, do you know what? In partnership with the Crafty Witches, we'll have these paper pads produced exclusive to Hobbymaker, so you can't get these anywhere else. Even Crafty Witches don't have them to sell. And with it, you get a digital download. So I believe, off the top of my head, it's something like so many papers and toppers. There's like 20 or something, or 10 or 20.
So there's a code, is there, when you get this?
No, so as soon as you buy it, once it's been dispatched from our warehouse, on your link that you get through your emails, on your account, it'll just be sat there. So if you go onto the website, click on your account.
So you're going to get a free digital download with this pad as well, and you've got 36 pages. So if you're a physical, I want to have a pad sort of person, which I know lots of crafters are, this is the best of both worlds. It's a great way of trying digital downloads.
That's it. Was it what did you say, Alex? 14 sheets, 14 A4 sheets of toppers. Okay. So that's quite a lot, actually.
Yeah, it is. And that will sit on your Hobbymaker account for you to open and print off as many times as you want. LD6385 is your product code if you want this one. This one's your paper spells.
So this should be Should be $14.99. I think on the show we did $9.99. So when it launched, it was $9.99. Oh dear. Can we have a minute clock, Dan?
So it's going to go below $9.99 then? And you're going to get 14 printable downloadable sheets that will not disappear.
We need to see more in baskets though, because whatever I do on this one, I've got a match on the other two.
Yeah, you have.
So which one have you? So Winter's Night, so that's the one you've got. So we've got another two after this. So
Winter's Night, beg your pardon. Yeah, I thought.
I will guarantee. Hang on a minute. So
a Winter's Night. This one's called, not Paper Spells. That's down there.
Should be $14.99 each. Yeah, okay, and we've done it for $9.99. I'll guarantee you can get all three for less than £15.
Really? And 3 different downloads.
3 different downloads, 3 different paper pads.
Okay. And if you're not familiar with the downloads, just get someone who's a bit tech savvy in your family or whatever, just to show you how it works. It couldn't be simpler. It really couldn't.
It's so easy. It's all we basically designed with the Crafty Witches the whole digital download to work with our website. So all you have to do is just click download. It'll download straight from your account. It's so easy to do. So there's no like. WeTransfers or links you've got to click on. It's just onto the website, click.
And it will work as well if you've got like a phone or a tablet as well. 3, 2, 1. Let's get the price down. Go on.
How about £3.74?
£3.74 for the pad.
Yeah,
and
per pad.
The 14 sheets of downloads.
Yeah.
Which will never disappear. That will always be there. LD.
What's this little app thing? This is cool.
Jane, Molly, Sheila, Angela, Lindsay.
How much are we losing on that?
Wow.
I think I went a bit. I tell you, it's been a long day, Dave. I've been here since I don't know what time.
You do work long days?
Yeah.
I work half a day compared to you, don't
I? You do, to be fair.
Rock up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, go at 8. Okay. There's loads of you coming in, loads of you going.
That's gonna.
Dorothy's going for 2 in Nottinghamshire. I'm not surprised at that price. I don't think we're losing money on this. I'll be honest with you, we're losing money on this. So grab it while we've got it, and we're going to go to the same price with the other pads as well.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident. I actually paid more than that to actually produce
to have them made. Yeah.
That's why it was $14.99 as a special, $9.99.
See, I can't go to prices like that. Liam can. That's why.
Should we do the Woodland Secret? Now, this one's nice. So I would just say, if you've got it in your baskets, add them all because you'll get all of them for guaranteed less than what? 12, 4, 8, 12. Yeah, about less than £12 now. Yeah. So not even less than £15.
Because how many are there? 3?
Yeah, three of them.
Yeah, so less than £12 for all 3 of these pads and 3 different 14-sheet downloads. I mean, I love this.
Take it straight down. We know where it's going. What's it? I can't remember.
£3.74. Sending you all my love. Hope your day is truly magical. And all of these, you just trim out. Or use your scissors. But look at these, aren't they lovely? So this one's actually called, what was this one called again? Woodland Secrets. There we go.
Oh, I like this. So I love anything to do with those like mushrooms.
Yeah, little toadstools.
Yeah, that's the one. Toadstools, not mushrooms. They're a completely different thing. Don't know what they are.
But look, you got the badger, you got the rabbit, you got the fox, you got the little spiky hedgehog as well. Really adorable. Lovely colourways too, these. Absolutely gorgeous. £3.74. You're paying less than what they cost to produce. That's the short and long of it. OS 6356. That's why manager special shows are well worth watching out
Don't forget, whilst you're there as well, add the brand new microfiber.
Are they on the website now?
Alex put them on pre-order, which I believe they're going to probably show $12.99, $14.99, something like that. Nowhere near.
Really?
For 10.
Okay, so put them in at a higher price. Yeah. Everyone will pay the final low price where they're going. Everyone needs microfiber cloths. Hobby Maker branded. Everyone knows they're yours. Right.
Now, this is the last one.
Okay.
That, I believe...
Twilight Magic.
Is... I don't know whether it's missing some pads, so I'll tell you what. Here you go. There's a new one.
Oh, thanks.
This one's very limited. There is only less than 40, I believe, of this particular pad.
Oh, look at that. Look at these
Now,
seams.
that's nice, isn't it?
Isn't that beautiful? It's probably like that outside now.
No, it's not. It's absolutely lobbing it down.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, great. But look
Throwing
at this.
it down, sorry, not lobbing it down.
You got 4 toppers there, and again, straight trimming, really easy to kind of cut them and separate them. I love that rich blue. Okay, we've got more people wanting this than we actually have stock.
I tell you what, whilst we're talking about pads and stuff, should we go on to... Now, I'll be honest, if Linda's watching... Just switch off now, I would.
You'll get a message.
Because something else that we did in partnership with the Crafty Witches and Pollyanna is...
The toppers?
Well, we've got both. We're going to do, but separate.
Okay.
So, toppers and papers. So I'll tell you what, let's do the papers first, shall we? So with this was for the 10th anniversary of Pollyanna. And there's some incredible decorative papers that go with all of the collection.
This isn't any of Pollyanna's artwork as such, but it's kind of backgrounds and images that would complement Pollyanna's amazing wildlife artwork. But this is actually wonderful, shiny paper. So it's a glossy paper, great quality. What's the GSM?
150.
150, okay, great. And then
I think it's 30 sheets in total you're going to get.
You are...
I think it's on the back, isn't
Correct.
it? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
And 10 designs, yeah.
So, yeah, you've got basically 30 sheets, 10 designs, 3 of each. You've got patterns, you've got geometric shapes and lines, and printed and made in the UK for you.
Now, $24.99. Remember, this is obviously these go really well with the toppers that we're about to do.
Yeah.
But it's all designed to complement, and this is still, I mean, it's the 10th anniversary of Pollyanna, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was, so it's meant to be $24.99. I think on the show they may have been in a bundle, which was about $39.99. So that's what, about £20 each.
Okay.
So £5 off. Today, and I mean today and today only, maybe only this hour, because as soon as Linda finds out, you're getting in trouble, Dave.
I know nothing. Karen's involved already, eh? $6.99.
Yeah.
$6.99.
Said it now.
For 30 sheets. And rest assured,
I can't go back now.
These are going to work with the toppers we've got coming up in a second.
The toppers
and they
are
going
incredible
to
as well.
absolutely fly. £6.99 for 30 glossy sheets printed in the UK, but only this hour, only this show.
Yeah, I might
don't know
have
how many
to
you've got, but
cancel that after the show.
okay. So if you order it now in the show, it will be honoured. If you order it after 8 o'clock when we're off air, Liam might have to put the price back up.
Yeah.
So it's £24.99 worth for £6.99, HW6381 for the papers that work with this. So
now the toppers, these are incredible. So you're getting 20 designs in total. We'll quickly show some of them. So that is snow leopard. It's going to be a snow.
Oh, they're die cut.
Yeah. So these are die cut ready. So you just pop them out, ready to go. So they're perfect for making simple cards or simple cards, but also beautiful cards.
Oh, I tell you what, Pollyanna's artwork is incredible.
It's absolutely phenomenal, isn't it? I mean, look at that owl.
And I know she's sadly no longer with us, but for any artist to give you permission to use her artwork, she wanted her artwork to get out there, and she was really flattered that people wanted to make cards with her artwork, and that was lovely to see. And she's such a special lady, really was a wonderful lady. But look at the talent of this artist. Pollyanna was incredible.
Didn't she as well? She saw every animal that she drew.
Yeah.
That's like incredible, isn't it? See, that is lovely.
Oh, the robin, beautiful. And look, you're getting so many toppers on each sheet. How many sheets?
Yeah, so it's 20 sheets.
So you've got about...
But actually on each one, you're getting at least, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9?
It's about 100, at least 100 toppers here. This is 300 GSM topper card stock.
All for $24.99?
$24.99. Look at the panda.
It's not your price though, is it?
It's not your price.
Now, I'll be honest, we need a minute clock for this.
Oh, the little harvest mouse.
Because...
Look at that
How many
face.
we got? Okay.
Okay, we've got a few hundred. But when you see where Liam's and what Liam's going to do to this price...
I like that. I actually feel a little bit sick about this one, and genuinely, I am a bit scared if
Linda is
Linda's watching.
The barn owl with the poppies. I mean, all of these were originally genuine, original works of art. This is your opportunity to have Pollyanna artwork in your card making. Here she is. Wonderful lady. I had the privilege of working with her and meeting her many, many times. Real sweetheart. Absolute sweetheart she was. $24.99 in 30 seconds. Something incredible is going to happen. Look, that's how close she was to her subjects.
Oh, wait, so that might be this one. Wait, the panda, isn't
The panda,
it? I swear there was
be.
a panda in here.
Yeah.
Or have I dreamt that? Maybe
No,
it was in a
I'm
different
pretty
one.
sure the owl...
Oh, there we go. There's the panda.
Yeah. The fox. She had an owl and a fox in her garden, I'm sure, that lived in her garden. Look at that.
Right,
I don't think she
okay.
had a panda, though.
So, remember, 20 die cuts. How many did you say in baskets? 80? $6.99.
£6.99.
So, get the collection.
I haven't counted every one, but there's at least about 100 toppers there. Potentially 100 cards you can make with Pollyanna Picaro's artwork.
$13.98.
Yeah, both together.
You get both.
Go for both.
$6.99, $6.99. But remember, for today only.
Delivered with 1 P&P of $3.95. It's gone crazy. Pam has gone for 2. Dorothy in Nottingham has gone for 2. Go for 3, 4, 5 if you want, because when the stock's gone, that is it. UR6324 is the item number. She may not realise this show's on because it was a last-minute edition.
Yeah, so that is true. Because otherwise, she'd probably be buying them back off me.
Yeah, probably.
But again, these are, because we worked with Anna Lou, who is Pollyanna's daughter, and also then Linda, the Crafty Witches. These are in our warehouse ready to go. This is something that we did in partnership with them as well.
Well, Linda and Pollyanna were best of friends.
Yeah.
And that affiliation was, so the 10-year anniversary of that is why these were done.
Yeah.
£6.99. Karen in the West Midlands, good on you, Karen. You've gone for 3 of this. $6.99, but go for the papers as well, because all the colours and all the images on the papers are going to complement these toppers brilliantly. You can make hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Pollyanna Pickering themed cards. And she just loved the fact her art was getting out there, being appreciated by new people, crafters. She even started to make cards.
Yeah, and I think, and now everybody at home can make cards by...
I mean, look how adorable that is. Half the stock has gone. That little field mouse, I think it's a field mouse.
Yeah, I think it is a field mouse.
Sheltering under a leaf.
Oh, it's a toadstool.
Was it a toadstool?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course it is. Really cute.
So that's
toadstool
very
umbrella.
cute,
That's what you need.
I wonder... What, a toadstool?
A toadstool umbrella.
I'd walk around with a toadstool umbrella.
I know you would.
Yeah. That sounds a bit of me, that does, Dave.
It does a bit of you, yeah. Next year's
Secret
Santa.
What you were saying in the break, Dave, you'd need more than a toadstool.
$6.99.
Right. Shall we move on?
Yes,
Keep going through. I think, did you say half of the stock's gone or something? I can't remember.
Way over half stock's gone. I mean, they're going to sell out. If they don't sell out, I'll be absolutely amazed.
We might be able to come back to them, we might not. Shall we do? Don't forget, these are coming up. We'll do them at past.
How many people have got them in the baskets already? Many. We haven't dropped the price yet, so the price you see on the website isn't the price you'll pay. They only arrived in the warehouse today. That's one of the reasons Liam wanted to get them on as quickly as possible, because we've been waiting for them for months. Hobbymaker branded. If you want those, you know what to do. Microfiber cloths. Everyone's got a reason for using a microfiber cloth. But if you get them mixed up, if the microfiber cloth you got to use in your craft room then gets used to clean the windows, then gets used to go and clean the car, for getting all the brake dust off your alloys and all that, I bet you're not very happy. Whereas these can be just for you, because they've got the Hobbymaker brand embroidered on them as well. Okay, now,
should we have a little game?
This is one of the best inventions ever.
Honestly, so this was one of this is one of those things that, you know, when somebody tells you, oh, we've come up with an idea.
Karen in the West Midlands says, well done, Liam and Dave. It's nothing to do with me, Karen, it's him.
Thanks, Karen. You know, so when we first got told about these liner lifters, I'll be honest, I sat there and I was like, why do I want something to help me
get the back off?
Get the back off, sellotape.
But
or
I'll tell you what,
double-sided tape.
If you stood
or red
here
liner.
next to guests as much as I do, and see how people struggle.
Yeah.
Professional craft demonstrators struggle to get the back off, red liner tape, double-sided tape. It's a nightmare. Maybe you find that at home. Well, this tool is going to revolutionise.
Well, that's the thing. So on paper, I was like, nah, this is
gimmick,
yeah. And then we got to play with it when we went over to Salt Lake City, which is where American Crafts are.
You get to go all over the place. You're off to Frankfurt next week.
Yeah, off to Frankfurt this Friday.
It's Friday.
It's not a lad's holiday, no matter what people say.
That'll be messy.
Got lots and lots of important meetings. They may be in bars, but it's important meetings.
That's where friendships are formed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
But so when we went to Frankfurt and we got no, we didn't go to Frankfurt. When we went to Salt Lake City, and that's my next holiday. Sorry, work trip. We got to play with these, and that's when we realised. I was like, okay, now I see. You have to have one of these
because you've got the cleverest,
the coolest thing.
Little scraper. I mean, it's like looks like a little nail file or a back scratcher or whatever. Scalp massager. Don't use it on your scalp. But what you've got, a tiny little, they're like teeth.
Yeah.
Can you see the angle of them? They're kind of angled down a little bit, but not a lot. They're not sharp. Don't worry about cutting yourself or anything like that. They're not sharp at all, perfectly safe. But there's enough there that it literally grips the top of the back of the sticky tape.
But also only the top of the back of the sticky tape. it pretty much, you can just straight away do it and it'll have it ready to go. So it just gets the edge.
There you go.
And just allows you to be able to put it off really
Don't put too much pressure on it.
Whereas with this, I mean, I've got no nails, so I find it really difficult to try. And then the next thing is you end up pulling up the whole
thing comes off.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, if there is a knack to it, it's just a little, just gradually tease it like this, and then it just lifts off the back. There we are. Look.
Yeah.
Effortlessly.
Or even small bits of things. So that's like your paper one. It's perfect for that.
Yeah. Exactly. It's such a clever idea.
Something else that I didn't really think about until, because I thought, oh, it's for when you put the stuff down and you do this. But you know, if you've got like normal tape at home, just the white clear tape, and you can't see it, and you sit there for ages, and you're going, where is it? Well, you just grab this, don't you? You just pull it, and then you found your edge.
But do you know what the best bit? Let me just grab this. Look.
Oh yes, it doesn't just come with this,
It's not just the tool. From Sticky Thumb, which is the adhesive part of American Crafts.
Yeah. Comes with a load of tape for you. So I think it's two red liner tapes.
You get 3mm and a 5mm. You get 2 foam and 2 double-sided. So you get 6 reels of double-sided foam.
Now, 6 reels alone is probably about $6.99, isn't it? Something like that, maybe $5.99.
I think a reel of red liner tape, that sort of size, is in the region of about £4 or £5.
Right, okay.
I think, roughly. So say it's £4, say £8 for the 2 red liners. The foam's probably $4.99, $3.99.
Yeah.
So whichever way you look at it, I mean...
But the tool is what you really want, though, isn't it?
The tool is what you must have, absolutely. And this is the presentation. It comes in this packaging. $19.99.
Not your price, Dave. $12.99. $12.99. And I actually don't think there's a massive quantity left of this one. Where is it on my... No, there isn't. So we've got 100 left.
Okay. Now, every time I've done this on my own, it absolutely flew. It's just one of those, what we are makers and what American Crafts are really good at doing is looking at a problem, thinking, what can we produce to solve that problem? And getting the back of double-sided tape has been a nightmare for an awful lot of people for years. This is the solution. I mean, we did it live on TV in seconds.
Yeah, literally, it's so easy to do, isn't it, Dave? It's just straight down.
Half the stock gone.
So what I would say, so we've reordered this. So this is a reorder of what sold out. So when we first launched it, it sold out within about 10 minutes, I think it was. Yeah. This is a reorder. I've now ordered around about, I think it's 1,500 to 2,000 of these.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to reorder again after this now. Okay. And with the Chinese New Year, all that sort of stuff, American Crafts, and where we get things from, you probably won't see this now until, what we in
January.
Probably June, July.
Oh, crikey, right, okay.
Potentially. It could come sooner, but it all depends.
But honestly, if you've got a crafting friend who's got a birthday in the next month or two, get them this. When they get it, they'll probably go, oh, what's this? Unless they'll be watching us. Then they'll know exactly what it is. It's a problem solver. Think about if it takes you 30 seconds to get a bit of double-sided backing off the tape, and you're using that just 10 times a day, every day, every week of the year, you know, that's a lot of time wasted with your fingernails.
It's just annoying as well, isn't it?
I know.
I get frustrated. I hate wrapping presents, all that sort of stuff, because I just can't stand trying to find...
I always lose the end of my tape on the roll.
And you just stood there for ages trying to find it, and you've got no nails, and you just get angry, and then you throw it in the bin.
You're there with your pokey tool.
Whereas this, you just walk along. Oh yes, thanks very much.
Look, it's so easy.
Well, yeah, you don't have to be walking. You can do it stood still if you really want.
But also, it's safe. You know, if you accidentally tread on this, or the cat takes an interest to it, or something like that, it's got a tooth to it, but it's not sharp. It's not going to cut the skin or anything like that. So it's perfectly safe to use. There's no blades on it, but it's just a really I wish I'd thought of it.
I know it's what a clever idea. So Julie upstairs, obviously a lot of you know Julie. She was on earlier doing the Copic show. She said she wished that she could think of a new gadget or a new tool to come out. Because she was like, I just really want to make a new tool. That's the sort of tool you want.
She'll come up with something.
She will, yeah.
She'll come up with something. Okay, well, it's going really quickly. It's the tool everyone needs, whether it is for your crafting or whether it's just someone that can never find the end of the sellotape or sticky tape or whatever it may be. To get 6 rolls of tape, I just thought it was the tool when I first saw it. I didn't see the packaging. And I thought, oh, that's not bad for like, 13, 14 quid. You get all of this. So an instant tape collection, and you get the tool for £12.99, EU 4685. Love it.
Amazing. Now it's time.
It's time.
So this is the launch of the Hobby Maker microfiber cloth. So these launched, Andy launched them last year. They sold out within about a week or two.
They were his baby. He was so protective of those.
Yeah. And now, I bet you any money, if he sat at home seeing these, he'd be like, he's got the microfiber cloths
He's
again.
got my microfiber cloths before I could come back.
Well, they came straight into the warehouse. They're going straight out.
Okay. They arrived this afternoon.
We've got a good quantity. We thought this time we would go all for one colour, so they're all blue, but they are all still embroidered with the Hobbymaker logo, which I think it's just a little added touch.
I've got about 20 microfiber cloths at home. I use them for everything around the house. I use them for dusting. I use them for cleaning my car with that kind of waterless cleaning system thing. But they all get really, really mucky, and I don't want to use the really mucky ones on like my dusting in the house. So these are yours. They've got the Hobbymaker logo on them. They're yours. You can use them just for your craft room or for whatever you want, but everyone knows they're yours, not somebody else's, okay? RIGP 91. They're brand new. They arrived this afternoon into the warehouse. They're getting ready to be shipped straight away. Everything in the show is available to be shipped from our warehouse. 1 P&P for the whole day of $3.95. Never forget that. Free phone number if you want to call us. If you've never ordered before, but it's microfiber cloths you want as your first purchase, 0800 001 4433. The call centre will give you an account, and they'll charge you whatever Liam decides.
And you're going to get 10. 10?
10. And look, they're a big size. Look.
Do you want to see how good they are? Should we make some mess?
Go on then.
So first of all, let's go water. Oh, okay, that's a bit too much water. But surely it's just a... Will it work with just one? Oh, yes, it will.
Microfiber is so absorbent.
I love microfiber cloths.
Can I give you a tip, though? One thing that you may not know. When you wash these, don't use fabric softener. That stops the absorbency, OK? So just use your ordinary washing powder, whatever you use, that's fine. But it's brilliant for polishing, it's brilliant for dusting, it's brilliant for cleaning your car.
Should we try something a bit more...
What are you doing?
Let's try something a bit more, because obviously crafting...
PVA.
PVA glue. Will it clean up PVA glue?
You know, Carla says it's sticky.
It is very sticky. This is the Carnation glue as well.
Shall I do this?
Yeah, go on, try it. Will it clear up Dave's mess?
In answer to your question, yes. It will clean up PVA glue.
Easy.
Put it into the washing machine straight away, obviously, because otherwise it'll go a bit crusty. But certainly, yeah, into your washing machine, and it will.
And that's what you definitely don't want. Yeah, it's water-based. Yeah. So yeah, it'll just wash straight out. Apparently, Lauren wants me to clean something up from Carla. So Carla messed up something. What is it? Do you want me to just do it?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, hang on a minute. Carla, it's dried on. You've set me up here. It's dried. I mean, microfiber cloths, they ain't miracles.
I mean, the chances are you've probably got loads and loads and loads of microfiber cloths at home already, because everybody raves about them, everybody swears about them.
If it's wet, though, it'll clean it up.
Oh, it will. Do you know what? It saved me a fortune in car cleaning bills, though. You know that spray stuff you got? And they're brilliant for cleaning your car with. But these are...
Do you clean your car, do you?
Sometimes.
Oh, I just put it in the car wash.
The state it's in at the moment, I'm not doing that. I'm getting someone else to do that. But look, they're all embroidered with Hobbymaker's logo on them. They're a nice... Microfiber cloths do vary in quality. These are top quality, and they're a really good size as well. There you go, look. Great for cleaning your TV screens, your coffee tables.
See, I walk around dusting with mine.
Do you?
Yeah, I love dusting. And microfiber cloths generally.
I'd never thought that about
me.
I would never have thought that.
I don't have a dusty house, though, do I?
Oh, no, I know you don't.
Yeah. I know I quite like dusting things. Sorry, Alex, he's saying, we've been on this for a long time and we don't know what the price is.
OK, let's get them down then. 10 cloths.
So what's...
RIGP 91.
I don't even know what the price is, Alex, I'm not going to lie. What is it? Wait, you get 10. So hang on a minute. So if you get 10, elsewhere, surely £2. What's that?
I think they'd be $1.99 each if you bought them on their own.
Yeah, so $1.99, that would make them £20.
Yeah, 20 quid, 19 quid.
It's not £20. So even if we did them for £10, so $9.99, that'd be a good price, £1 each.
Yeah, £1 each. Really good.
Should we just do them for £6?
Oh, they're also great for this.
Yeah, £6.
£6 quid.
Yeah. I actually need to clean my glasses. Now, yeah, £6, Alex. It's done now, isn't it?
£6
Oh, what
for
a clever
10
idea.
Hobbymaker branded, embroidered, not stickers, embroidered Hobbymaker Microfiber cloths.
The only problem...
60p each. And now I can see you.
The only problem I do is I can't actually clear the scratch off my glasses.
No, it won't get rid of scratches.
That I did on the Christmas party when I was very sober.
I heard all about that. £6 for 10 brand new microfiber cloths. They're all in the same colour. 40 of you are checking out straight away. I mean, it's something that everyone will use. I said that there's not a single person watching now will not use the microfiber cloths. How many times have you bought, let's say, a pair of shoes or a blouse or a top, and you thought, and it's hung in the wardrobe, you've never got it out, you've never worn it, what a waste of money. These are all real good investments that you're going to be using again and again and again. All you got to do is stick them in the dishwasher.
Dishwasher? No, you don't want to be putting them in the dishwasher.
Well, it probably wouldn't hurt them. But into your washing machine. No softener though. That's the only thing. Otherwise they won't be absorbent. But they're great for like cleaning the shower, all that sort of thing. But if you want to keep these just for your craft room, how do you know whose microfiber cloths belong to who? Well, now those are yours.
Yeah, now you can. I mean, I actually think, so if you look around the studio, especially behind the back of set, everybody's using these, but like they are using the back of set to clean up.
Oh, yeah.
All around.
They're one of the best inventions.
Unless your name's Carla, she just leaves the mess.
They're one of the best inventions ever, microfiber cloths. They really are. But get good quality ones. 50 have checked out already in the last 2-3 minutes. It's literally only been on air for the last couple of minutes.
£6 as well. I actually am a little bit scared that I went, well, I know I went lower than what I should have, because, and I'm sure Andy will be sitting at home very, very angry.
Cursing.
Yeah.
How do?
But do you know what?
Do that to my microfiber cloths.
At least we've got some microfiber gloves and he hasn't.
I don't know how many we ordered, but there's a lot in the warehouse and they're all coming your way. You can buy 2, you can buy 3, you can buy 4 if you want to. I just love how they're embroidered
and everything as well. It's not like they're just, we haven't had them cheaply made.
No, exactly. I mean, I love a good embroidery. I don't like stickers. I don't like things and transfers.
Yeah, because they can just peel off, isn't it? Or even if it was just like painted on, eventually, now we can see names.
Okay, now we can. Stephen in Somerset, he's just done what I suggested. He's gone for 2. Okay, you've got 20 coming your way, Stephen, for £12. That's pretty amazing. Hello to Janice, Dillis, Rachel, Linda, Carol, Muriel in Clackmannanshire has gone for 2. Lindsay in Buckinghamshire. You might think to yourself, well, why do you have Hobby Maker embroidered onto a microfiber cloth? Why do that? So that you know they're yours and no one else gets to use them. Because so many people ruin their cloths by using them for different things, and you're thinking, no, I want that for my craft room, please. I want those for whatever I want to use them for. Dorothy in Nottingham has just gone for 4. Nice one,
4,
Dorothy.
so what's that?
That's 20.
40?
Yeah, 40 for 24 quid.
Did I do maths quicker than you, Dave?
You did.
Oh. That's what happens when you're young and agile.
I have been in Brighton for the weekend, so I've got an excuse.
Oh.
Yes.
Was it a boozy one?
It was it was full on, enjoyable, very good. Yeah, so well done, Dorothy. Rosemary, Michelle.
Is that the one where you went to that place? Was that this weekend?
The tassel shop shut down.
Oh no, not the tassel shop. That place you stayed in.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, okay. Yeah, very lovely place.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very lovely. Trouble with the neighbours. RIGP 91, I'll tell you one day. £6 for 10. If you want 20, that'd be 12. If you want 40, that'd be 24 quid, which some of you are going for. And they're brand new today. Dorothy in Nottingham, she's gone for 4 now, actually. I think it was 2 to start with. She's doubled it up.
40 again? I mean, let's be honest. So you're going to get 40 for £24?
Yeah.
That's pretty good going.
That's better than pretty good. It's amazing.
And you know, 1p all day.
And also, if you've only got a few at the moment, if you've got maybe half a dozen, I usually, if I'm cleaning my car, I'll get through 3 cleaning my car, maybe 4. So if you're finding that a load's in the wash and you want to carry on doing your dusting and all that sort of thing, you can't have too many of these things. You really can't.
No. I mean, I just stock up with these. I think I've got about 15 at home. No, 20, 30 at home.
Yeah, makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. And they're Hobby Maker branded, so you know which one's yours and which ones belong to other people. RIGP 91. I know it's a bit odd that you get excited over microfiber cloths, but that's what we like here.
Yeah, it's an essential, isn't it? It's a craft essential.
But also, we've been waiting for them to come into stock for so long. They've been delayed for months. There was that element of excitement, and that's one of the reasons we put this show on tonight. It wasn't scheduled to be.
No.
But Liam said, what do you reckon about doing a manager special? So we thought,
we thought we'd have a bit of fun, didn't we? Should we do some more manager specials now?
We are Makers, American Crafts.
The punches. So first of one, Alex, we're going to do the diagonal punch. So now, these are really cool because it's 3 punches in one.
Yeah.
So I've done it here.
3 different blades, 3 different effects.
So these are your diagonal ones. So you've got basically, can you see them there?
Yeah.
So you've got your small one here, slightly bigger, so like small, medium, and then large.
But look at the difference it makes the corner, rather than just having a right angle, which looks a bit kind of
like
abrupt.
there's your right angle, isn't it? It's just, like you say, a bit abrupt. It kind of makes it makes it a bit more professional, I think.
I think so. Yeah, it gives it a softness.
Should we? And
it's designer kind of.
It's easy. I mean, and let's be honest, if I can do it, you can do it. You literally
just push the point into the.
Yeah, you push it in, clip it down.
So there's like a V inside the punch.
In fact, I could probably show you. Let me. I don't know whether this will work because we've already done a size, but let's try it. Let's try a big one. There you go.
Yeah.
Just put it in.
Yeah.
But obviously, if it was a corner, it would just go all the way up to the edge, wouldn't it?
Yeah, sure.
There you go.
Hey. Okay. Now already we've got some of you coming through for this. We are makers, so American Crafts. 3 different kind of lengths of like a
small, medium, and large, I'd almost say.
Yeah.
So I think the last time we did these, they were $9.99 each, weren't they, Alex? We're just going to go straight down. These are going to be a bit of a silly price. Let's do £6, bang on.
£6.
Yeah.
£6. That's £2 per effect. £2 per blade in there, and it's 3 in 1. Rather than having 3 punches, you've got 3 different effects in one punch. And Lynette says they're great for Art Deco style.
Nice.
Absolutely. Spot on, Lynette. Yeah. RL4668. Stock up, buy a few for your friends as well if you want to, while they're at these crazy bargain prices, crazy prices.
Yeah.
This was not a planned show today. We didn't know this was going on until about 2 o'clock.
I actually, so much so, what time was it? About 4, half 4, I had to drive to the warehouse to pick up all the stock because the warehouse finished at 4.
Right. But the warehouse is just out there, so you didn't have far to drive.
You're not meant to tell him that. It was a 1-hour round trip by the time after I'd gone to Morrison's and I nipped to Starbucks.
100 foot that way. Okay,
so that's that one.
Now, if you don't like straight lines...
how about curved lines?
Oh, yes.
Oh, well, it's not lines, is it?
Do you like a curve?
A curve, yeah. So again, you've got 3 on this, but these are in your... they actually have millimetres, so you've got a 7mm, a 4mm, and a 10mm.
Okay.
So that's your 7mm. No, that's your 4mm, sorry.
Yeah.
That's, I think, was your 10mm.
Right.
And then if we do we'll do the 7mm because I don't think I've done that one. That's not your 7mm. Hang on. Might help if I did. There we go. There you go. So that's your 7mm.
Yeah.
That's your 10mm.
I do love a curved corner.
And that's your smaller. But yeah, I like curved corners.
I do. And, you know, if you buy card blanks or mats and layers that have got curves on them, they're probably a bit more money than if you just get for the right angle. So it softens up your mats and layers. It softens up the edge of your card blank.
I think the curve is my favourite.
Yeah. I mean, if you buy 6x6 card blanks and they're right angle corners, they're going to be one price. If you get the curved ones, they'll probably be £1 more or 50p more or something like that. Dorothy's in, Andrea's in, Robert, hello, Jennifer. We've got to get that price down.
£6 again. We're just going to match them. Okay. So all 3 are going to be the same price.
So if you want to go for all 3 punches, that'll be £18, 1 P&P, £3.95 for all your orders today. Love it. Love it, love it,
nice.
Love it. And although this is coming from our warehouse, and if you bought anything from Carnation, it's coming from them, doesn't matter. Still 1 P&P.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. And you will get probably separate parcels, maybe on different days, but it's still just 1 P&P for £3.95.
I have to say as well, some people have tried to copy us, haven't they, Dave? Can't do it.
Have they?
Yeah.
I don't know who that was. Got no idea.
Try to do £3.95 all day, but it just doesn't work because I'll be honest, it costs us a lot of money to do it.
Yes,
but we do it for you guys at home because
you love it, and we love you, and that's why we want you to keep shopping with us. So we don't mind.
So now this one is your decorative punch. So you've got 3 different ones on this. So there's kind of like your almost like a dip, isn't it? It kind of dips in. If I haven't got there's some white. So do that. There you go. So that's kind of like you dip in.
Yeah. And
then you've got almost like a lips, kind of like lips.
Maybe.
And then everyone in the gallery is just absolute filth. Oh, and sorry, no, where is it? There it is. Hang on. Let me cut that other one because I don't think I've done it.
It's like a mountain, double mountain.
I'm really bad at cutting this when I'm trying to do it. There we go. There we go.
There you go.
So that is your other one. Oh no.
But
that's like that. To be fair, that's your innie and outie, isn't it? So
it's like a little mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Decorative.
They're very decorative.
£6.
£6 for those. So if you want all three of them, that's 18 quid, and you've then got 9 different decorative corner punches in 3 punches. It's amazing. JE4604, JE4604. Okay, now we've got sublimation pens.
We've got a lot of things we haven't got through them, have we?
I know.
Should we just start racing through some stuff? So what did you say? Sublimation pens?
Sublimation is what people use to decorate, like sublimation mugs, for example. If you've ever got our amazing We Are Makers mug decorator, the mug press.
Now these are from Sizer.
Right.
So we'll start with...
Because our Dan director, he's into sublimation.
Let's do your primaries first. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? He does all sorts of like mug pressing,
yeah, absolutely.
all sorts of things.
I mean, they are great if you're thinking about getting like a little secondary business going, like a little cottage industry or whatever.
Yeah. So these are perfect for, so you've got all your primary colours. So if you see down there, you've got your yellow, your green, your blue, your orange.
Yeah.
Is that pink?
So is the idea then that you can write your name or write someone else's name freehand?
Yeah, you could do it by freehand, or of course, obviously we sell the Sizer machines here.
Yeah.
So we've done the Juliet, which is the big one.
Okay.
That's
not done that show yet.
Rudy will be back very soon.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Yeah. And they go in those machines. They also go in your other machines. So if you've got like a Cricut or a Brother.
Okay.
Do you know what? I'll just ruin the packaging. I'm doing a U now, Dave. Ruining all the packaging.
It's easy to do, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's because you want to get into them.
Exactly,
so
yeah.
They fit
That's
into
what I
all
keep
your
on saying.
machines. So there's several obviously different digital machines out there. So not only could you freehand, but you can also then pop them into your machines, and they are quite. So they're almost like a chisel tip, these ones.
So it's like a sublimation ink.
Yeah.
So you just draw onto the side of the mug and then put it into the machine.
Put
the
it
mug
into
press.
the machine, and then
it kind of cures it.
Yeah, it cures it, and it's on there forever then, isn't it?
So you can colour in.
Yeah.
If you're not very good with your writing and doing fancy lettering and that sort of thing, use them just to colour in something that maybe you've put onto the mug, and they will then kind of stay put.
Or of course, pop them into your machines and it'll draw for you, things like that. If you want to do, maybe if it's onto like other things like t-shirts or whatever. Now, should be $19.99, never ever been lower. $12.99, which I believe will be probably the best price you'll be able to see these anywhere.
And there's 6 colours there. £12.99 for 6 sublimation markers. You know, if you're in the business of using sublimation, whether it's stickers or whatever, these are pens. You can put them into your machine. You can put them into your mug press. That will then cure that, whatever you've done with them, writing or colouring in with them. But I've not seen those until today.
No, they're really cool. And I love the colours on them.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah.
So they're your primaries. We'll very quickly do your blacks.
Okay.
Which, on this, so these are your fines. So you've got different ones on this. So they're all black, but you've got
different
2 round,
nibs.
2 fine, and 2 chisel.
Okay.
So obviously your chisel are going to be like that.
Yeah.
Exactly the same price.
Okay.
Just straight down. I can't even remember what I did now.
£6.99
or something.
Oh no, £12.99. Sorry, not 6. So that's why he does this and not me. £12.99.
Get me not flush then, Dave.
£7 off UV9G26. UV9G26.
Right. Keep going through for them. We're gonna move on because I know I want to try and get through as many things that we've got.
Thickers.
Thickers. I love thickers. Now these are again with American Crafts. Let me see what I said I was gonna.
These are 3-dimensional sticky letters.
Just $2.99 at these.
Look, you get both.
Oh yeah, I like these. The different colours on there. They're so cool.
They're kind of Art Deco up there and a bit funkier down here. I like them a lot. You've got black and
very
you've got gold.
elegant.
Yeah. $2.99. I mean, look.
From Vicky Boutin as well, which is one of their licensed designers.
Vicky Boutin.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
$2.99 for all of those, and they are. You don't have to put any adhesive on them. You just peel them off. 268 characters. That's what you got. 268 characters. That doesn't come with it.
No,
All right, okay.
no.
Okay.
Did you think it came with it?
Well, I
then?
wondered because.
No, I'm just getting ready for the next one.
Okay, so you've got all your letters there and your numbers. You've got the exclamation marks as well. £2.99 for all of these. Really funky, great for sign writing as well. Do things
Yeah,
for
nice.
like notice boards at school or whatever.
Also, if you like this font and you think I really want, I don't know, some moulds out of it,
Yep.
or something like that, or you want to do chocolate out of that in that font,
Okay.
I'd say grab them now because we've got the mould press launching from We Are in February.
So you could use that to press in to make a mould.
Press into the moulds, make your moulds, and then you could turn those moulds into like chocolate moulds and all sorts.
I tell you what, we've got some amazing things coming from American Crafts.
Honestly, some of the things, one of them was meant to launch next month, but it's been delayed slightly.
Okay.
So it'll probably be March, but it should be huge.
Okay.
So now this, you might be thinking, what is this? So this is, if you've got the Brother print and cut?
Yep.
Print and cut printer from us.
Print, scan and cut.
This is your replacement ink cartridge, basically.
Okay.
Should be $79.99.
Now,
I believe this will do 200 pages.
I mean, we have sold hundreds and hundreds of those machines. Andy launched it on the channel a few months ago, and everyone fell in love with it. It cuts paper down and cardstock down to A5. It scans in images as well, so you can make them a little bit smaller if you want to. $79.99, and these are all your colours that you need in here.
Yeah. $39.99 though today. Yeah.
£40 saving. Stock up. If you've got that printer, or
I don't think there's many
printer,
left though, is there, of those?
No, we've got basically double figure stock. That's all. Yeah, you can do 200 A4 sheets, and you get 4 cartridges in there.
Well, that's definitely wrong.
Oopsie. But you know what? It's on there, isn't it?
£9 a month.
$9.99. Half the stock is in bags and boxes, so please check out your bags if you could. GD7.
I'll be honest, if there's any left when I leave, I'm taking that off split pay. So if you want on split pay, I'd grab it now.
Yeah, grab it now. Yeah, stock up. If you've got the machine, go for a couple and spread the cost over both of them. That would only be less than £20 a month over the next, 4 months. Yeah. GD7180. If you look into like ink subscriptions, this is probably even cheaper than that ever would be. It's a £40 saving down to $39.99 from $79.99. We've got more people want this than we actually have stock. Good luck if you've got it. Check your baskets out.
I've got another deal for you now. Now, this is from the amazing Sizzix that have just launched with us here at Hobby Maker.
Yes, very exciting.
Now, with this, these are 10 double-sided adhesive sheets. They're in your 6x6.
Okay.
Never been on before. I did them as a little cheeky. Sorry, they've been on their own, which I believe they're $8.99 on their own.
Okay.
I kind of was just, I don't know. I was hungry earlier.
Okay.
And I think that's why I ended up just doing 2. So you're actually going to get 20.
Okay.
So that should make it about. Oh, where's my sheet? About $17.98.
Right.
I think for
2 packs.
For 20 packs.
Right. Okay. So these you can die cut. So you can have stickers if you wanted to. But
really
they're
cool,
double-sided sheets. Really good quality as you'd expect from Sizzix.
Great for like if you was using your glitter and stuff.
Yeah.
Stick it down, put your glitter over.
Absolutely.
Straight down, Alex, $11.99.
For both?
For both. So you're going to get 2
£6
packs
a
of
pack.
20 in total. Will I be allowed to come into work? Probably not. Will anybody stop me? No.
MZXC35, that will get you both of these, $11.99 each. So that's £6 per set. And again, yeah, just really great to have the quality 6x6 in size, but the quality double-sided adhesive sheets, basically. Die cut them, trim them, make everything that you want
they're
to put a
wicked.
sticker.
And they're just not a nice little add it to your basket, I would say. Not a massive quantity of them. I think there's only about 100 of that bundle.
Yeah.
Shall we very quickly do some...
I'll do this.
Yeah, let's do the trim and score.
Because this is, again, from American Crafts. This is not just a trimmer, and it's not just a scoreboard. It's both a scoreboard and a trimmer.
And it's not a 6-inch either, is it, Dave?
It's not.
It's a 12-incher.
It's a 12-incher. Now, look, it folds out.
And it locks. So you even lock it at the back, I think. Yeah, so you can lock it there, so you can just then it's not going to go anywhere.
Okay. Now, obviously, this is your blade. It just fits very, very cleverly onto the side like that. That just clips over the top like that. There we go. So it's your scoreboard, and you can easily pay £30, £35 for a scoreboard. It's got
Yeah.
all your measurements, millimetres, and also inches and eighths of an inch and all that down there as well. You've got a measurement and a ruler on your trimmer
I quite
too.
like that ruler as well, that this, if you turn this over like that, it then creates a ledge. So then when you put your card...
A bit like you, ledge.
You put it up. Legend, yeah. Then you can be able to put it up that way.
Brilliant. So, yeah, that's when you're using it as a scoreboard. And just to get a perfect score line every time, there we go, look. The tool, by the way, just fits in there. There's a little,
little slot.
Just there. There's the
So it
slot.
should be $36.99. Just go straight down, Alex. I know we ain't... Oh, we've got 1 minute. $19.99.
$19.99 to get your trimmer and scoreboard, 2-in-1 TX4650. Now, the USBs that we're being asked about, these are basically for your foiling quills.
Yeah.
But you can use them.
So
it's
for like,
artwork.
yeah, it's artwork. It's basically SVG files. So anything for your brother machines, things like that. Now, there should be $15.99 on their own. We'll load them all onto the website, $3.99. So you're going to get 200 designs.
From Heidi Swap. You've also got Paige Evans.
And this one is Amy Tangerine.
Nice.
So there's loads of different cool designs. So this one's quite hipster, isn't it? Like umbrellas, you got suns in there and all the sort of stuff like that.
We're out of time. We're out of time. It's going to be on the website, though, if you want to have a little look at
$3.99.
Hobbymaker.co.uk. Thank you for your company. Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
I don't even know what that was, but that was cool.
I will see you tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock. Enjoy the rest of the night.